Welcome to Romania. It's great to be back here at the Banyasa cricket ground just outside of Bucharest. It's one of the most beautiful cricket grounds in Europe, and last year it was Cluj that won the trophy. Won't see them till tomorrow, but we still have the same 5 teams. They're all desperate for glory. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Romania, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to Romania. We're here for a 6-day FanCode European Cricket Series, and we have the same 5 teams as last year for automatically qualified. And also last week we found out the Booker S Gladiators will be the 5th team, and we'll see them first up. In fact, it is Banyasa versus the Booker S Gladiators this morning in matches 1 and 2. It is time for the coin toss for match 1, and I know that Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains. Also, we've got Aslan as a guest coin tosser this morning. And he's a big fan of European cricket. He's just 11 years old. Let's hand it over now for the coin toss for match 1.
Gladiators to call. Okay. Tail. Tails to call. It's tails. Yes. Tails. Okay, we choose for betting. Okay. Okay. Good luck.
So it is Cosmin Zavoiu, the skipper of the Booker S Gladiators, who's won the toss, and he's elected to bat first. Look, a good confident move, I think, from Cosmin. And of course, the Gladiators, we did see them last year. They didn't make the finals, unfortunately, but they did show that they were pretty capable of mixing it with the big boys. In fact, they had a really good win over ACCB, a memorable victory along the way. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go. And look, Cosmin Zavoiu, he is the first native Romanian captain in the club scene here. So yeah, it's always great to see him. And he underbowls himself. He's a pretty handy slow bowling option, so watch out for him today. But also for them, Mohamed Moyes, always a key player for them. And Manmeet Kohli, we did see him in the ECL recently. He'll be on the park for the Gladiators. So a few players to watch, and one, well, I haven't mentioned, but you probably know a bit about him, Pavel Florin. Well, he went viral 3 years ago in the first ever European Cricket League. He is here, and let's see if we see some of his slow bowling. For the other side, though, Banyasa, they'll be led by Ijaz Hussain. He's a pretty good player himself. We saw him for Romania in the European Cricket Championship last year. Also, I've got Abdul Shakur in there. Also, they picked up Ishvan Doki, who played for ACCB last year. He might be 56 years of age, but he's pretty handy. He can bowl, can bat, and still pretty nimble in the field. So a few players to watch out for as we get ready for the start of match 1. A bit of a note about the conditions today. Well, good news is plenty of sunshine, although we did have a thunderstorm first up this morning, but the pitch was well covered, but still a bit of residual moisture on the outfield. But it is brightening up now. We're expecting a maximum temperature of about 25 degrees, so that's pretty nice. And currently it's about 15 to get this one started. So pretty good conditions for the start of this tournament. And here's a man, it's actually his first morning in Romania. I'm sure he'll be enjoying the week's cricket as well. Rico Full is with me, and Rico, I can tell you the news from the toss in match 1 right out here in the middle is that Booker S Gladiators won the toss. They're batting first. Over to you. Let's get ready to play some cricket.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. Good morning to everybody and welcome to Romania. Yes, it's my first time here and I'm certainly looking forward to it. And I must admit, as you heard Maxi say, it is a stunning location, a beautiful ground. And, well, everything looks really picturesque. The sun is out. We did have a thunderstorm early this morning, but that's soon disappeared. The sun is out. It's going to be a lovely day for cricket at this Banyasa cricket ground. And just to the right of us is the Banyasa Lake as well, and I'm told that there's a very big fish in there, big carps. As we get ready to go for this match, it's going to be Manish Prasanna. He's bowling the first ball, and he's bowling to the left-hander Atif Naqvi, and Naqvi alongside his opening partner Mohamed Moyes are 2 gentlemen that we need to watch. My first time here, but I've heard all about them, so this will be a good contest. Here we go, first ball. And it's not a good one, but it could be a wicket straight away. Oh, it is. What a dream start this is for Banyasa. This is absolutely fantastic. They've got one of the big guns out early. And that just looked like a rusty shot, doesn't it, by somebody who hasn't probably played too much cricket up until now. Really wasn't a good delivery. It needed to be put away. It's the sort of delivery that left-handers sort of dream of. Go and bowl it there to me, first ball, and I'll put you away. When it was put there, but he wasn't able to put it away. All he was able to do was sky it. And the fielder probably thought, oh no, not me. Not the very first ball. But he did not disappoint. Didn't disappoint his captain. Ijaz Hussain will be absolutely delighted. They picked up the wicket. And, well, Atif Naqvi, it is not a good start from him. In fact, you've got to say it's a nightmare start. He has to make his way back. And he's going to be a very, very disappointed batter because it wasn't a good delivery. He knows it, but it's all about the pressure, isn't it? He knows the cameras are on you. You get a sort of almost a long hop. It doesn't get put away, and that just goes to show it's not just the good balls that pick up wickets. So, well, Prasanna, it might have been a nightmare for Naqvi, but it's a wonder start from him. Here he comes for his second delivery, and this one is a full toss. Will be called a no ball, and the batters, well, hesitantly do take a single. So, well, you couldn't have had more of a sort of weird start, could you? Wicket at the very first ball. This one's a full toss. And gets the bottom on the bat, but would not have been out anyway. But could have been run out. Wasn't very good running. So free hit coming up. So Prasanna got a wicket of his first, and he doesn't bowl a second because it's called a no ball. Free hit. Here we go. Short. Tries to get hold of it. Goes straight to the field. Oh, this could be out. Thrown it at the wrong end. Throws it at the wrong end. Well, it's Kohli, who's another big name. He goes down, backing up. He goes, Maya. Oi, hi, Magia. Well, he could have been gone. But the fielder throws it to the wrong end. It's all happening out there at the moment. And this time, Kohli is saying, Pichia, Manny, hito hilana. He's saying, you go back, I'm not moving from here. It was definitely a single there. And I just think Kohli just deciding, well, nah, not this time. And a shout out to Rick Ahmed, who took that catch as well. It's well hit, but well fielded as well. Do like that fielding position. It's the captain himself. Ijaz Hussain makes the stop. No run. Prasanna. Well bowled. Just when he gets it in that idea, in that spot, what he's basically, it's one that the batters don't know whether to come out and attack. Then probably thinking that's too early, I won't. Get themselves in two minds. Comes again, left arm bowling. This one's just slightly angled in, a bit quicker, a bit flatter. Once again, Kohli finds himself straight. He can't make up his mind, can he? And I reckon that Moise is saying to him, look, make up your mind. You either want him or you don't. Sometimes his knee, sometimes his heart. And well, they did a bit of the okey-dokey there. And that is the end of the first over. And what an entertaining one it was. Well, I can tell you, if you were looking forward to this FanCode European Cricket Series in Romania, the first over did not disappoint. We had a bit of everything there. We had the wicket. We had the free hit. We had a bit of comedy. And it ends up being 2 runs on the board, 1 wicket down. And, well, it's a good time for me, Rico Full, to welcome into the commentary cube Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks. It's great to be here. And, yeah, you see there the team, some players to watch. Come back to that in a second. Back to live action right now as we see Anik Ahmed coming in. He's worked away, and we're going to have some runs. And this is going to run away, and he runs away pretty quickly. That's a first boundary for the Booker S Gladiators. As this is just leaned on, really, by Kohli, who's a class player. Now, here's one player I did want to mention, because we saw him playing recently, turning out for Cluj in the ECL. And yeah, has a history playing for Cluj, but we do typically see him in the ECS playing for the Gladiators, which is his local club here. And yeah, really nice bit of timing. He was lucky to survive the first over. Really probably should have been run out. He found himself flat in the seat of his pants. Here's Anik.
This time it doesn't give him the room. Yeah, he took the catch, didn't he? And then finds when he gets to do the bowling. His first ball goes to the boundary, but good comeback.
Moyes is normally a pretty big hitter as well at the other end, but just struggling to get going at the moment. 3 over power play. Yeah, so just some players to watch for both sides. I mean, for the Gladiators, Mohamed Moyes and Nukvi unfortunately going first ball. You got Coley. Imran Hyder's a pretty good keeper batter. Cosmin Zavoiu is their captain. He's a native Romanian player, as is Pavel Florent. He's listed right down the bottom. We may see him win the ball. Banyasa, I think, keep your eyes on Ijaz Hussain. I think he's normally one player to watch, as we see Coley knocking this away for a single. Let's see if Moyes can get going, though. I think he is the one that carried their batting last year, Rico. And he's also an important bowler. He'll open the bowling for them. So the two out there probably will open the bowling, I'd imagine. Last year, these two met in matches 13 and 14 in the series, and they split the series 1-1. So it shows you there's not too much between these two teams. They both won 2 out of their 8 matches as well. But Banyasa, they progressed to the finals in 4th on net run rate.
It's a good delivery. Pitches that right up. He's certainly varied his line a bit here, hasn't he? One thing I've noticed here, Vinny, and you were here last year. I mean, this ground, it does, if you're looking at it now, it slopes. It's quite a bit of a slope, actually, from right to left. So I'm guessing that anyone who's good at playing any shots down the offside is going to score a lot of runs. This one's hit pretty firmly. And the man at long off makes no mistakes. Well fielded by Jobby Charlie.
It's typically a high-scoring ground. I mean, the highest successful chase we've ever had in ECN cricket was here. It was Cluj chasing 159 against ACCB. As we get to the end of the second over, it's 9 for 1, so not too high scoring at the moment. And yeah, so that highest scoring chase, successful chase was here. We also had the highest power play until it was broken by Drew in the ECL recently. Had a power play of 77 by ACCB. That was in that match where they posted 158 and lost. So it is typically high scoring. I think in Romania, I think the batting is often just a bit better than the bowling. I think it's a batting heavy country. Prasanna's back for a second over.
It's well struck. You've got to be looking at singles here. They're being a bit hesitant, is understandable, especially when we saw Monique Coley sort of sitting down almost in the middle of the pitch a couple of times and then had to go back, scuttled back. Flighted up, and this one goes. Does it go all the way? I think it does. Balle, manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, it's first Maximo of the tournament. It's a bit of a gift from Prasanna, really. We've seen a couple of times he's overpitched. That one wasn't a no ball, but the result was worse, 6 runs.
He goes after him again, and oh well, a one-handed casual effort from the fielder here. He needs to do better here. That's Numan Sajid, and I thought he was going to go over him, but it does dip. And when you watch this again, he should have taken it. Should have been two-hander. Look at that.
It looks bad because I think he thought it was going over him too. He couldn't surprise he had to play on that ball, really.
Yeah, so well, that's a chance.
Yeah, so Prasanna's had a real mixed bag, hasn't he?
Goes for a similar shot. Does Coley, gets a bit of inside edge on it.
Signs of a few nerves early with the running between the wickets in the first over. You can understand that as well, especially after a wicket going down first ball. I mean, the Booker S Gladiators, they didn't automatically qualify for this tournament.
Yeah.
There were 4 automatic qualifiers, and then, because they finished 5th last year, they had to basically win a qualifying mini-tournament last weekend.
Nice looking shot, and this time they do go, but once again, the backing up is not good, and well, this will be interesting to see. I'd like to see a replay of this, because if this is a direct hit, he was certainly struggling to make his ground.
Yeah, it could have been. I felt like, yeah, he's just home, but that's good pressure from Banyasa. Last ball of the power play coming up from Prasanna, who hasn't done a bad job. He's got 1 for 12.
And just wide of the fielder. Chase is on now. And they do take 2. In comes the throw, and it was a, well, good throw, quick throw, and well backed up by the captain, Ijaz Hussain. There's the end of the third end of the power play. And it finishes on 21 for 1. So they've just started going to move on. Of course, that big 6, the Shasai, as they say out here, certainly helped them got going. Buona ziwa. Good morning to everybody, wherever you're tuning in from, especially a lot of people on the YouTube chat already. Good morning to you who followed us from Bulgaria through to here, Romania, and very good morning to Indo-Bulgarian. They were the champions second time in a row in Bulgaria, and I know a lot of them and a lot of the players from the other teams will be tuning in today. And well, remember, as we always say, tell your friends, tell your family, join us, and namaste to everybody watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent.
Yes, Ken, welcome to IWBW and to Helix. And Sam, welcome back, Sam. Good to have you in the chat.
Goes for it, and the fielder is not going to stop this. This was hit with a bit of oomph, and it went pretty quick. It went like a bullet, and it was just there in the slot, wasn't it? And no mistakes made by Mohamed Wise, and gets a boundary. 4 runs to him.
Yeah, it was really well struck. You see, this outfield's pretty lush. See some beautiful little flowers actually on a fair bit of it. But yeah, I think what we saw last year is it does roll away quicker than it looks. And if that gets a haircut during the week, I think it might make it even faster.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you some details after this delivery. It's up in the air. Will he get there, the fielder? He does get there, but he can't hold on to it. Another let-off, and this time is Moyes. That gets dropped, and that one, this time it's Ranatunga, I think, coming in here. He gets both hands to it, and you have to say he should have gobbled this up, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty high as well. I think lucky that one wasn't called, and then unlucky it wasn't caught, I guess.
Yeah. Both batters now have given an opportunity, and as we say, these are 2 good batters. They can hurt you, and if you don't take those opportunities when they're given to you, you could be made to regret them.
Yeah,
I was
that's
going
right.
to talk about this ground, and 10 years ago it was a recycling point. See this delivery? That's right, folks. This was a recycling point. You can't imagine it. And it was the president himself, Gabriel Marin, who got involved, started to talk to the local government, and this marvellous facility grew, and it is quite a stunning ground now. So well done to that president, Gabriel Marin. Still is the president of Romanian cricket, and hope to meet him while we're here and certainly talk more about that. But yeah, it's fantastic. And you were talking about the runs being scored here. I think thanks to our stats gun, Suzanne, he's provided me with some information saying that on average score per innings was about 124.
Yeah. And so, yeah, not often you see average scores that high. Probably, typically it'd be maybe around 100, 105. So it shows you it's pretty high scoring. These 2 teams, though, probably don't have quite the batting depth some of the other teams do.
Opportunity. He didn't have to move. And once again, we see another fielder putting the catch down. Parminder Singh here. He just, I mean, he looked so casual. He thought, yeah, he yawned, but it's not that easy. He didn't get any balance there. It sort of hit him and hit him rigid rather than him sort of softening the impact. And, well, these opportunities are really going to hurt. You cannot give good players these kind of opportunities, Vinny. Well played, 4 runs. And that's the slope I'm talking about. You don't really get to appreciate that on the camera, but it's quite a bit of a slope. And I think once it gets past you down there, it's a little bit like the vortex, I think, in Bulgaria. It's gone.
It does run away down the slope. That's a good observation, Rico. Into the 4th over. The score is 33 for 1. Very good morning to you from Moira Vlasia Cricket Ground here, just outside Bucharest in Romania. It's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Full. Isn't it great to have some sunshine as well?
Wonderful.
We're bathing in the morning sun here. And yeah, a bit of a catching epidemic since the first over. Drop catching epidemic we've seen so far from Banyasa. But I'm getting a lot of questions, including from Soswain Abir, about who's favourite and who's stronger in this match. I can tell you last year, like I said, they both won 2 matches out of 8. They split their matches with each other. So the first match they played, it was Banyasa that won. The Booker S Gladiators won the second match. And it was just net run rate that separated them. So actually Banyasa took the 4th spot, went through to the finals, and Gladiators missed out on the finals. So it just shows you these teams are pretty even. And I think what we're seeing so far kind of bears that out. Booker S Gladiators, I think, pound for pound, I think they're probably more competitive in the T10 format than other formats.
And this one will be stopped. The batters should take 2, but they don't. They opt to take just the single.
Yeah, so Moyes is just one that hasn't really gotten going yet. But, I mean, I think we can all relate to that. We're still fairly early in the season. I'm sure the Booker S Gladiators, they probably had more cricket than some of the other teams because they had to go through that qualifying tournament. But even that had 1 day washed out. So they really just played the 1 day of cricket before this.
Firmly hit, and the man will field this, and the long off position, gets the throw in. I mean, the field at the moment, 2 men straight. Then we got 2 on the leg sides. The mid wicket is back and square leg, and then you've got that sweeper on the offside, extra cover. And bowled in! Oh, that's a boogie, oogie, woogie, Kookaburra, 5 ball. And he knocks him over. That's a good delivery. And, well, Praminda, he did put the catch down, but he said, give me the ball, I'll get me revenge. And he does, and he knocks them over in true Punjabi style, if you like. And this is a little bit of chuck there, Fatte going on here. It's a good delivery. I think it was full, it was straight. And just that change of angle, really, coming around the wicket and angling it in. And, of course, Moyes is coming down the wicket to try and play him. But, of course, he's not coming straight onto him. He's coming from a different direction. Knocks him over. Good bit of bowling. And the bowler, Praminda Singh, gets his revenge.
Yeah, and this is a pretty good delivery. It's full, it's straight, asks questions of Moyes, and we can all relate to it, I think. You know, you haven't played too much cricket. Like I said, they've just played the 1 day of cricket before this, you know, in a competitive way, Booker S Gladiators, and you just can't deal with it. So, disappointing start for Moyes. I'm sure we'll see him back in the ball in the second half of this match. It's 35 for 2 now, halfway through the 5th over. This brings a good play to the crease. Imran Haider, pretty experienced. You'll see him behind the stumps as well for the Gladiators today. But yeah, it's pretty nicely done by Praminda Singh.
Just take it easy. Guard there. Liking the banner there behind there. Let's play cricket. Yeah, why not? Let's play cricket, have some fun. And I know that here particularly, and in this area, Mawaravla Siya, that it's the first area, and thanks to the club here as well, that cricket is being introduced into the local schools, 4 schools in total, and that's always a wonderful sign, because you know that that's a sign of growth and development.
Yeah, it sure is. You see a lot of youngsters getting involved in the game in this area as well. Haider for the first time.
Now look, I'm going to tell you this,
Go on.
and I'm not going to tell you it again. I know we get some nice delights, some nice food that's always brought to us by a lot of lovely people, and I know the lunches will be coming soon. Do not leave any of your food lying around here. I'll tell you why in a minute.
Okay.
Well, probably will be called a wide. Good bit of work behind the stumps there, though, from Abdul Shakur.
I was going to say, don't leave any of your food around here because I'll eat it. But
Yeah,
tell me.
well, the reason you don't, because you do know that there's around 6,000 brown
I
bears
know what you're going to say.
in Romania.
Yeah, the bears.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the forest there, and I know there's probably a few in there. In fact, it's the second largest population of bears, I think, in Europe. So, yeah, just be warned you.
Yeah, I was aware of the threat, but thanks for reminding me.
Okay.
But be alert, not alarmed with the bear issue. I mean, they even have it on the Cricket Romania logo. You'll see it. So, yeah, it's... I haven't seen them in the city anyway, which is where we're staying. Enough to see any walking down the street.
Full toss, but in the air. I don't know the fielder's going to get to this. It makes a marvellous attempt. And, yeah, doesn't quite get the power into the shot. Joby Charlie, been a busy man. I'm liking the intent here. Great effort.
Excellent effort. And he knew it was probably going to plug and not go to the boundary anyway. So, yeah, fantastic. You know, shot to nothing really, because if he caught it, it would have been a great catch. As it is, only cost him a single. End of the 5th over. It's 38 for 2.
Yeah, just have a look at the scorecard. Some money. Cooley. Well, after getting a bit of luck early on, he's the main contributor so far. Still there. 25 of 14.
See, if it was April Fool's, I know we're now at the end of April, but I so would be renting a bear costume to put the fright through you. I think I would be having a bit of fun with that. I'd be worried about getting a tranquilizer dart or something. Here's Joby Charlie for over number 6.
He starts with a wide. That's his loosener out of the way once again. Good work behind the stance by Abdul Shakur. Look, I do see there is a nice fence that goes around here that stops anything coming in from the woods, but I know the size of brown bears. I don't think that fence is going to hold them back. Here comes Charlie once more. Full toss this time, and I suspect that was probably going down the leg side. They got away with the height there. Luckily, it did come back down, but yeah, I think the direction is down leg side. This is one that I think Imran excuse me, Mamit Kohli missed out on. Needs to put these away. Let you talk about the bear. Look, there it is. I see one.
Yeah, told you they're everywhere on the logos.
Yeah, just keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that banner on the Federation banner there.
Tells you all you need to know.
Oh, well, he gets lucky here. This is well bowled. Looks like he's getting his radar right here, Jobby Charlie. And just catching a bit of bat pad there, I think, and going over the stumps. It's a lovely start to the day. Temperatures at the moment currently, I think, about 15, 16. They will rise up to around 24. That's what we're talking about, a bit of sunshine. One strike, doesn't quite get the timing right. We'll pick up a single.
Yeah, much as I've talked about the high-scoring nature of this ground, I think these are the two teams that, yeah, like I said, maybe don't have the depth of some other teams with the bat. And also, I think with it being early in the tournament, I think this could be a slightly lower scoring morning than some of the other games we'll see this week. So I think even something like 80 is pretty competitive.
Again, he's just darted it down the leg. I mean, those last couple of deliveries, if he's able to get those sort of pitching around the off stump, I think he could have Kohli in a bit of trouble. Doesn't seem to be dealing with these Yorker length deliveries very well. He's probably getting just a tad frustrated. I think a big shot could be coming here. He plays this all the way along the ground to long on, takes the single. And good time for us to also say a good morning to the umpires here today. The man in black, Andrew Begg and Abe Milan. And they've been well supported by the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch. Who, like the rest of the ECN crew, made their way over from Bulgaria. It was a long day yesterday. Unfortunately, it wasn't a direct flight, but it was lovely to get here, and base is good. Quite happy with the base. Nice, comfortable bed, a nice sleep after a good feed, and more tremendous cricket here in Romania. And it's my first time. Is your second or third?
It's my second. It's my second time here for cricket. I have made a couple of trips here before, just on my travels. But yeah, it's been great to be back here. And it's a wonderful country. I think every country has a slightly different kind of feel about it, and there's certainly something unique about Bulgaria, where we were last week, and similarly with Romania. It's good to see a lot of old friends as well.
And that's very good running. That's a good backing up, and Hayder wanted it and went straight away. Well, we were talking about watch out for the Bears. We're being attacked from a different angle here. We're getting the aerial attack. What's happening here? Chris, where are you, Chris? We need you. We need help.
It's going to happen here. All right, we'll see what we can for this ball. Here's Parminder Singh.
Slashes at this, and the chase is on the Iba, but not going to get there. And that's well run, well chased by Prasanna. But this is 4 runs. It was a full toss. And Chris is coming to rescue us. We're all right. He's coming. He's here.
Yeah, so it was a full toss, and then, well, we had cube issues last week.
Where are you, Maxi? Where are you?
I'll come back in a second to
this. Where are you?
This one just sneaks in.
Sneaks in.
Yeah, so the cube has attacked us already. There we go. Well, we're up. It'll happen. So, the cube. Okay. I know a lot of our viewers aren't permanent cube watchers now.
I'll talk. You stop blowing.
The next one. And it's
that's extra cover.
Yeah, that would be one.
I've never commentated on my knees before.
Find that hard to believe.
Ow.
Hello to Love.
Hit on the head now.
He's saying hello to us and to Jacob as well, to everyone else. Welcome.
Hey, just give us that helmet. There we go. Well struck. Good shot, but we'll go straight to Jobby Charlie.
Hitting a few good shots, but finding it hard to pick up the boundaries. I think Yeah, I mean, it's getting that time, isn't it? They've got 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah, that's the Hoover, if you can hear that. It's our ice cube is being blown up again. That's nice. And well, they're asking a question. And they may go upstairs here. Now the umpire seems quite happy. The bowler's not happy. The bowler's furious.
Pretty good throw. I don't know if he's not happy with.
I think it did take an age to get to it. I think that was the thing. The throw was good, but Numan Sajid didn't really attack that ball, which allowed the batters to take the second. You see, it was very
really
casual.
Good dive.
And look at this. And
He just gets there.
yeah, that's really good running, though, isn't it? That's the way to do it, isn't it?
Excellent replay as well. I mean, the dive saved him, basically. Excellent work. So end of 7 overs, the 50 is up with that shot as well. It's 51 for 2. Yeah, can they just get 10s from here? Get to 81. I feel like that could be reasonably competitive. You know that Banyasa have got some good batters, but a bit like Gladiators, they'll be a bit short of batting.
Good morning to our production team as well.
Morning, guys.
Martin's, of course, was in Bulgaria, but then we also are joined here by Valentine. Last time I saw Valentine was in Malta, and Williamson as well.
Yeah, to Williams. And look to you guys, this is where we're going. We're in Romania now. We'll be in Sweden. That's the next stop in the ECS. 4 weeks there in May before Prague, Vienna and Budapest. And personally, I'll be spending the first 3 days here in Romania. Then I'll be jetting off to Spain to cover the T20s for ECN. So, Rico, I'll leave it in your capable hands. Well, Hyder's going to be gone here.
Adios, adios. That's good, that's better. That's the way to do it. Attacks it, gets the throw in. And they're full of delight.
That's Isfahan Doki that throws it in, direct hit. 56 years of age. You wouldn't know it. He is an absolute gun. I think, just have a look at this. I mean, often talk about hiding fielders down there, but he picks it up, throws it, not really balanced, and you see, he was not even close to making that. And Doki, well, he was happy with it. Why not? As Hyder, another veteran, he's run out by the elder statesman. And so that's the 3rd wicket to fall. In the 8th over, Booker S Gladiators are 51 for 3, and it brings to the crease Shalith Aravinda.
That was a really good bit of work there from Doki, wasn't it? I mean, that just showing you the experience, isn't it? As soon as he gets it in his hands, he releases it. Also good, I think, from Abdul Shakur. He realises straight away the ball is online to hit the stumps.
Yeah.
And lets it go through without interrupting it, and it needed a direct hit. Good work.
Yeah, and you can't really blame Hyder there. I mean, it was a calculated risk. It was just a very good piece of fielding. It's the kind of time in the innings where, especially with boundaries hard to come by, you have to run hard, you have to take those risks. But it's Ijaz Hussain now, the captain. He is the key player for Banyasa. He's obviously decided he wants to bowl at the end of the innings, so he's bowling 8 and he'll probably bowl 10. Wicket first ball due to the run out. Here's Aravinda on strike.
Well, this was... I was going to say, you can't really call that a disguised slow ball these days, because I think too many bowlers get that exaggerated grunt in.
Overcompensating. The loud grunt as if putting in all the effort, but the effort is to slow the ball down, really. And Kohli facing up now to Hussain. It's be a good battle. Kohli's on 29.
Well, good luck. He's gone a long way up. And the bowler dives out the way. But, well, it's gone so high, they've run 2.
That's really good running to just make up your mind it's going for 2. If it got dropped, and the fielder's going to have to find it. Paminda, I think, it is his catch. I think Ijaz Hussain does the right thing. He gets out the way. He kind of basically stops, drops, and makes it pretty clear he won't be going for the catch. Paminda gets there, but it just bounces out. Can't hold on. They do get 2. Good running from Aravinda to take the lead and get back for a second there. Kohli on strike, though.
Certainly swinging the bat at these, isn't he? Not quite getting the clean contact that he wants, but he's giving it everything. Yeah, it'd be disappointing there, I think, because that's the second one that he's put down. That one was not as easy as the first, but still, the ones that you should take. Got him. Judge the foot there, and you can see that's what he's trying to do, get that ball darted in. And this time there was a grunt, but the ball wasn't slow. It was quick and fast and knocks them over. Well bowled. Jabardasti bowling. And the captain, well, he does see one dropped of his bowling, but he comes back with a bang. So this is turning out to be a fruitful over.
Yeah, Ijaz Hussain, he's a pretty good player. You can see how he can mix up his pace. This is the pace on Yorker. Also has that slower ball. was just too good for Aravinda, wasn't it? So it becomes the 4th wicket to fall. Gladiators now 55 for 4. Yeah, Ijaz Hussain is also a national team representative. In 2021, we saw him in the ECC. Now, he really impressed me. I remember he took 3 for 22 against Hungary during that series. And yeah, did take 8 wickets in T10 cricket on ECN in 2021. He's a pretty clever performer. Also handy with the bat. He scored an 80 against United last year in the ECS.
Booker Ahmed is the new batter. Tall chap. And this one will be called a wide. Going for the Yorker there. Hussain just straight down the leg side. I'm liking the work behind the stumps from Abdul Shakur, I have to say.
He's a good keeper. He's a cool head as well behind the stumps.
There's that slower ball. Ooh-ah! There's normally a name that follows that, but not this time.
But you see the difference between the ball that bowled Aravinda and that one. I mean, it's a world of difference. Picked up for the new batter. Into the 8th over now. It's 56 for 4. Yeah, we just had 2 double-figure overs in the innings. The 3rd and the 4th went for a dozen. That last one just going for 5, and 2 wickets fell in it, including the run out of the first ball of the over. And Hussain still got 1 to bowl. So it's going to be tough to get runs off him. Looks like they're going back to Joby Charlie. And his over, and he went for 4 when he bowled in the 6th. So Ijaz Hussain certainly has juggled his bowlers pretty well here. He'll be looking to keep them to something around maybe the 70 mark. But, this field is quick, but it's not as quick as it is sometimes. I think something in the 70s is probably more defendable than usual.
Up in the air, and has it got the legs to go over the fielder? No, it doesn't. That is a really, really good catch. He judges that to perfection. He had no room to manoeuvre here, and Ahmed, if he steps back, it's going to be a boundary. That's a really good catch. We've seen some dropped, and some of them have been easy. This one was not easy. It was really difficult, but he made it look easy, and no wonder that he's got smiles on his face, and that's another wicket to Joby Charlie.
Great awareness, because he knew where the boundary was. He set up camp pretty much just inside the boundary, knowing, okay, this is how far I can go. I'm not going to take a step back. So he just stands there and he takes it very, very well in the end. Sticks the landing, essentially. And so Kohli, that's a key wicket, isn't it? He batted well. Just needed 1 more metre. He would have had 6 instead. He goes for 32 off 25. 2 fours and a Maximo in his innings. And he leaves at 56 for 5. And Gladiators need to be careful here. Ali Jawad, the left-hander, comes to the crease at number 7.
Yeah, very good catch. Charlie doing the bowling. And Ahmed doing the jobby with the catching.
He's going to come around to Ali Jawad. No fine leg in play.
And it's the 3rd man that's got to give this chase. And he's not going to catch up with it. Valuable runs. It's not where he's looking to hit it. But that'll do. Gives it the almighty swing. Well, fortune favours the brave. Poquito de suerte ahí. 4 carreras.
Yeah, so it's a good approach.
That's what they need here now, isn't it? They need runs from somewhere. We were talking a while ago about the 80, but they're struggling to get there at the moment. Well struck. They probably will think about 2. They do. In comes the throw, and it's well run in the end. Nicely done. I like that because the intent from Jarwood, as soon as he strikes this, you can see as the batters cross, he's saying, I want 2. And I think his body language showed straight away to Ahmed that he had to get his running shoes on, and they complete it. And they complete it really comfortably as well.
Yeah, it's well done. They're going to have to hustle for these last 9 balls.
Takes the single. Once again, good running. So opportunity now for Ahmed to try and get off the mark. So remember, the innings started the very, very first ball of this series being the wicket, Atif Naqvi. Well bowled, right through him. A bit of pace as well here from Charlie. Liked his work, I've liked his work and his energy in the field, and he brings that into his bowling as well.
Yeah, he does. Still, they're trying to attack here. yeah, they can get their 70s, maybe get a couple of early wickets. They've got some good bowlers, Gladiators. Could be competitive here. Last ball of the over.
Oh, well, this one nearly takes the leg stick. It's a good Yorker length delivery. And now you can see the batter thinking this is going to be one that's going to be on his pads, because it is swinging, but it then sort of just stops. So no run there. That is the end of the 9th over, and they're really going to struggle to get anywhere near that 80.
Yeah.
I think the best maybe they can hope for around about 75.
Yeah, you'd hope
but
so.
But where are those runs going to come from?
It's true. Yeah, 70 plus here. Gives you something to bowl at. Got to say hello to Prakash Mishra, who's watching from Bulgaria. Great to see you in the chat, Prakash. And we had a great week in Bulgaria. And, congratulations on your win for Indo-Bulgarians. Also hello to Taranjit Singh, who's watching in the chat.
Wide delivery, that'll help.
Not
yes, good morning to...
Yeah, sorry, not going to get too many runs off Ijaz Hussain either in this 10th over, right?
No, that's why, I mean, any extras you'll take. Ijaz will no doubt get it back on the money here. Flights this up to the left-hander, hits it well. You want to push, Willie. Yeah, they do go. And that's very, very good running.
Now look,
and
turn around.
They could go. He's not looked. He's not looked. He just kept on running, hasn't he?
Wakas is out of energy tablets. He was gone. So he just grabbing his hamstring a bit there as well.
Yeah, I think Wakas Ahmed here, he knew there was every chance that he was going to be run out, but he thought, it doesn't matter, I've got to go for it. And I think that's the right way to think here. You're not going to be bowled out, so you've got to be a bit sacrificial here to try and get whatever runs you can get.
You got the wickets to play with.
Again, struck out. This time, I don't think they will get the 2. It's a better throw. Yeah, that's good cricket. They get the single. Yeah, I was going to say a very good morning to Kapitan Prakash Mishra. Champions again, Indo-Bulgarian, and also to Taranjit. Hello, Taranjit. And that'll be out. That's good work from Hussain. He knows that the non-striker has departed from the crease. All he has to do is take this cleanly, and does, and finishes the job. Can't blame the batter there. Of course, Jawad has to go for it. He knows he has to try and get to the other end and get more runs on the board. It wasn't to be. So Ali Jawad walks back.
Yeah, I mean, that's an acceptable wicket, really. I think it makes sense to be backing up and to maybe looking for that. It's just one of those things, and the wicket doesn't hurt him that much. Essentially, there's not really any set batters at the crease. So, 3 to come.
Oh, that's an absolute beaut. Absolute beautiful delivery. I don't know what the batters are quite doing here.
Don't think that's a free hit.
That's absolutely done him. What a lovely delivery. It's not the first time that Ijaz Hussain has produced this. And here we go. And boom! Lovely bit of bowling.
Yeah, full straight. And that's what makes him so dangerous. Change of pace. He gets this one just right. So essentially 2 wickets and 2 balls. 67 for 7 with a couple remaining. Got over this from Ijaz Hussain so far. And it's going to be Zawar Ali to bat, I should say. He'll be facing Cosmin Zavoy. The skipper has come out at the other end. Not sure if he'll be required at this stage.
Team hat-trick, possibility. One of the first one was the run-out. Done by Ijaz Hussain. And then the clean bowl with that lovely Yorker length delivery. And, well, if I were him, I would try and do the same thing. Again, as the batter is taking a leg stick guard. I always find that actually quite amusing, Vinny, when the batters take a guard. As you see, he does go for the Yorker, and he gets it. Fandazzy doozy. What a lovely bit of bowling this is. This is what it's all about. Well, that is the team hat-trick. And, well, you never know. I believe there's a ball to come in the over, so he may actually, could be 4, and he could actually complete a hat-trick himself. Well, if he bowls his delivery to the next batter, he will get it, because that, well, it moves in as well. It's Yorker length, and unless you're prepared to move your feet, you're gone. And there you go. He's showing the 3 fingers, saying that's 3 on the spin.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a very good chance of an actual hat-trick here, isn't he? Because you got last ball, you know, that the batter's going to have to go at it. He's going to have to get out there as well, the new batter, because I don't think he was expecting to be required. But it will be Ali Zain who will be facing up to the hat-trick ball, also the last ball. Yeah, it's just good execution of skills. It's one thing to know what to do, another thing to actually do it. So, yeah, pretty well done.
Yeah, his figures so far, just have a look at that. They're absolutely stunning. He's got 3 wickets for 9, a ball to go. And, well, there's every chance if this is full and straight that he's going to get this hat-trick. He got a hat-trick last week, of course, in Bulgaria from Waleed Khan. He took 4 for 9.
Yeah, I can tell you what. It's, I'll never say a hat-trick's more likely than not, but I'd say you're on to the number 10 and you got last ball and you get this right, then I think you could say he's favourite to do it. He just is saying 3 for 9. He's held himself to the back of the innings. He's made it really tough for them to get any sort of acceleration into this innings.
Here we go. Hat-trick ball. Zain, the batter on strike. Oh, and he bowls out here.
No.
This is really, really unfortunate. And it's going to be another wicket.
He's not even going to take it.
Oh, look, this is so sporting.
Wow.
I mean, look, I'm going to clap here. And I think we should all clap. Because sometimes you don't see a lot of this. I mean, look, he's gone. He's gone.
Yeah,
he's not even on the picture. He should be run out here.
It wouldn't cost him a run, so.
And Hussain says, nah.
Saving a bit of time, if anything. I would have taken the fantasy points, though, for sure. Anyway, they do get a single off the last, and they will end up at 69 for 8 off their 10 overs. They'll set 70 for Banyasa, but what a good effort from the captain. Ijaz Hussain with the ball. Finishes with 3 for 10. Savoy, well, he could have been gone, but he does stay out there. Look, yeah, like I say, it wasn't going to save a run if he ran him out or not.
It's still, you know, it's a
nice
really
moment.
lovely thing to do. I think too many people would just not be thinking about that. Get the ball, say, yeah, I'm going to hit you out. And Savoy, well, I think he's going to be buying a round of drinks later and saying thank you to the captain, because that could have been the 4th wicket in the over. And as it was, go back to the highlights. It was a terrible, terrible start. Atif Naqvi was out the very first ball of this series in Romania, and that was Prasanna doing the bowling. But then there was a bit of a partnership. I think this was the only time when you can say that Booker S Gladiators looked like they were going to get somewhere. They were assisted with some drop catches. Well, we saw a couple of them there back to back, and we were saying that, well, good batters, something like Moyes at the time and Coley, could really punish you, but it wasn't to be, because it was Moyes who went to some good bowling.
Yeah, he did. He just never got going, did he? It was Coley really that carried this innings for the most part. But how about Doki, the 56-year-old, who comes up with a direct hit? And you're right, Abdul Shakur, you realise that one was hitting, and that was the end of Haida. And then the wicket started tumbling. Really pretty impressive bowling performance from Banyasa, really. I didn't see too many extras. I think they held a few catches, maybe not all, but they held some key ones. And then, yeah, towards the end, let's see that. Booker S Gladiators just trying to push for every run, create a few run-outs. Ijaz Hussain was good, he was full, he was straight, mixed up his pace well. And in the end, 70 will be the chase for Banyasa.
Yeah.
Despite losing the toss and having a field first, I think they're pretty happy where they're at the halfway point of match 1.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fine bit of bowling there at the end. That's what you call good bowling at the death. It's getting it right up there, and it's not just straight. He's getting the swing in as well. It's very difficult for any batter to come into that, and you can see there's quite a number of ducks now. Well, there is a nice lake. Here's the Mawavlasia Lake. It's the same name as the town on the ground. And it's going to be quite a few ducks in that one from that innings. The early main contributor from Monique Coley, as you saw there. He batted pretty well for 32, 25 deliveries. But the bowling, I think all the bowlers bowled particularly well, and the most expensive was Anik Ahmed. He went for 19, but still, you know, you take that. I always say that if you can go for under 20 as a bowler, you've done pretty well. You should, and you see there that you have 2 bowlers, 11, 2 and 14, but of course, the main contributor was Ijaz Hussain, taking 3 for 11. So well bowled. So the very first match in Romania here at this beautiful ground, Moravalasia. It looks absolutely stunning. The sun is out, and well, it's a low score from the Gladiators. They didn't bat like Gladiators there today. Only one man, Coley, showed any real resistance and firepower, but Have they got firepower with the bowling? Can they do the same thing to Banyasa that was done to them? Well, we shall find out. Rico Fool here with Mr. Maximo. We'll be right back in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of the very first match here in the FanCode, the Open Cricket Series Romania. Hasta pronto! Hello and welcome back to the Muara Valasia cricket ground here in Romania. There you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series in Romania and Bucharest. And well, it's the Booker S Gladiators that started proceedings in match 1. They've had their bat and well, they won't be too pleased with where they've ended up. 69 for 8. They, only one contributor really with the batting, and that was Monique Coley, 32-25. So they've really got some work to do here in this match if they're to try and get anything out of it, really. But the good thing is for them, whatever happens for both these teams, they'll have an opportunity to make amends because they do it all over again in the next match. Match number 2, it's back-to-back fixtures here. But they need to take something positive from it. So even though they know they haven't got too many runs on the board, even if they bowl and field really well, they take something positive into the next match. Well, that's what they've got to do. And at the moment, well, Mohamed Moyes, I think he's looking to do more than just take something positive into it. He wants to take a few wickets and see if they can win this low-scoring match. That's a beaut. Gets that movement away. And gets this to seam away beautifully. Lovely delivery first up. Not often you see that. We're so used to seeing maybe the first ball from a bowler being a bit of a loosener, but that was an absolute peach. So showing what they can do here. Tunga, he's the batter. Sajid is his non-striker. Goes for the Yorker. This is well played. The chase is on for the fielders. And they do get there. And well, there's a man of the moment. And Flavin Florent showing that he's big and fast at the same time. This was like the 100 metres here, wasn't it? And you saw he came from third and finished first and got there. And of course the main thing was to make sure that nothing touches the rope. I think he was okay there. That's good work. The runs on the board. Oh, that's really well bowled. This could be trouble. And asking the question. And I think the only thing that saves him here is maybe this would have continued to go down leg, but certainly worth a shout. It's a really, really good delivery. I'm surprised that there wasn't more of an appeal there. Sort of a half-hearted sort of appeal from some of the other fielders. That was a really good ball. And that's another juicy one as well. So showing his quality here. Mohamed Moyes. Yeah, I mean, look, when I saw the replay of that one, I'm thinking to myself, you know what, I've seen them given. I really have. I think you get a good appeal in there. You put a bit of pressure on the umpire. Speaking of umpires, Andrew Begg is there with SK Manyan. This one is goes down legs up, it catches something on the way through. Yes. And, well, I thought it catches something on the way through. Didn't see anything there, I have to say. But the umpire's in the right position to see those. This is hofted up in the air. There is a fielder back there, and no mistakes made. What a good catch this is. It goes a long way up, and the fielder, he gets himself. When you talk about balance before you take a catch, this is exactly what I mean. He sees it early, he gets himself in a really good position and takes a very, very good catch. That's Wakazamid out there. Have a look, see, eye on the ball, he knows the ball is dropping, gets his body in perfect position and takes a good catch. And they do get the wicket that they wanted, and it comes right at the end of the first over. So, Manatunga, he does depart. And they do get the early wicket that they needed. So it's 2 for 1, as it was in the Booker S Gladiators innings. So they're still in it. Just got to keep believing and just keep picking up the wickets. Rika full here. And back in the commentary box, here's Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah, pretty good first over. Yeah, I would have been yelling for that LB.
It looked really close, didn't it?
Pretty close, didn't it? But they do get the wicket in the end. So Moyes making up with the ball for his slightly underwhelming performance of the bat. And now we're going to see Zawar Ali in over number 2.
He plays his away beautifully. And this one goes all the way. Don't be shy, Mr. Umpire. Put him up in the air like you just don't care. And that's Abed Banyan giving the signalling. And that's a really nice shot. I was saying that is quite unusual to see your first delivery being a good one. That wasn't a good one. It was sort of had hit me written all over it. And Numan Sajid, he made no mistake. He did hit it, and he hit it hard.
Wasn't a well-directed delivery. Darali will shape it into the right-hander.
Better this one, so he's got the loosener out of the way. You can say, and Ali comes back with a dot ball. Good reply.
Yeah. And if they're going to defend this Gladiators, it's not impossible. Don't often see scores in the 60s defended, but they're going to have to get Ijaz Hussain, number 10, who's just come out to the non-striker's end.
This is hit well. This goes all the way. Balle, balle. Ginna, sona. Ginna, bada, shaka.
Well, Danushka Lakmal, the 12th man for Gladiators, he has taken that clean as a whistle. He better get on the field because he was just sitting minding his own business, and he took that clean as a whistle. I'll tell you what, it was a big shot, wasn't it? And Banyasa, not just Hussain that's a threat. It's a pretty big shot from Sajid. He's hit 2 of his 3 balls he's faced for 6.
Oh, he's done him. Oh, what a comeback this is, and he's absolutely delighted about it. Ali, well, I think he has a thing to say to the batter there as well. And I think he's just been told to calm down a little by Kohli. Look at that. If looks good, kill. This is a sensational delivery. He's fired up. He certainly didn't like being hit for that big 6. And he come back with a beauty. How about this? Oh, look at that. That's an absolute gem of a ball. But the celebration, look at this. I don't know if we get it all in here. He says, yeah. Oi, jolly yar, jolly. Think your karaki dekh ja wapas. And then he says, look, you got to go that way, mate. And, well, you may get a little word from Stefan Gooch to say, okay, yeah, that's all right. But look, just calm it down a little.
Wouldn't be a great poker player, Zawar Ali, because I don't think he kept his emotions hidden very well. He was filthy at getting hit for 6 twice. That was a good one. Top of off stump. And just a difficult net to do anything with. And so Banyasa lose the second wicket, 14 for 2. Must admit, that was probably just on the side of the okay line for me. He didn't really point or anything. He was just fired up, maybe gave the outgoing batter a bit of a glare. Anyway, here's Abdul Shakur. He's a pretty good player. I think these 2 are the key now for Banyasa. 14 for 2. And here's Zawar Ali fired up.
Goes for a full length delivery. First up to the new batter, like that. It's a you miss, I hit sort of thing. So Ali, yeah, I mean, interesting over. Like you said, 2 6s come from it. But, well, he did have the last laugh, I suppose.
Say hello to Alison Cornish in the chat. And if you'd like to say hello, now's a great time. ECN European Cricket Network live chat always keeps it interesting. Only last ball of his over.
That's nicely worked away, but there is that fielder back out there. 2 men out deep in the offside.
It's Cosmin Zavoyu, the captain. As we get to the end of the second over, 16 for 2. He's the first regular captain that's ethnically Romanian. And Cosmin's certainly a player to watch. I actually think he's a pretty good slow bowling option. He underbowled himself last year. I think he's definitely somebody that can kind of mix things up a little bit. Doesn't bowl too many bad balls. Of course, they've got a few options, don't they, Gladiators? Moyes coming back for a second. So this is going to be a big over because obviously they're rolling the dice to bowl him out now, which I think is right because you need to break this partnership to win the game, to have any chance of winning the game. And so you bring back your strike bowler to do it. Ijaz Hussain will be facing up in over number 3.
Bit of respect. First up from Hussain.
Now, the other thing I'm curious about is whether we'll see Pavel bowling in this innings with his kind of unique offerings.
Yeah,
He takes lots of wickets here, you know.
He does.
He's risky, though. Can be expensive.
Placed it and taking the buys, and they do but Florent, I don't know what he's done here. Well, he goes down, he slides, goes down, he ends up on his back, and then he knees this over his head, and the batters say, "Thank you very much, Pavel." We're just talking about Pavel when he's bowling. Well, I thought, well, there's a risk he might give away too many runs, but he gives away one there in the field.
Don't even think we got that, but he slipped over backing up, but then he was lying down. The ball was coming to him anyway, but then bounced straight off his kneecap for an overthrow. So see if that's a lucky one or an unlucky one. As it is, EJ's on strike again.
Just wait for this. He sort of knows that this is going to be pitched up. Yorker length, waits for it. Nicely played, gets a single. Yeah, look, with Pavel, I think he's the ideal bowler when you've got a few runs on the board and you're going to try and get sort of almost buy a few wickets, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think when there's not, when you have got the runs on the board, yeah, okay, like if you put him on now, say once the power play is complete and say, right, 1 over, it either works or it doesn't.
Yeah.
But if that goes magical, then basically the game goes away from you.
Big gamble, isn't it? Here he is now, Florent. Oh.
Well,
Correct hit.
they're asking the question, but I think it looked, from this angle, looked like it was in pretty comfortably. I'm just wondering if they're going to check this.
Yeah, the issue is with the sun at this time of the day, you don't get a great look at the line on the replay. My instinct was he was just in. You can kind of see, make out the line there. In comes the throw now. Oh, I think he's just home. See there, just home.
Yeah.
So, yeah, great camera work, guys. Good throw as well by Pavel. Hits the stumps, but yeah, probably home by just a matter of inches.
Yeah, well, Pavel definitely wanted it. He wants to make amends for what happened earlier in the over. But no, it was good work from him, but batters do get in. Here comes Moyes once more. And he's lofted this. This is big. Que grande, que guay. Eso es genial.
Oh, that's big. And that's jumped right all over the giant ice cube. That was in the slot, and you can see EJ just saying, why he's so dangerous. And that was off stumper just outside. Just watch this, bang, off the tents. That was a huge hit. Moyes, you don't often see him taken down that way.
Well, I mean, 10 off his bowling now. It was, and that's with that 6. So you can see how good he's been up until then. And well, he also comes back with a bang, and this time it's his turn to tell the batter where he needs to go. And not for the first time in this innings does a bowler get hit for a big 6 and then comes back and says, yes, you did hit me for a big chassé, but now it's terminado. You'll go, eliminat.
Well, don't poke the bear. And the bear just directing traffic as I think he might have been pointing to where that last one landed. But that's twice we've seen bowlers sent out of the ground. And the big bear is fired up. And he won't get another ball because that's the end of his over. And a big wicket and maybe a turning point in the match as Hussain goes 6 and out into the power play. It's 26 for 3.
Well, that is a fine response. We were just saying that he's bowled so well before he was hit for that 6, which took his figures to 10. But he had picked up a wicket, and he says, well, I'm not done yet. He's got 1 ball to go. And he takes out the key man, the captain. Ijaz Hussain has to go for 8 or just 6 deliveries. Now it is very much game on. Very much so. And you know what? Going back to what we were talking about before, with those 3 wickets gone, power play in place, I would try Pavel now.
You think?
If you're going to try him, you try him now because they are a bit nervous. They know that their big wickets have gone. So these 2 batters are going to be feeling the nerves. And I think Pavel is the sort of player that he can get in your mind.
People hate facing him.
Yeah, he gets in your mind.
People hate facing him. Abdul Shakur, he's one that doesn't particularly enjoy it, just from personal experience. Anyway, they're going to go for Shalitha Aravinda. Don't forget, they've also got Manmeet Kohli, who can bowl a couple of pretty quick overs for Gladiators as well. Taranjit points out in the chat.
Taking no risk with that first delivery.
That wicket certainly fired up the Gladiators, who now can protect the boundaries a little bit more as well, because we're at the end of the power play. We've still got just 4 outfielders. Probably push 1 more back, but electing to keep 5 in the circle. Shakur on strike.
Nice looking shot, a little bit too much width, and this will be 4 runs. That's nicely played. And he looks like he's just waiting. Abdul Shakur, he's not rushing into anything. He sees the width on this one, gets into position, plays that way away beautifully.
Yeah,
Lovely shot.
Class shot, isn't it? And he's a good player, Abdul Shakur. I saw him batting pretty well at the higher level as well in ECC when he did get opportunities. Probably didn't play too many of those matches for the national team back in that ECC tournament in September.
Takes this away. Takes a single to the man behind square, and there was a lot of work to be done here by Aravinda, the bowler, to stop it. It wasn't the best of throws.
Yeah, it wasn't. He did well, Aravinda, to stop that going for an extra. So Alison's watching from Newcastle in New South Wales in Australia. That's a beautiful part of the world. Alison, I hope you're well. And it'll be a good time to watch as well. I think it's about 5 o'clock. You can settle in. Enjoy a day of ECN cricket. Still 3 matches after this today.
Oh, it's another one, bites the dust, and it's a first baller for Prasanna. The left-hander has to go. He's completely missed this. Oh, and as he walks back, he's going to hear it. It's not a nice sight for him, but it's absolute joy there for the Booker S Gladiators. What a delivery. This looks like he's going to be going outside off stump, comes back in, and really, well, he got number 13 on the back, but he was lucky with his first ball when he was bowling because he got the very first wicket of Atif Naqvi with the first ball off this match, but he now goes first ball as well.
That's an excellent piece of bowling. And well, the good thing, Rico, for the Ducks, there's a lake right nearby. You can put them, and it's a big one. I wonder if we'll have a few this week. But yeah, I mean, Gladiators, don't forget, they had to fight for their place in this tournament. Yeah. That's what makes them different to every other team here. The Gladiators had to qualify, and you can see how fired up they are. They want to say that they belong as an automatic pick. If they can make the top 4 this week, then you imagine they would be an automatic pick for next year's ECS. And so, how about that from Aravinda? Rattling the stumps again, 31 for 4. Very interesting match here in match 2.
Well, pressure time. Cautiously played, and I think, I don't know the depth and maybe the strength of the Banyasa batting, but really, when you look at Abdul Shakur, you have to think that maybe he's the man that the others have to sort of play around. Good morning to Jenny, the ECM photographer as well. Nice to see him making his way around the ground, taking some nice shots. Shots that you all appreciate. Well, this is a nice shot as well. Has he got enough on it to go to the boundary? Oh, that's really, really good fielding. Brilliantly done. And chases it all the way down. Doesn't give it up. A lot of people would have tried to chase this and get their foot on it. But not Cosmin. He does brilliantly. The captain leading by example.
Yeah, he's a very enthusiastic cricketer. End of the 4th over. Score now is 32 for 4. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo alongside me is Rico Fall. Welcome to Romania for the first time.
Thank you very much.
I mean, I feel a little bit like a local because they treat us so well here. And a big thank you to everyone from Romanian cricket that makes this possible. We really love coming here. Romania's got a special place in our history on the European Cricket Network because it was Cluj, the Romanian representatives in 2019 that kind of I suppose put us on the map on the world stage with Pavel, of course.
Tell me more about this. You were just talking there about qualifying. So how does that work?
So there's about 7 or 8 teams at the moment in Romania. Maybe sometimes maybe 9, 10, 11, 12, but depending on the level of cricket you're talking. But there were 4 automatic qualifiers in this tournament. Then it was the top 4 from last year. Booker S Gladiators finished 5th last year, so they had to qualify against 2 or 3 other teams in a tournament last weekend to be here.
Right, okay.
And they were leading after day 1. Day 2 was washed out. And so they were the best performing team in the qualifying weekend. And that's why they're here. And it always means a bit more to you in a way when you've had to fight for your spot. You're keen to prove yourselves.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, and I suppose the other thing to consider then is maybe they've had a bit of match practice.
Yeah, exactly.
So that will serve them well. Cooley. It's in the air. It's struck well, but to the fielder who deals with it really well as well. And he's got the Nelson number on his back, Zalai Ali. But makes no mistakes with that. Good positioning. Gets his body right behind it. Keeps it to 1.
This would be a great win if the Gladiators could defend 69 here.
Good deliveries down the leg side. That's one thing that up until now that the Booker S Gladiators have done very well. They've attacked the stumps and haven't been too many extras. I think that will be just the second wide.
It's been a feature of this game that there haven't been too many. So yeah, that's one thing. Just when we noticed Romania on the European stage internationally, it seems that their batters seem to struggle against the bowling, going up a notch.
In the air, but he gets it past the infielder, and the chase is on. It won't go to the boundary, and they take 2. That's what we've got to do here, Dan. It needs to be a little bit of a rebuilding process. And you can see the scores were so similar where the teams were, but of course you had that flurry of wickets towards the end of the Booker S Gladiators innings. A bit optimistic, but no run taken. That's not the best probably of backing up from Shakur. He's probably just hoping that he can just bide a bit of time there. And well, it looks pretty. I mean, Supindahaya seems to be okay. He's getting behind the ball. He's played some nice shots on the onside.
Got to be feeling a few nerves though, don't you, if you're coming at this stage? Just over halfway to the target.
It's his pad this time, and they go up again. It's another shake of the head from the umpire, Andrew Begg.
Coley's a good bowler, and he does get it through. It's a pretty good shout. Maybe just going down the leg side. If it wasn't by much. That's an umpire's call for me.
Yeah, not a lot in it, but I think that's the right call. I think it was the shape of the ball was probably just going to go and maybe just miss, but not a lot in it.
If he gave it out, I wouldn't have said it was a terrible decision. It was looking leg stumpish. Just a bit of movement behind the screen, but yeah, I mean, Coley's still got an over to go after this. That's not going to be an easy one.
So nicely played, well timed, but a well-timed stop as well from the fielder.
So Zavoyu again.
Yeah.
He's a good player, isn't he? And, we haven't really seen him with the bat. He just was out there but didn't face the ball. He's a pretty handy bowler as an off-speed option. But yeah, at the moment, game in the balance, run a ball. I mean, it looks easy on paper, but a lot of work still to do. I think if Abdul Shakur's there, this situation does suit him. He can pick up a run a ball with a minimum risk.
Oh, that one was probably one that the batter didn't need to go after. I think in their mindset here as we go to the end of the 5th over, so the halfway mark, it's 41 for 4. I think what they're thinking is about the rate here. They can do it. Actually, they can do it with singles. So I get the feeling that the experienced Shakur is probably speaking to Haya here and say, look, don't be tempted to go for the big hit if the ball is on the stumps, because we don't need to. If it's a loose delivery, fine, attack the ball. But otherwise, let's just keep the singles. Let's just rotate, put away the bad ball. That's all they have to do to get the win.
Yeah, that's a good point. No one's exceeded 12 so far, and that was Noman Sajid who got them in 2 big hits. But yeah, you can play a fairly risk-averse game here, but then, you know, if you get too conservative, you can kind of bat yourself into trouble as well. So what do they need here? I think it's 29 off 30. So you need some top balls to get you back into the game. Yeah, so yeah, the bugs are out. Rico, that's the other thing. I see that you've just been introduced to the bugs. We are near the lake, so you occasionally get a few
Are they the appetizers before lunch? Because I think I've swallowed a few already.
All right, so here comes Wakas Ahmed.
Starts with a wide, Ahmed. Remember, he was responsible for taking that fantastic catch on the boundary to get Sungo out.
Just not a bad first delivery, just pulled it a bit to the left. See if you can get back on target.
There he can. And well, there's nothing better than that. That's the bullseye if you're talking about the target. Well, he relined the radar and he takes it. And what What a big player he's turning out to be in this match. His catching was superb. And now, well, he knocked the middle stump out of the ground. Brilliant bowling, Vinny.
That's a boogie, oogie, oogie super strike, as you'd say, Rico. And he certainly did get it back on target. Straight through the gate, spinner high, can't deal. Yeah, they want to keep taking those wickets. It ramps up the pressure on Abdul Shakur at the other end. But an excellent piece of bowling from Wakas Ahmed to pick up higher for 5. And that is now 5 wickets down, 42 for 5 in the 6th over. Still some work to do as we see Joby Charlie coming to the crease at number 7.
Yeah, Joby Charlie. He had, up until now, his work has been superb in this match. He's fielding at the long off position, made some key stops and bowled really well as well. And now, can he also be the saviour with the bat? Can he get the partnership together that he needs with the man who looks quite set up to Shakur? Shakur, for me, just needs to be taking control of the innings, though. I think he needs to be telling the other batters what their role is. Take the single, get me on strike, listen to my calls. Because I think if he can get on to score maybe 25 runs or so, then they'll win this match. Well bowled. Beats Charlie outside the off. Top delivery.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a real chance to build some dottage here with 4 left in the over. I'd like to see maybe 1 or 2 more brought in to prevent that single. Wakazama delivering so far.
This one's very wide. Great bit of keeping there from Imran Haider. This is a good stop.
Yeah, Haider's a good keeper. This really goes, though. What's that? Look at the wobble he's getting. If he can get that on target, it's going to be really hard to hit.
Yeah. There's definitely been movement here today. I mean, we saw a fair bit of movement last week in Bulgaria, and it's the same here. They're getting these kookaburras to move around. This could be another wide. It is. He's just falling away here. You see, when he's bowling, he's pretty far away from the stumps. And because of his natural action, where he sort of straight away is falling away from the stumps, the ball is following that as well. Just needs to get a bit, bowl the same line, but get closer to the umpire.
Yeah, that's one tactic you can do for sure, and that should help. I think it's maybe started to run a bit wider, so his body angle is just facing a bit more to the right.
Fuller, bat on ball, and Joby Charlie gets off the mark, gets the single.
Let's see what Shakur's approach is here. He'll probably feel like it's really tough for them to lose the game if he is still there. You know, hard to see him batting to the 10 over mark and them not getting to 70.
Yeah, but he's got to have the strike, isn't he? Yeah. That's what I mean. He's got to manipulate the strike. Lovely strike. That's a good bit of bowling, actually, because I'm pretty sure that Shakur was probably thinking this is going to be another one pitched up full, maybe looking for it to be full outside the off stump, but he bangs it in.
Right now, the Gladiators are fine with Shakur getting 1 and just trying to work on the other batter and just trying to get the runs back above the balls. I just smell a low-scoring thriller here.
Nicely played shot, actually. Plays it well. Gets another single, so I think that with the last ball come here, it gives Shakur the opportunity to assess. He can take the single and go back on strike, but if he gets the opportunity to play a big shot, I think he will.
Entertaining first match, really, so far. Anyway, Ahmed trying to finish his over. He won't do it that way, but he will get one more crack at Abdul Shakur.
Gets it full, straight. You think about the single, but the bowler just does enough there. He's, I think he just got a little issue, maybe with his knee. I noticed that that run-up can be a little bumpy, couldn't it, as you're running up the bowl? And if you land badly, it's a fresh patch of grass that's been patched up there. So
when he was batting as well, maybe when he went for 2 and maybe could have got a 3, maybe he just clutching that hamstring a little bit, but still pretty good over from Ahmed. And they've got plenty of options still to come. So they've only bowled out Moyes, so it's going to be 4 decent overs, I think, coming up. And so, yeah, I think it was an important stop he made last ball that over, because it does mean Shakur isn't on strike. This is where I think I'd probably find a way to bring someone saving a single up into the cover. In fact, you're going to see it now. Because if you can force Charlie to try and play a more aggressive shot, I think that plays into your hands. As Shalita Aravinda is coming back to bowl over number 7.
Oh, well, this wasn't the shot to be playing to this ball.
Yeah, true. But I think it's worth gambling a bit and just bringing fielders up to try and burgle a few dots at the start of this over and really make Charlie feel the pressure. He's looked good, but he hasn't had to really try and do anything too aggressive as yet.
Slow delivery, and he gets the single, and that's what Shakur would want. Get him on strike with plenty of balls to go in the over. When is he going to go? When is he going to decide, Abdul Shakur, that right, okay, there's 4 balls in this over, I want them, and I want to try and hit them big? No, not yet.
I don't think he will, honestly. I don't think he will until he's forced to. I reckon at run a ball pace, he's not forced to do anything crazy. And if he gets a bad ball that he thinks he can hit, he'll try and hit it. But I think he won't be looking for trouble because he knows that if he gets out to a shot where it's not really on, that does actually put him in some trouble. So I think he's batting pretty smart at the moment.
Slow delivery again. This is nicely played again by Jobby. He seems to use his feet pretty well. He's got a pretty good technique.
At this level, you normally get one bad ball and over, maybe a couple. So I think it's just a matter of playing what's bowled at you.
This is out to the man on the boundary at point. I think they've got the right field set for Shakur as well. I mean, we saw him play one lovely cut shot, didn't we? And since then, there's been a man back there on the boundary. They've also pushed to him, 3rd man back on the boundary as well, because they know that's an area that he's pretty strong at, and they've bowled well to him.
Last ball for Aravinda. He's been excellent. He's got 1 for 11, plus this. Well, I think they almost found themselves... Well, actually, no, they did have enough in the circle. I think Hyder panicked, thinking they might have had too many outfielders. It's probably better to be safe than sorry. Here is the last ball for Aravinda.
Again, played out. They're saying have a go, but it's good running from Jobby Charlie, and they're taking these singles here. Yeah, I mean, at some point, I think you need to get a little bit closer because you need to look at what's happened here. I mean, Vinny, you're good at this. You'll tell us when the last boundary was, but they're just doing this all in singles because that's all they need to do. They just need a run a ball from here, and I said this along about, I think, 10 balls ago. Run a ball, and they win the match. So they've got to put the pressure on.
Yeah, we haven't seen a boundary for 22 balls. More about that in a second, but these two teams will meet again in the second match of the day. It's coming up in around about 35 minutes, and this time it'll be Banyasa that have won the toss, and they will bat first. The captain Ejaz Hussain pretty keen to put the runs on the board. The second of 4 matches today. Join us for another exciting match in the FanCode European Cricket Series as we have Marcus Ahmed coming back.
Oh, this is a really good shot. Watch out, kids. This is 6. What a lovely shot this is. Where did that come from? Well, I just asked you to check when the last boundary was. Well, maybe Charlie heard me. Well, Charlie is looking to do the job here. This is a big hit.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's a wild card then because they've got 5 wickets in hand for 3 overs. And that one really does break the bat. I think, Shakur, I have liked the fact that he's batted this way. I think he's been smart in the game.
And speaking of smart, that's smart as well. He's just hits the big 6, then takes a single, and now really puts the pressure on the Bucharest side, the Bucharest Gladiators. Well, they came out like Gladiators, it has to be said. They didn't give up the course, and they're still not giving up the course. Get a wicket here, anything can happen.
They won't give up. Probably do feel they're about 20 runs short, at least. Yeah, typically, it's hard to defend scores under 100 here. Bless here.
Got him! And that could be match-changing. That is the wicket they needed. Abdul Shakur, he kept his cool all the way through. And, well, at a time when he definitely didn't need to go for it, he does. He gets bowled. Game on.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they need 11 off 15 now. I mean, they've got some good bowlers to come. Yeah, it's almost like they flicked a switch. I mean, both the batters playing aggressive shots. This is one, Shakur hasn't done this so far. He just probably gets a little bit too aggressive, trying to elevate the drive. And yeah, good bowling. So Wakasama, his reaction says a bit of, it's a consolation wicket, but his teammates, they believe they can win from any position. They certainly had one of their wins against ACCB last year, the Gladiators. It was a chase where they chased down something in the high 130s, I think, and they hadn't even looked like making 100 so far in the series, and they did it. And so, yeah, I just think they're the kind of team that always believe. You've got Joey out there's played one good shot. The rest of the time, he's kind of nudged it around. Just could be tense here.
I think it will be tense, 11 required. Dookie, that comes out. And just respectfully places back down. And you mentioned he's a man with a bit of experience.
Yeah, he is 56, but what I would say, he's pretty solid. I think the situation suits him because he's got a pretty good technique, pretty good guy to come out at number 8. You just need a couple of hands full.
Dot balls.
This is the issue, though, as well. He's also a bit of a dot candidate if you bowl good balls to him. We've seen 2 of those so far.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just thinking, just play this out. And with Charlie batting well after hitting that big 6, just leave it to him.
Going to mention at maybe at the end of the over after this ball, there was a poll in the chat. Should T10 or T20 be a part of the 2032 Brisbane Olympics? And T10 won out 72%.
Yeah, no-brainer for me. Oh, just wide of the bowler. And almost Ahmed taking another, but hasn't he bowled well? 2 for 13. It also took that catch earlier on, which was crucial. He seems disappointed, but I think he needs to have his head up here. He's done a marvellous job. He's got his team in a position to pull off what would be quite a remarkable victory.
Yeah, sure would. So 2 overs to go. Yeah, look, and look, 10% said neither. So basically it had 80% of the people that think cricket should be in the Olympics.
Yeah.
Look, I think it's to do with the duration of the game. I think it's a perfect duration of the game, 45-minute halves. And you consider that most of the viewers are not necessarily cricket people. It's a good way to get them into the game. Here's Kohli in the 9th.
Well played, and good work again from Pavan. Goes down, makes a stop. He's very quick, isn't he, to get the throw in?
Yeah, he is. Can throw from any position, Pavel. It's very limber because he's a futsal goalkeeper. So he's good at throwing himself around. He's got very good reactions. Yeah, so I just think T10 will also make it easier to include more countries. I think it's just a better product for the world.
It's a nice looking shot. Getting 1. He attacks this one. What you're seeing there, I don't know if it will change here now to Charlie, but they really did put the squeeze on Buki there.
Yeah.
Everybody came in. That's the right thing to do. Yeah, they're spread now a little now.
Yeah. No, I think that's true. Charlie's now the established batter.
I like the way they're leaving the sort of wide, long off position open to say, go for it. And that's why they wanted him to go for the shot. He does try, and they get through. Kohli does the damage. So Charlie goes for 13, unlucky for some of his 11 deliveries. And that is the wicket they needed. They've now got rid of both the batters, Abdul Shakur and Charlie, who looked like they were going to take this match for their team. But it's not going to be, maybe, because the Booker S Gladiators are still fighting. Well, they're gladiators by name and gladiators by nature. And it's another wicket. That one is crucial.
Yeah, they are fighters. I mean, they absolutely are. And Kohli is an excellent bowler. I'm just seeing who they may turn to in the last over. It probably will be Zawar Ali, the left armer, who had a couple of control issues. He hit for a couple of sixes, but also he cleaned up Mohammad Sajid early in this innings as well. So it's a pretty good bowler to come back for the last.
Anik Ahmed looks like a man who did not want to put his pads on and go out there. And look at his stance. Straight ball on those pads. He's a goner.
9 off 9. So got it back to run a ball. Here's Kohli.
Oh, well, was a good delivery. Coley saw what we saw, went for it.
Yeah.
Just manages to get a bat on it.
Hey, easiest way to win from here, take 3 wickets, get out of here. It's final comment on the Olympics thing. To me, it's a bit like rugby sevens being in the Olympics. I think you need to showcase the kind of most exciting bits of your sport in a forum like that.
Nice looking shot. Once again, it goes to a fielder, so Ahmed will have to go back on strike again. Hey, we're not white. It's the first match here.
Yeah.
Why aren't we not talking golden ball? Because it could go that way, couldn't it?
True.
This is
could absolutely go that way.
This is so close. I mean, we said that a score in the 80s from the Gladiators would create an exciting finish. Well, they haven't got to 70, and we're getting an exciting finish here. 7 runs in 7 balls. And this one could be 4 of them. They took the gamble and moved the players in. And this one, the straight drive, as soon as it gets past the bowler, Coley, you knew it could go all the way. It hits the deck, and it keeps on rolling, rolling, rolling. 4 runs, and they're almost there. And that's a magical shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the game breaker, isn't it, really? I mean, hanging in there, hanging in there, hanging in there. Oh, yeah, that one really hurts for Gladiators fans. But we do go to the 10th. 3 runs required off the last over. And the score is 67 for 7. Now, I don't mind this at all. They're going for Cosmin Zavoy. He's bringing himself on. So he's not going for a pace option. He's pretty much a spinner, I'd say. But yeah, they're giving him no pace to work with, and they're bringing up a lot of infielders. So they're really gambling. They're trying to say to Doki, look, you're going to have to go over the top.
Yeah.
And I know that he doesn't want to do that. So
I mean, from the last couple of shots he played, he's coming down the wicket. I wonder if he will try very first ball, or whether he'll just say, I'll just see what the first one does. 3 required for victory.
yeah, let's see if this gets tense. Here's Zavoy in the 10th.
There's a swing and a miss, and it's a dot ball. A bit of gold dust here for the Booker S Gladiators.
Doki reaching, but yeah, I think it just
Gets away with it, doesn't he?
good for the game.
He does get away with
Not
it.
so sure. Not so sure if I would have called it the same way. Anyway, 3 off 5. Umpires love a bit of drama too.
Well struck, and chases on. I don't think it'll stop this. This is going to be the match. And that's well batted. So it was the experience of Doki that did the job. And, well, first of all, you've got to give full credit to the Booker S Gladiators. They took it into the last, trying to defend a score of 70. But well done to Melissa. They get their victory. They did it the hard way, but they needed experience and calmness. And first it was supplied by Abdul Shakur before he had a sudden rush of blood. But then Doki thought, no, I'm not doing the same. He's batted really well under difficult situations. And I think you said, Vinny, that he's probably the right man to have out there at that time.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, his experience, he wasn't going to swing and miss and kind of let the situation get out of hand. Okay, yeah, he dotted up a few times, but he didn't look like he was going to be bowled out, I suppose. So, yeah, well done to Banyasa. They win the game 1, but these 2 teams, they will meet again in match 2 coming up pretty shortly. In fact, it'll start in about 20 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Banyasa versus the Booker S Gladiators. And the news from the toss, Banyasa winning the toss, and they'll bat first in match 2, so join us for that. You see, there's not too much between these 2 teams. Some good performance on both sides. Well, they had to fight for every run, didn't they? The Gladiators, if they were going to stay in this contest, that was a nice catch taken out there on the boundary. Blowing a few kisses as well. That Sajid in the second went bang, bang, and then he got banged back to the pavilion. And let's just say the bowler was fired up. It was a proper death stare at this stage. The Gladiators, we know they like to fight. Ijaz Hussain, well, he sent a couple of monster sixes out of the ground, didn't he? And when you felt it was game on. Shakur was there, and he was kind of left holding the baby for a little while through the middle overs.
Yeah, I mean, that was that shot that he does play for a boundary early on in his innings. But then they plugged that gap, and they kept him quiet and kept plucking away at the other end. The bowling was really good. It was tidy. And both these teams actually were very tidy bowling, not too many extras. And that's what helped to keep the pressure on. This was an absolute beaut. He, for me, I mean, he never gave up, did he? And I think he probably, like as Ahmed, you know, one of the best players who was out there. He was good in the field. His bowling was good. There we go. There's another one. And this was the crucial one, wasn't it? Because that was the wicket of the man, Abdul Shakur, that we thought had to be there to bring the game home. And then he took... Then the other wicket went down, which was from Jobby Charlie. We thought, well, he was going to do the job after hitting a big six. But this one, well, this really was the shot.
Yeah.
This is the one that took all the pressure off.
Just seemed to get the boundary when they needed it, didn't they? Just seemed to get it. And, of course, that was the one that finished off from Doki. 56-year-old, well, he's fired up. And why wouldn't he be? And he's from playing for ACCB last year in the ECS. This time he's been picked up by Banyasa. And the thing is, Doki plays for a club that didn't qualify in the series. So, again, the clubs that do qualify, they're free to pick up some of those other players that are good enough to be here. Charlie ends up top scoring, but only 13 the top score. Shows they had to graft to get there, didn't they? With 12s to Shakur and Noman Sajid early. Also, Ijaz Hussain banged a huge six, but he was out soon after. In fact, they rattled the stumps 6 times, 6 bowls out of 7 dismissals. Yeah. So, Booker S Gladiators, for the most part, they were on target. Just so often the case for them, they don't make enough runs. 2 for 10 for Moyes. He was really good early. 2 for 13, Wakas Ahmed, also pretty good towards the end. I've got to say that no one really went the journey. Zawar Ali went for 14 of his over. There were 2 big sixes, did come back with a wicket. So, look, good signs. As Zavoyu, I didn't mind trying him in the last over, even though essentially he did get stroked to the boundary off the second ball. But Rico, I think we're going to have a very interesting second match of the day coming up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it already. Both these teams have provided us with a low-scoring thriller. And I also like the fact that I do like the schedule when you have these back-to-back matches, and I think it makes it even more exciting when the second match is the other way around in terms of who does what. So yeah, I think there's an interesting match coming up here.
Yeah, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, and when we do, we'll be watching Banyasa opening up in match 2, a rematch with the Gladiators. See if Pavel Florin, Cosmin Zavoyu, Mohamed Moyes and the Gladiator men can get on the board here on opening day of ECS Romania. I hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching around the world. We'll see you shortly. For more cricket, you're watching the European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back to Romania. We're at the Banyasa cricket ground and it's wonderful to be back here, bathed in sunshine here on a Monday morning. We've seen one match of the 4 today. Now it's time for match 2 and a rematch between the Booker S Gladiators and Banyasa. Let's go over to the toss. And once again, we have one of the Gladiators juniors. Adi will be tossing the coin here in match 2. He's with Stefan Gooch and the 2 captains.
Okay, Banyasa to call. Okay. Heads a call. It is heads.
We're gonna bat.
Okay.
So this time it is Banyasa that have won the toss and their captain Ijaz Hussain has elected to have a bat first. So they do get the chance to put the score on the board. I have to say Ijaz Hussain, he's a really good cricketer. You saw that with his bowling, for example, with the 3 wickets at the end of the innings. The way he mixes up his pace, got a really good slow ball and a really slippery Yorker. I think it makes him a handful at any stage of the innings, but I think it's smart to bowl at the death and he just didn't give the Gladiators any chance to breathe at the end of their batting stint. But yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see these 2 teams because they split the results last time. Let's see if we have that happen again this morning. Of course, anything can happen. These 2 teams, they both won 2 out of their 8 games last time. Well, one team will be hoping to make it 2 out of 2. Let's go over to the commentary box now where Rico Full is waiting. The news from the toss in match number 2 is that Banyasa have won the toss and they're batting first.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo out there, looking the part and yeah, liking the work of young Artie there as well, doing the coin toss. And as we saw, that it was Banyasa that won and elected to bat first. And looking forward to this match already. These 2 produced a bit of a thriller first one. It was a low scoring one. I wonder if this one will be the same pattern or whether we're going to see more runs on the board. Well, Banyasa, they're going to be opening up first. And we've seen Toby Charlie. I like the way that he batted, but they need something like Ijaz Hussain, I think, to put big runs on the board, and Abdul Shakur as well. I think they need one of those 2 to get to a score around 40 or 50 if they can, and the other team works around them. I think they'd get to around about 100 scores. Quite difficult at the moment to say what we think the past score is going to be here. I know historically it's they've been scores averaging around 120, 124. We haven't seen that this morning, but I think that will come. And also got to bear in mind that the players probably haven't played too much cricket in that time either. So opening up, it will be Mahesh Ranatunga once more. He was caught brilliantly on the boundary in the first match by Waqas Ahmed. Maybe hoping to have a bit more of a longer stay, and he'll be supported by his opening partner Uman Sajid. And with the ball, we're going to see once more Moyes to start off. So here we go. Let's get ready for, well, maybe it could be another thriller. The umpire's quite already there. And we've got Abahai Malaya. He's at the bowler's end. And once more, Andrew Begg. He's at square leg. First ball then. Well, he's not hanging around. It goes up in the air. Does it go all the way? And, well, it does. Manos arriba. 6 carreras. Que grande, que guay. It's shaka time. Well, slight contrast. The very first ball of the first match was a wicket. The very first ball of the second match goes the distance for 6 runs. And Manatha Tunga is not hanging around. Lovely shot. And shows his intent straight away. Big hit. What's the reply going to be? Moyes. Well, he's going after him, isn't he? We saw in the battle between these 2 first up a number of occasions. The ball was thumped for 6 when the bowler then came back strong and removed the stumps. Not on this occasion. Manatha Tunga tries to flick this one away. This is out. Hits him in the pads. No run there. Turning up to be a beautiful day. Gets a little bit hazy at times, but the sun is out. That's a bit full, almost turns into a full toss. Gets plenty of bat on it, and it will go to the boundary, I believe. Yes, it does. A great effort there. So The camera following the ball all the way. Here comes the dive from the fielder, but I think by the time that he gets there's a valiant effort, I think, from Lakmal. The ball has already gone over the stumps, so feeling it. Very cautious, Kitty. Dive Wimari, but Joka Lagya for more, so it's a very promising start at the moment from Banyasa. Full toss, and this is going to be the same result. Gandhi ball thi Lagya Joka. Well, he's motoring along here. It's been fed here, isn't he? I mean, that's 2 full tosses on the legs, and both have been put away. And the captain is having a chat with the bowler there, saying, "Come on, just steady it down a bit." But, it's not really Mohamed Moyes who wants to be bowling. Well, can Moyes make some noise of his own? Well, certainly the volume will go up a bit if he's able to remove Manatha Dunga at the moment. He's firing. Big swing. This is a really good take. I mean, all I can think is this has moved really late. That is the end of the over. Have a look, because you see where the keeper takes this. Yeah, I mean, that's I think that's okay. That just creeps inside. Imran Haider making a good stop, but it's a good start as well. 14. And the key thing is, without loss, they haven't lost a wicket. Made a very good, positive start. And, welcome, if you're just joining us, to the FanCode European Cricket Series. We are in Romania. I'm Rico Fool, and alongside me, Mr. Maximo.
Good to be back. Thanks, Rico. Here's Zawar Ali for over number 2. This one pretty straight, turned around the corner. Zawar Ali does get good movement into the right-handers, but yeah, sometimes just loses it down the leg side, so has to be careful of that. And his boundary is pretty standard for ECS cricket, I think. You know, around 50 metres all the way around. Outfield not super quick, but there is a bit of a slope, kind of right to left. Left to screen does seem to run away pretty quickly. His run at Tonga has been pretty impressive early. He wants a bit more of it as well. He just kind of miscues this for one. Just going to say a quick hello to a few people in the chat as well, to Liam Day, to Alison, of course, who we said hello to earlier, to Helix, welcome to you. Anyone else? In fact, I know it's early. I'm going to go for my lurker call out straight away.
Oh, very early.
Early lurker call out. And I'll explain a bit more what that means in a second as we see Zawar Ali. He goes straight down the ground, gets a fair piece of it, and that one should run away for 4, and it does. So it's getting a bit of length from Zawar Ali. Certainly an attempt to be pretty aggressive in the power play here from Banyasa, and so far it's working.
It's a nice shot. I like the way he controls where he wants his ball to go. And nice sticky shot. Good shape from him and his arms. Goes dead straight, 4 runs.
Yeah, so if you are watching, you normally can't jump in the chat because you might be working or for any other reason. Just give us a message. Let us know where you're watching from today. Down leg side. Won't be out. And, yeah, good movement from Zawar Ali though. Yeah, it's always like to do this once a day. Just once a day. Just have to send one message. Let us know who you are and where you're watching from in our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. So I can acknowledge you and say thanks for supporting European cricket. Hello to Dominic Smith, who's watching, and keep an eye on the lurkers, hashtag lurkers, as we come in. Liam likes the early call, lurker call out. Goes over the offside this time. This might plug, and it's Pavel. You see, he is always full of energy in the field. I haven't seen him batting or bowling yet today, as they used 10 batters in the last game. He wasn't one of them. And so maybe, especially if Banyasa get away here, often they'll use Pavel just to disrupt the rhythm of the innings. So. And it has been a reasonable start, but he has to look to have blown a few of the cobwebs away with the bat. I think with this start, a bit more defensively played. It was a good ball, though, from Zawar Ali.
Yeah, he's getting it to try and go right across right-hander. Got it wrong a few times, but he finishes well. 22 on the board, no wickets down.
So that gives the chance just to have a look at the table. It's early days, of course, but we've got these 2 teams taking part this week. It's actually the same 5 teams we had last year. So this afternoon we'll see United taking on ACCB. And then Cluj are the 5th team. We'll see them tomorrow. They've got a bit of a drive. So Cluj is actually, the Cluj-Napoca region is where Pavel actually lives. So he actually drove 7 hours overnight to be here this morning. He left at about midnight, he was telling me, and so he got here by 7 o'clock this morning. Here's Moyes in over number 3. Driven pretty well. Should be stopped and is. Well, almost stopped it with his face. He got down and slightly slipped there, Zawarali, but he's all right. And so, okay, let's do some lurking call-outs. I see Underground Bodega's watching from California. And Julian Dawson watching from Hertfordshire. Hello to you, Julian. Thanks for joining us. And Julian says he's planning his trip to the ECC in October, the international tournament, international T10. England will defend their championship win, defend the trophy. So hello to Kai, who's lurking in North Sydney. Well, that's a beautiful part of the world. Probably just over the Sydney Harbour Bridge, I imagine. To Alan Mount as well. Just decloaking for a moment to say hi. Thanks to all the lurkers. To Dominic, who's in West London. And let me just say, there's no shame in the lurking. No shame whatsoever. We know that not everyone's able to chat with us all day or for all of the day. But yeah, it's just great to be able to do that once a day. I think to acknowledge that people are watching this, Rico, from all over the world.
I think it's fantastic. So come on. Get on there.
Keep it
Let
going.
us know who you are and where you are.
Moyes. He's driven down the ground. These batters certainly aren't afraid to go for it. You can see why they've been sent out to open the innings. I think they're both pretty confident going over the top or trying to. With only 2 outfielders guarding the boundaries at this stage. Also, I have to say for all our Australian and New Zealand viewers, happy Anzac Day, the 25th of April. It's a very significant day on the calendar, and it recognises those in the armed services. Out, and Moyes grabs it, and he almost throws it away. I think it would have been out anyway. And he throws it into his own shoulder or something, and he grabs it on the 3rd attempt. I think it would have been gone regardless, but still, that's a good return catch. And Banyasa, they do lose their first wicket. Score is 25 for 1.
Yeah, this is a really good catch. And, well, you can see he's obviously got sticky fingers because he catches it and then he tries to celebrate. It rolls over his shoulder, down his back, and he catches it at the second attempt. Watch this. I mean, this
do you think that's
that
out?
Is something else.
If he drops that, do you think that's out or not out?
Yeah, that's out.
He
He has a catch under control.
Yeah.
It's a celebration
It's his
that
disposal
he messes up a bit.
The disposal of the ball, but I suppose he did dispose of it fine. He just didn't mean to dispose it into his own neck.
He couldn't do that again if he tried. He couldn't do it. It actually rolls over his shoulder, around his back. He turns around, catches it. Oh, I like it. Well,
Yeah.
I think that's definitely one for the big shot.
All's well that ends well. So he might have.
Let's see it again here. Look.
Yeah, he might have a hickey after that. He might have to go explain that to Mrs. Moyes. Exactly why he's got a bruise on his neck. But anyway, it is a pretty good return catch, and they needed something, didn't they? After a pretty barnstorming start from Banyasa. To say hello to Taranjeet, who I think is watching from India at the moment. Last ball of the power play coming up. Gone, 2 in a row, and he had 2 balls to go, and he resulted in 2 wickets as Moyes bringing it, and believe it or not, Shakur goes very first ball, plays all around this, little bit of outswing from Moyes, and the second wicket fall. It's 2 in consecutive balls, 25 for 2.
This is a beaut, and what a big wicket this is. Look at the shape on that. I mean, in fairness, he does york himself. I mean, look, he comes out a little bit forward here, gets himself yorked. But that shape on that delivery from Moyes, sensational bit of bowling. And what a way to finish your spell. He took a bit of stick, didn't he, in his first over, but he's come back smiling. Picked up 2 wickets there. And Abdul Shakur, who batted so well, and, well, probably takes a lot of credit for the victory in the first match. He departs without scoring. So, though they made a good start, a positive start, and got runs on the board, the power play sort of ends up even Stevens, I think.
Not so bad. I mean, that's good from Moyes. I mean, he won't get a chance to take his hat trick. Maybe we'll remember that, put an asterisk next to it if he does take a wicket in his next match tomorrow. But, yeah, nice work from the Gladiators to come back into this match. And they get the dangerous Shakur, but the extra dangerous Ijaz Hussain is lurking himself at the non-striker's end now. Will be the 3rd over. Ali Zain's going to be bowling it. So, slight change of pace. He's bowling to Mahesh Ranatunga. That's a slight change of pace. Well, is this out? He's having a really good look. He's having an extra long look.
Well,
and they're going to have a chat about it. And this would not make me feel very
Does this
very
hit
confident.
the bat at the back of the bat as he swings?
Oh, I don't think it got a lot of the bat. I mean, I think it's just a matter of, I mean, firstly, it's almost out of the picture.
No.
I don't think that's
No.
out. I think it's actually should be a wide.
It should be a wide ball,
because it's not, you know, it goes around the pad, and he's gone. He's
well.
given it. Well, there you go. Well, it shows you. If you live long enough, you'll see everything. And I guess he must have heard a little noise. He wanted some sort of confirmation. But the Gladiators, oh, cock a hoop with that. Explain that to me. It's 3 wickets down, 26 for 3. Good keeping. I'm going to stick on the positives. It was a pretty good catch on leg side because there's a lot going on.
It was a good catch, but I mean, I don't see. I mean, the umpire doesn't have the benefit of this. I will say, I don't see how, when this catches the bat at all, that doesn't catch the bat. And if it does touch anything, if it touches anything, it will be right at the last moment when we can't see the ball, and the only thing it can touch there is the arm, the elbow. And see, if we see here, it's not touched the bat. It could have just at that point caught maybe the elbow or the underarm, but of course that's not out. Oh, that's a tough decision. It's a tough one, but
that's cricket.
That's cricket.
Easy to say when you're not the one giving out, but
yeah.
no, I think actually
I'd be interested to see what Square Leg has to say about it.
Here's the thing. Looks like he has been called back. Remember that he does have the ability to overturn genuine errors or obvious errors, and so it might be a wide now. You know, if it hasn't touched anything, it's got to be a wide. But if they think it's touched something,
wide.
Okay, there's the wide. Okay.
Well, I like that. I like that because there probably a lot of people would have been watching that, saying, but look, they've got together, they've made the right decision. So well done.
Yeah, I'm going to say well done to all the officiating crew because I think ultimately, certainly with the benefit of the replays, that is correct. So, well, what a start for Ali Zain, who's now gone from 1 for none to none for 1.
The thing is that this can disrupt you as well. I mean, all that happening, you got to get back
Not-
focused back in the
Not
game.
as disruptive as having to sit in the dugout for the rest of the innings, though. For Ranatunga. I'm going to go back to my lurker call out. Under Brown Bodegas watching California. Thought I mentioned you, but if I didn't, hello. And I hope the weather's good there. FIFA player saying, hey, Vinny and Rico, not a lurker, but not too active either. Watching from California as well. So I've got a few people on the West Coast. Well, I'm a West Coast kid myself. And R1's watching in Pakistan. Anyone else, if I missed you, apologies. But, yeah, it looks like that wasn't necessarily the limited review system. It was, you know, the tournament referee and third umpire. If they pick up what they think is a clear and obvious error, doesn't matter what it is, they can correct the decision. And it's all about thresholds, right? So they felt they could see clearly that that was nowhere near the bat or the gloves, and they've kind of exercised that power. So, I mean, I think you nailed it. You said, ultimately, I think we got the right decision. And so we'll move on. But how about Zain? He's channeling Pavel Florin vibes with that first delivery.
Well, I didn't think it was ever going to come down. It did. And then next thing I know, he thought it got him a wicket. Right, what's he going to do with this one? This one doesn't come up at all, does it? Doesn't come up at all. So,
Well, this bounces twice, but I think it bounces the second time after the crease, after the popping crease. So, yeah, I mean, if this second bounce, oh, see, that's probably a no ball because it's before the line. So I think it will be a no ball. Yeah, and once again, I think they asked for some help there because it's very hard for the standing umpire at least to make that call. And see here, the second bounce here is just before the line. So it's going to be a free hit coming up as if that wasn't. Anyway, wow, what an over. 0 balls in. Free hit is missed. So after all of that, Ali Zain's gone for 2 runs. Oh, except they got 1 there, didn't they? So he's gone for 3 runs. And let's get on with it.
It's an interesting start, isn't it? He's obviously got a few tricks up his sleeve. Oh, well.
That's classic Romanian bowling. And you're allowed to hit it a second time if you're defending the stumps. I reckon they know. Ijaz Hussain loves having the pace on the ball. And you saw him whacking it almost into the lake. And they're saying, oh, we'll give you something a bit different. But he's got very little margin for error if he's bowling this pace, Ali Zain. Call this Romanian style.
This is the old moon bowling.
So he can bowl the quicker one. I just think he loves to float him up and challenge the batter into a mistake. So, yeah, credit to him.
Yeah, he's done that already because on the free hit, he got a pretty good, quick, what you would say, sort of normal delivery in. So, yeah, he's toying with the batters. I reckon this is going to float this one up as well to Ranathatunga. Let's see.
Should be interesting.
He does.
He's after him. Changes his mind. I won't say chickens out. Probably was a smart decision if he wasn't going to get there. So he just takes one. Ranathatunga probably have anxiety issues after the start of this over.
Zane once more. And this has been hit hard. He goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna zona. Ginna bada. Chassé. Nice shot. And that's 6 more. And that'll give Zane something to think about. He's got away with it up until now.
Plenty of power in that. So, yeah, you're right. He had gotten away with it till now. Corey would call this kind of bowling going shopping. You're going shopping for a wicket. And, he almost got one. That time he gets banged for 6. Last ball of his over now. Goes again. This time it could be a catching opportunity, and it's dropped.
Oh, dear.
Oh, it was straight down his throat there, wasn't it? And that's Chalitha Aravinda. Normally a pretty good fielder. That one just bounced straight out of the palms. So the gamble pays off, but then it doesn't. And so, a big moment in the game. It's the end of 4 overs now. It's 37 for 2. And look, we've got Finny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. And we've got our guest coin tossers here. We've got Aslan and we've got Adi. Now, they're big Booker S Gladiators fans. You can see here, look, they got the Gladiators on. They're all kitted out and ready to go. And look, you guys, you're having a good day. You always like it when the ECN comes to town, don't you? So I want to say thanks so much for your support of cricket. And Rico, it's a big feature of the Romanian series. The youngsters really love to get involved.
They certainly do. And these two, full of energy, playing some cricket, running around, and of course doing the bit out there with the coin tosses as well. As we see that it is time for the captain.
Yeah, don't mind this either. Because I think, yeah, they just identify these players. They like pace on the ball. So I think it's a good opportunity to try and make him force the pace. Zavoyu, I said last year I think he didn't bowl himself enough. Ranathatunga. I suppose we are in Romania, which is kind of vampire territory. So does Ranathatunga become back from the dead? Because he was already pretty much sitting down.
Yeah, very much
He was
so.
brought back.
Yeah, you know that Bucharest didn't exist. Nobody knew about it until Dracula. That's right.
That's well bowled by Zavoyu. Just get one here. Yeah, always pays to bring an extra clove or 2 of garlic when you're here.
Yeah, it was Prince Vald III, Dracula, as we know him. And yeah, the Dracula, the famous one from the Bram Stoker novels. And it was here that he used to come for his sort of summer hideout, if you like. And that's when everybody got to know about Bucharest.
Goes leg side. Pretty well protected. So just P1. Yes, obviously, Transylvania is well known for kind of its role as location for some of that stuff. It's a little bit away from here, but still very, very interesting backstory to Romania, of course. This one's hit pretty well. Coley is hunting it. Probably get a couple though. Good fielder, but it's a long throw from there. So they will get 2 runs, and yeah, this partnership building, but I think these players are just finding it hard to get as many boundaries as they'd like to be getting at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly, I think that's the trick here. They're just basically saying, you know, we're going to float it up. You want to take us on, fine. The field is set. I mean, a couple have gone through, but not as many as humanity would like. With this one, it's come out all wrong. And he's quite happy, saying, just to take the wide, but big partnership, though, between these two. Ranathatunga, 20 or 14. Hussain, 12 of the 8 balls he's faced so far. This also will be another wide. I mean, that is there if you want to play the sweep shot. But bearing in mind the difficulty that Renata Thunga got when he tried to play it, they probably decide, well, look, let's just take the wides and make them bowl it again.
It's for you. It's gone for 9. Plus this. Be 10 and another. Yeah, so I mean, at the moment they're on about 96 pace, I suppose, after that one. Yeah, I think 100's a bare minimum they'd want here, Banyasa. Just overcorrection from Zavoyu there.
He just can't finish this over, can he? I mean, he's been stuck on bowling this 6th ball now. That's 4 on the trot and wides.
Yeah. So just needs to relax. Just get one good delivery out to finish it. He does. It's cut away though into the gap. That's Zawar Ali that's after it. See, it is quick down the hill. In fact, it'll go for 4. He's made a mess of that. And that was Jack and Jill rolling down the hill. And the pail came tumbling after. And so did Zawar Ali. Somehow that goes for 4. Bonus runs, and that brings up the 50 for Banyasa. At the end of 5, it's 52 for 2. Oh no, don't start that voice again.
Show it again.
No.
Oh, you've shown it again already.
I'm banning that voice.
And
You're not, it's not
the
good.
little girl over there say, Daddy, is he supposed to do that?
Actually, that's Sophia down there, and we're just having a bit of a muck around. And I think she probably would have stopped that. 52 for 2 off 5. So that did bring up the 50 off the last 4 of the first half. There you go. It's exactly the voice that you did.
see what I've started here now.
Oh, Rico. Anyway, here's Mummy Coley over number 6. So, yeah, it's not disastrous at the moment for the Gladiators, but I think they do need to be cautious. As Coley versus these two should be a good battle. So they tried a bit of pace off. Didn't go terribly, but didn't get the breakthrough. So they're going back to the player who I think is probably their quickest bowler in Manmeet Coley. So, yeah, you can see a few good personal contests here. Ranatunga gets the first crack at Coley. He's on 20. And he wants him, and he takes him, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. Yeah, it was a long chase down there for Danushka Lakmal. Well, he's a man that took 1 catch, but he was sitting on the bench when he took it this morning. He's a pretty good fielder. But yeah, even he can't get to that one. 4 runs to start the over.
Yeah, that's nicely played. It wasn't the best of deliveries. It was a loosener. Manmeet Kohli is better than that. Let's see if he gets the next one right.
I feel like if this doesn't go well, they'll go to Pavel. Got a feeling. Hits the ground here.
Yeah, good shape on that one. Bit of movement, but yeah, that's just the noise of the bat hitting the ground.
See, that gets that late movement, doesn't it? The batter backing away, trying to give himself a bit of room. That one just left him.
Yeah, making a change in the field so the man who was long off comes inside into the circle so they can push the point back.
Goes leg side and goes into the gap. This will be 4 more. Gets picked up. Ranatunga's looked good against pace, hasn't he?
He has.
He just seems to have kind of carefree attitude. Plays this pretty much on length. This pitch is pretty true most of the time. That's why we have seen high scores. This one takes a bit of a risk to take it from outside off, but he absolutely nails it. 4 runs.
Yeah, look, from the very first ball, which he smashed for 6, he's shown intent, and his intent is to go after it. The only time he hasn't done that is, as you said, against the slow bowling.
Oh, and he's going to get away with it. I was completely fooled by Coley there. It was the kind of leg-cutting slower ball, and he just bunts at it and hide it. He didn't do anything wrong here. But look, it just loops over the keeper for a single. Not a convincing one.
Well, look, you see the lob in tennis. I've never seen the lob in cricket. Well, that was like an authentic lob over the wicketkeeper. He gets a single. So he's saying to Ijaz, saying, okay, I've hit a few. It's about time that you do the same.
So let's see how Hussain deals with Coley. Gets it nicely into the gap. This will probably run away for 4 down the hill. Nice batting from Hussain once again using the pace. So there, the pace on. Hasn't worked. Coley's not the worst over. I mean, there's nothing too wrong with that ball, but that's just really good batting. Good eye from Hussein, who gets cuatro carreras.
Yeah, that's a very good shot for Patru, as they'd say here. And, well, they did bring that man back in, didn't they, to Hussein. They put him back out there to Renata Thunga, but they're not keeping him out there. So they're basically saying, well, okay, you did it once, let's see if you can do it again.
Hussein once more, but he kind of yorks himself this time. Some work from Moyes. He does make the stop. Gets the long barrier down. Finishes with a single, 66 for 2. But 14 come off that over from Mick Coley. So the last 3 overs have gone for 12, 15 and 14. And I think this is the time we might see just something a bit different. They tried a variety of options. Looks to me like they're going to go to Shalita Aravinda, who hasn't bowled so far in the innings. He bowled pretty well earlier. So no one's really gone for a big journey, like 20 plus, but I think today 100 will take some catching if you're batting second. But Booker S Gladiators, let me tell you about a game last year where they pulled off an incredible chase. It was against ACCB, who were cruising. They were right at the top of that ladder, either first or second. And it was a game where ACCB posted 139. It was similar kind of conditions to this. Booker S Gladiators ended up chasing down the 140. And it was a huge win for them. It gave them a lot of confidence. So, yeah, it's T10 cricket. Anything can happen. He's annoyed with himself here, Hussein. Kind of gambles to get a bit twinkle toe-like with the footwork, but then wasn't in a great position to make contact with that one.
No, he tries to give himself too much room, really, when he goes down that leg side, and he takes himself well away from the ball. Just needs to try and stay still and play it.
A slightly slower one, I think, and it's dealt with. Just kind of a stand-up sweep across the line. Gets plenty of bat on it, 4 more runs.
Yeah, that's well played. You just saw a bit of the lake there. The Moira Valsia Lake. And, well, it's not that far away, is it? A couple of big shots. I think we might see 1 or 2 in there. Have we seen a couple in there last year?
There's a fence that kind of guards it. So it's a pretty big hit to get over that fence. But what happens on that side of the field, there's a hill, so it goes down, and a lot of balls end up against the fence. So we've got a few ball boys there helping us out, which is wonderful. A few ball retrievers. Yeah, so Aravinda goes for a boundary, second ball. To the leg side. I heard a little noise there.
I certainly heard something.
Whether it was the ball hitting something or maybe the batter hitting his own leg. See if we can pick it up.
There certainly was a noise.
So it might have flicked the pad. Maybe, but if you're not sure as an umpire, you normally call it. Yeah. Here. This fella may have just brushed the pad.
But was that a wide? Doesn't it go through? Doesn't it go through?
No, I don't think it does. I think it brushes the front.
I thought it went
pad.
sort of through the back, but anyway. But yeah. Good umpiring though in terms of.
Question in the chat about this afternoon's game, and it will be United versus ACCB. Both those two made the finals last year. ACCB had the better of that on finals day, but yeah, I think that'll be a really close contest. A bit like this morning, actually. This will be a wide, I think. Plus, they'll get an extra as Hyder can't deal with it. And yeah, so I think I honestly can't pick that one. Both teams have some really good players. I think Ramesh Thiessen, Romanian national skipper, will be captaining United. ACCB, typically they've got Gohar Manan, who's a really big hitter at domestic level. So looking forward to that game. I can't really give you a tip on that because I don't know. And that's kind of the way I like it sometimes. Goes back and cuts. This is a really good shot. It's good footwork from Hussein. He gets that back foot back and across. It's a very safe shot, but a very effective shot. Once again, rolls down the hill, 4 more runs.
Yeah, quality this time. You see that? He stands still. He's not backing away, so he's able to reach it, and he just guides us away. No need to power hit that at all. It's just all about timing and guiding, 4 runs. And I think they need to decide what they're doing with this field. And where we're seeing a lot of the boundaries going is in that area. I think that man has to be back there. Point has to be back on the line. And they do eventually make that change.
Oh, gets lucky here. Bit of a French cut for one. Well, Scott's got a really nice question in the chat. He says, hey, all you cricket guys and cricket gals, hope all is well. Thanks, ECS, for bringing this great cricket week after week, month after month. Thanks maybe mention some of the people behind the scenes. Well, that's a great idea, isn't it? Of course, we got what we call the blue crew here, the ECN crew. Of course, we're thankful to all the local people that help us out at every different venue we go to. More about that in a second. First, Ravinda finishing his over. Should just be 1. So that's the end of 7. Score right now is 81 for 2. After 7 overs. Well, one way you can get in touch with us, actually, if you want to ask a few more questions about behind-the-scenes stuff, is on our social media at European Cricket. And you see there down the bottom at European Cricket on our Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. On our YouTube, European Cricket Network. If you haven't already, then make sure you like this video and subscribe. And you can get involved in the live chat as well. You can get me at Mr. Maximo. Thanks, everyone, for your wonderful birthday wishes over the weekend. I did turn 41. Don't mind saying that. And then we got Rico's details there as well. So we love it when people get in touch with us and tell us how much they're enjoying the cricket. But yeah, more to the point, let's acknowledge some of the people here. Of course, we've got a bigger team than just the people here, because people come in, people come out for different tours. But you know, we've got Sam Williams, who's project manager for this tournament, and we got Mahel. So we got actually I have Mahel later in the week. We got Meta Dab. We've got Stefan Gooch. As this one's in the air, this is going to go over him. A 6, Maximo! Well, that's a really powerful strike from Ranatunga, who just kind of stands and delivers. It's kind of a short arm jab, isn't it? There's not a lot of footwork in it. He just plays it on length. And Marcus Ahmed, who's a pretty good bowler, he just sees himself drilled out of the ground for 6.
Yeah, big shot. Timing was perfect. That sounded beautiful off the middle of the bat. So welcome to the party to Ahmed, the bowler.
Uh-oh. He didn't realise that was stopped. The big boot from Marcus Ahmed. Yeah, so also, Dennis Orris, our photographer, is here. And tell me who I've missed. You got the list there. Oh, Tyrone Peters, of course, made the trip with us as well.
Yeah, Max By.
Yes,
and,
Maxie, of course.
Meta Dalb as well. All doing a fantastic job.
Spring Productions, of course. A big team of from Spring Productions that always send out quality staff to bring the coverage to TV. Not a bad ball, pitched up, just be 1. And also, I want to acknowledge everyone. We've got Christoph here as well. And a lot of stuff in the office in Munich. Hello to you if you're watching, of course. And to Dan, to Roger, to Charlotte, to everyone behind the scenes, to Nick, to Matt, anyone I might have missed. But it's a growing team. To James, of course. So James runs the show now. Hope you enjoyed your holidays. And I'm sure you're straight back into it. But we certainly love what we do here. To Toby, of course, who's working a bit of social media stuff for us as well now. But one thing's for sure, everyone involved is super passionate about European cricket, growing the game, showing more cricket. We know the effects it's had in increasing participation levels and also the quality of the cricket over just a couple of years. So, yeah, thanks, Scott, for giving us a chance to acknowledge some of the people behind the scenes of the European Cricket Network. We certainly love what we do here. Oh, I tell you what, he's going to have 2 broken ankles by the end of this over. Marcus Ahmed, he's like a human crash test dummy, isn't he? He just keeps putting his body on the line. I'm going to say maybe next time try the hands, Wakas.
Well,
because it's hard to bowl your last couple of balls in a wheelchair.
Here comes ouch, he says. But it's the second time. First time he got a bit lucky. This time, there's no luck in that. And we know he was hobbling around a bit earlier as well, so he's going to go home a very sore man.
Sometimes it's just instinct, but that ball is hard. Yeah, ankles are pretty hard as well. Got 2 to come here. Ticks it in. And,
how about that? I mean, this was... I mean, how high does he jump here? And I don't think he needed to jump so high, but...
almost shy-cats himself here. Jumps into it. Oh, proper Karate Kid stuff.
This would be a better shot. I mean, he goes down there. And, well, this Kookaburra is knocking over the players at the moment.
Lucky there was no fielder behind him anyway. It's the end of the over. The score now is 91 for 2. So, they haven't batted him out of the game, have they? I'll be hoping Gladiators to keep them to something in the kind of 100 to 105 region, maybe 100, 110. Won't be an easy chase, but they do have some class batters in there. Coley bowling the 9th. It all happens in the 9th, as you like to say, Rico. Starts with a big swing and a miss.
Yeah, this one goes through. But interesting again, though, that they haven't taken the option to bring more spin on. I mean, we talked about Pavel Florin. They've kept with the pace. But no, we haven't had a really big, expensive over. I think both these batters are quite happy with the pace being left on. And, well, if you needed that point underlined, well, there you go. The slower delivery. And they gets the wicket. And the captain, Hussain, has to depart. He's made a good 33 off 20 deliveries. And clever bowling colleague. We saw him bowl a very good slower ball before, which didn't produce a wicket, but this one does.
Yeah.
Plays all round it. Good bowling, clever.
It's like a fast leg spinner. Not a lot of side spin. It's kind of rolls out of the kind of back or the side of the hand. And the hardest thing with this ball is locating it, getting it right, but he gets it spot on here. He gets rid of Hussain. Not before a pretty good partnership for Banyasa. Ends up, it was worth 66 in 32 balls. And Hussain's got to go for 33 off 20. It's 91 for 3. So, say good morning to James Leslie, who's just come into the chat. Well, James, look forward to hearing what you've got to say today. Oh, he loves the chat. And so, just 10 balls remaining. This will be Joby Charlie. JC coming out at number 5.
Yeah, Joby Charlie played a very handy innings in the first match, which helped them get the victory. I think they're looking for him to hit some more of those big shots outside the off that he did. This occasion, this is angled into his body. And does get a run on the board though and changes strike, which is important, I think, because I think you need Renata Hunga to get as many balls now as we get to the end of this innings. They want to be trying to push on to sort of the 110, 115 mark, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I would like that. We're on kind of 109 pace at the moment. Coley, Romanian heartthrob. There's that slower ball again. Just dips down. So I don't think it's too high. It'll just be a single.
Okay, well, we're talking about people involved. Well, one man we need to give a shout out to, really, he's not at the ground here at the moment, but we will see him, is Mr. Nelu, Romanian. He's a groundsman.
Yeah.
And there's a lovely story, actually, because when this ground was done, obviously you had the specialist that came from the UK to put it together. Oh, he's got him. Well, talking about putting things together, those stumps will need to be put together. Coley, well, varying his pace from slow to fast, but he's getting the wickets and he's slowing down this rate. And when you get the big man out, well, you're not going to get too many runs scored off you. Well, he has to go for the shot here, I think, Charlie. But it was well bowled, wasn't it? He doesn't really put it in the slot for him to get the straight drive in. It's just short of a length and crashing in to the off stump. Nicely done. Chucked it. There's another one. Goes. And it's all about... this is where you got to be a little bit smart, don't you? Especially when you're running out of balls. You got to try and take the single, whichever way you can, get the key man back in. Another wicket goes down. So, yeah, to Mr. Nilu, the groundsman. So, when this pitch was laid, he was here. He learned everything. And what I didn't realise, but now looking at the ground, I can see it quite clearly. As well as his artificial, you've actually got turf wickets out there as well.
Yeah,
and he's responsible for looking after all of this.
Yeah.
So, shout out to him, because he's done a marvellous job here.
Yeah, at certain times of the year. Play international cricket on turf here. So, yeah, it's pretty unique as far as this part of the continent. Last ball for Coley, he's been good, and he's even better now as he gets another one. Now, Coley is heating up. He takes 3 for 2 in the 9th. We say it all happens in the 9th, where it's been a carousel of batters for Banyasa. And Perminda comes out, and first ball, can't deal. So just put another asterisk on Coley, as he might be on an unofficial hat-trick next game. But yeah, this is good death bowling, isn't it? It's full, it's straight, and it does the job.
Yeah, it's really good bowling. And because I tell you why it's good, because I reckon here, and I'm pretty sure of it, that Ranathunga has said to Perminda, look, you got this one ball, you just got to blast it to the boundary if you can. Because I'm not running a single, because I've got to face the last over. If we're going to get to the 100, and anywhere near now that 110, which seems quite unlikely, I've got to be on strike. So Paminda there, he sort of really didn't have any options. Had to go for the big shot. That's all he was there for, to try and get a big shot, try and get a boundary off that one ball.
Yeah, what an excellent over. So that's Moyes and Mummick Coley that both have taken 2 wickets with the last 2 balls in this game. So remember that when we see the Gladiators again. But right now it's 10th overtime. Strap yourselves in. It's going to be a ride, and it's Ranatunga. It's in the driver's seat as we start the last over. Tries down the ground. This is where you got to push here. Got to push. Need a perfect bit of fielding to run you out there.
Yeah,
probably taking that on.
Yeah, you got it. You know that it's going to be thrown to the bowlers, and all right, you're doing a bit of sacrificing, but you're the main man. You've got to be up there. You've got to be on strike.
No one likes getting out, but it might be best for your team to try and get the established guy back on strike.
He didn't know too much about it. He probably lost it under his floppy hat. But he does get Ranatunga back on strike.
Yeah, think about Anik Ahmed's hat. You can actually use it as the beach, as like an umbrella. That'll keep you really shady. And a bit of a shady shot. And just slides off his pad out. Skews away for one, but it does get Ranatunga back on strike, who's batted through this innings now for 40. Well, maybe a couple of big hits, and he can get to his half century, but he's running out of time. 4 to come. This is the top edge. It's going to go over fine leg, though, I think. Oh, how far has that gone? I don't think it's even. I think it's actually gone for 4. Well, I don't think anyone picked this up. Sajid Naqvi is in that position. You see, when it came down, it was, yeah, just inside. Just bounces over for 4. So there's one of the big shots. Gets to 44. So 3 balls remaining. Score is up to 99.
This would be a wide. Yeah, I was going to say the umpire turns and gives the correct signal. I mean, though the batter does move a long way outside the off, I mean, it does sound harsh, but in this form of the game, anything that misses a leg stick.
Yeah, that is the rule. We're up to 100 now. This one slides off the pad. It'll be 101. Scoreboard just catching up, I think.
Yeah,
that leg by on the over.
Just needed to step inside there, didn't he?
Yeah,
just take the wide and
spot the wide.
Stay on strike.
Yeah, spot the wide and yeah, get inside it. It's a judgment skill that's required in this game. Some people are saying that the form of Coley in this game is better than the form of Coley in the IPL at the moment. Maybe they should swap. I don't know about that, but still. 101 then. 2 to come. Another one off the pad. Don't think it'll be out. 102. They've kind of done well to pull it back here at the end. I mean, it'll be a tough chase. That's actually really close. Look at this, Rico. Tell me if this isn't smashing into the stumps.
There
look.
you go. Look where he's standing.
Look.
And nah, just missing.
Okay, last ball. Free to disagree. And now he needs to make sure he just doesn't let go to the boundary. Look at this for a throw. It's going to be run out. That was an absolute bullet from down there. And I think that's Wakas Ahmed. And it's going to be out, but he fumbles it. But tell you what, whatever he's having, I'll have some of that because he throws an absolute laser beam. Look at this throw. He probably fumbles it and says, don't worry. Bang. And Haida almost need 2 sets of gloves. But he does take it, and so it'll be 1 and a wicket to finish. They're going to finish 103 for 6. 104 will be required by the Booker S Gladiators in the second half of this match 2, as they hope to split the series with Banyasa. Banyasa, they'll be hoping to make it 2-0. Again, these 2 teams, they were both in the danger zone last year. They finished 4th and 5th. Of course, they'll have ambitions of finishing higher. But yeah, these matches this morning could be really important as to their relative positions on the ladder come the end of the week. Of course, one team we'll say goodbye to after match 20. As we have a look at some of the highlights of match number 2. And early on, it looked like Banyasa were in a hurry. They really attacked the power play. It was a good start before Gladiators worked their way into the game with some slow options in the middle overs. There's Moyes, who almost throws this ball and knocks his own head off. But luckily he caught it on the rebound. And then he came up with an even better one to get rid of Shakur first ball. At that stage, it was an interesting time in the innings. And Ranatunga was still there, going pretty good guns. Hussain came to the crease. He's so dangerous as well. But they just took the pace off, didn't they? That would have been a handy one.
Yeah.
But ultimately, Banyasa put a pretty good score on the board, 104, helped by a couple of bad bits of fielding. For the most part, I think Gladiators, they'll have some confidence they can chase these runs down, but they're going to have to bat really well.
Yeah, they're going to have to do exactly that. I mean, it was looked like it was going to be a good power play and a wicketless one, and then those 2 wickets for Moyes and the ball 5th and 6th. And had them sort of back in it, but then they had that little spell, as you said, Vinny, where they didn't sort of catch and field very well, and they needed to break the partnership between Jazz Hussain and Ranatunga, and they did just that, and then managed to get the radar right, especially Kohli. He did bowl really well, and got smiles on his face, because I think what they did here at the end by attacking the stump, this is more what they did in match 1. In match 2, I think the first part of the innings, they just were a little bit too short and too wayward, too much down the leg side. Good recovery there from the fielder. Well, what's the old saying? You never run off a misfield, and that's why it was a very good arm, though, you have to say. Excellent throw. And we were seeing the scorecard, really 2 main contributors with the run. Mahesh Ranatunga, I think he batted really well. Run out there on at the end, 45 and 28. And the captain, Ijaz Hussain, as well. And he was bowled brilliantly by Manik Kohli. We'll just have a look at that. Kohli, yep, and he was knocking the sticks over. And another couple of ducks to go into the lake as well. A good comeback, I think, there. It's a good fight back from the Gladiators, and that's what we know they can do. They're a team all about fighting. As we have a look at the bowling figures, a number of options used there. I think the spin early on was clever. It sort of worked. Then they went back to the pace, which I think suited the likes of Hussain and Ranatunga, and it was only Kohli's clever slower ball that broke that partnership and got them back in it. So this one is really, once again, I said the first one between these 2 was a low scoring one. This one, well, this is more like it. I would say that 100 perhaps on here is probably an average score. I think a good score would be between 115 and 120. But they've got the runs on the board, and they've got the magical 100 on there as well. So some work to do. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we come back for the conclusion of match number 2 here in Romania. Join us in 10 minutes time. Hello and welcome back. A very warm welcome to you as well from this lovely setting in Bucharest in Romania for the FanCode European Cricket Series at the Mawara Valsia Cricket Ground. Beautiful location next to the lake by the same name, the Mawara Valsia Lake. And I've been told that there's some very, very big fish in there, some big carp. So I haven't seen any people doing a bit of fishing there at the moment, but maybe I hear it's quite an early bird sport. Maybe early in the morning there's quite a few people doing a bit of fishing for their breakfast, but no, it is a lovely setup. My first time here, Rico Full, and of course I'm joined by Mr. Maximo with his Sandu, who will be coming back into the commentary box in a few moments' time as we restart this match. So halfway through, Banyasa put 100, 103 on the board, losing 6 wickets to some very good bowling from Kohli. Picked up 3 of them. And taking them on straight away, down the ground, a couple of bounces. And that's 4 runs. And this match has started, well, both innings now started with a boundary, not quite the 6 that Ranatha Thunga hit with the very first ball of the match. But that will do, that's what they've got to do. So Mohamed Moise now trying to pick up from where he left off with the bowl. He picked up 2 wickets of his last 2 deliveries, as did Kohli. Starts with a 4. Asking the question, but don't think this hits anything. See this here again. Just that movement away. Good bit of wicket keeping as well. Abdul Shakur. This one will be called a wide. Prasanna. What a memorable start to the day it was for him. This one's flighted right up, but it's been picked up beautifully. Over it goes. Balle, 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 kinna sona, kinna, bada shaka. Boom, shaka lag, yeah, that goes all the way. And, well, if he's going to float them up, I think he's going to get them a little bit more full at Prasanna here. And that was hit, and hit big. And Moyes looking dangerous from the onset. Prasanna, what can he do with this one? What's the reply going to be? Well, he flights this one up as a full toss. This is another one that is out of here. 6 more. And it's shaka time. And I said Mr. Maximo will be joining me shortly. Well, maybe he wants to do a bit of fielding first. And he loves to get in on the act, and gets the throw in there. One hand pick up from Maximo. Can't keep him out of the action, can you? And be careful, he might run on the pitch to try and stop this one as well. He's not needed, not required. What a lovely positive start this is. We haven't had a magical over so far. We always say that anything in the 20s can be magical. So 18 ball to go. This time it's played on the onside, no run there, he's sent back, and just as well he was sent back, so it will only be the 18. I say only, it's the best over so far that we've had. And Prasanna, well, yeah, not the same as the first match. First match, his very first ball, so the very first ball of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Romania provided us with a wicket. And, well, he was on cloud 9. But this time, in this match, it's very different. In fact, it's very different from both the teams, both the batters of both teams, I should say, being far more positive, far more attacking. We saw that from Rathnahunga and also from Hussain, prepared to play the shots. And that's exactly what Moyes has done here so far as well. Captain Hussain, who bowled magnificently, didn't he, in the first match. He's going to come back on. Took 3 for 11 in that player of the match performance. And, well, they take the long hander to him as well. The field has got some work to do. And a good one-hand pick-up from Numan Sajid. gets the ball in pretty quickly. V, left-hander, gets himself going. Just moving the field around slightly, Hussein. Down the ground, and long on. Makes the stop. Just going to see, I think, a lot of Joby Charlie in the field. It's one man that they have in the key position. I think he maybe get busy in this one. Back to Moyes. And he goes big again. Balle, 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 kinna sona. It is definitely shaka time here now. The sun is shining, and it's a good time to be out there in the middle. And playing some nice shots there. So taking the game to Banyasa are the Gladiators from Bucharest. Well, captain, wasn't expecting this. Tries to get the Yorker in. It's well met. Fielded once more out there in the deep mid-wicket area. And both these batters, well, particularly Moyes, trying to make the most of the power play. Naqvi, thought he had a couple of balls, so he's ready to unleash as well. Slower delivery and almost get through. Holds his head, that's the captain. We'll see this again. It was so close, cleverly disguised, and just gets the inside edge, which saves him. Otherwise, that was wicket bound. Short, too quick really for Naqvi. Gets onto him or climbs onto him quicker than he expected. So the variations from Hussein work, but he still does go for 9 in the over. And the score moves on to 27 without loss. And Mr. Maximo, after his bit of fielding, is back with us again. You're out of breath. You
had the ball
you're
following
unfit.
me.
Look at him, he's panting here. Listen,
that's from walking, not from fielding. I did have a couple hit at me on the way back here. I enjoyed the walk back though. Geez, the ground looks beautiful. A nice view of the lake on the way back. Didn't rush. And yeah, Moyes looks like he's in a hurry. The Bear, he whacked a couple out of the ground. 25 off 8. In fact, he's hit 3 big sixes now on a boundary. And trying to make the most of this power play. And I think he'd be pretty happy with 9 off the over from Ijaz Hussain. And they do bowl up front just to try and, I think, take a wicket. They know the importance of, I think, getting Moyes early. And Naqvi's golden. He's got 1. And this will be 4, though, to Moyes. So not a good ball. This is probably a shin-high full toss turned around the corner. 4 runs to start the 3rd. And the Gladiators, I was just thinking, if they can chase 140 against ACCB, they certainly are capable of chasing 104 against Banyasa. These two teams, they did split their group games last time. And the Gladiators are certainly capable of chasing these runs down, but I think they need more from Moyes. I think they need him to get them at least to kind of 70 or 80 at the moment. Up to 31, 29 of those runs off his bat. And well, you can add 6 to this. In the slot, it's Adios Pelota Maximo. The Bear is hungry, and he's hungry for 6s, and that one takes him up into the 30s.
Yeah, this is good. Boom! Shakalage. He's having fun in the sun, isn't he, Moyes? And he's just saying, bring it on, bring it, give me some more. And at the moment, they're just bowling runs to him.
Geez, that was a good shot. It was okay, yeah, it was a bit straight, but he got all of that. I say 35 out of 37 runs is pretty significant. About 94% of the runs. Now with that wide, it'll be the 2nd extra, so up to 38. Yeah, I like this. I mean, attacking the power play. We talk about it all the time. Yep. You need to be brave to do it. They've got long on and deep mid-wicket now as the 2 outfielders, but he's not afraid to take them on, Moyes. This time, he drags it, but doesn't beat the infield. No run.
Yeah, I think it's probably normal. You'd say, Vinny, that the first match, both teams a little bit cagey. You know, they're aware of the cameras, they're aware of the world watching. So they sort of held back a little, but well, certainly they've cut loose in this one. Both the teams, both big batters in both teams have performed.
Could be a chance. Does it have the distance? The fielder is going to not deal with it. It's going to be 4. It was a really tough one for the fielder because he wasn't confident he could get behind the ball because I think he thought he might step over the boundary. So he has to try and side saddle it. And what he does get hands on it. See this? He's not confident that he can go back because he doesn't know where the boundary is. But instead, Parminder Singh unfortunately fumbles it and he fumbles it over the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Parminder Singh, he's not had the best of days catching. I think that's probably the 3rd that he's put down in the day to the first match. And that one was not easy. He's a bit unlucky as well because the ball sort of hits his arms, ricochets off his chest and goes over the line.
Full toss, worked away. This is a bit of a chase as well. This will be a real teaser. The fielder will get there. They hustle out for a couple. I mean, it's a remarkable innings, really, when you consider he's got 41 out of the 44 runs. But what he's done well, he's had the majority of the strike in this power play. I think, to use borrow a term from another sport, he's kind of on a heater at the moment. So he's making the most of it. Now, last ball for Anik Ahmed in this over. It's cost 17 so far. He wants to go one more time. Is this going to be a chance? Well, it's just out of the grasp of Parminder's left hand, and it's going to be 4. In fact, they've moved Ijaz Hussain to that position now. So it will be 4. Moyes living dangerously, but he knew he only had 1 ball to go on the power play. He wanted it. He gets a bit of luck. It was a good effort from the fielder, but he just didn't quite get the right angle. So 4 to finish the power play, and a very good one for Booker S Gladiators. They're 48 without loss after 3 overs.
Yeah, and Moyes, well, his strike rate here at the moment is fantastic. He's not holding back at all, is he? 13 balls that he's, or 14 balls he's had now, 45 he's raced onto. And Naqvi, he's just on 1 or 4, and you can have a look at the power play. That's a very good power play, the best that we've had so far. 48 off it, no wickets down, and they're looking to go big here. And I'm just wondering whether here, Vinny, they need to have this, well, certainly the long off to Moyes really straight. They've got to get him straight because he hits it really straight.
Yeah, he does. Now we're out of the power play, so you can have up to 5 outfielders. That changes the game slightly. Let's see if Moyes in particular continues to be super aggressive and maybe take on the outfielders. He wasn't afraid to try and go over the outfielders in the power play either. A couple that I had a good view of at deep mid wicket, or just behind deep mid wicket. Charlie into the attack. Naqvi goes walkabout. Maybe Charlie takes a little bit off that. Now, Naqvi's role here, it's got to be simple. Yeah. Don't have to be fancy. Just get one, get off strike. And I know that it's often difficult because he hasn't faced that many balls yet. But he doesn't have to do anything too expansive. He's eyeing off the leg side at the moment. Eyeing off the leg, the 3rd man gap as well. I think you're seeing the infield just come in a little bit, trying to stop that single. Just keep Moyes at the other end for a bit longer. Hustle through. Oh no, could have a run out here. He's going to have to make it back. He does. Moyes, he's keen for it, but then he just thinks he doesn't have the pace to get there.
Yeah, he starts because he's thinking, I want to get to the other end, and then he decides actually, but not at the expense of my wicket. If he was to get run out now the way he's batting, he'll be very, very angry with himself.
So, Naqvi 1 off 7 now. See if they can just at least get something out of this 4th over. So far, been really good from Charlie. Just halting the momentum. Just sorting out a technical issue. Just slows the game. And we've had a few shots coming our way. And I think, Rico, it looks like you've copped one of them. What's going on here?
I've taken one here. I said there's a few bears around. I think somebody's seen one and took aim. It's not a bear, it's me.
Go to sleep, Rico. Go to sleep. You'll feel a bit sleepy in a second. All right, let's get back to the action out in the middle.
I feel like a Dalek.
You look like something. All right, here's probably just one. So that's a better shot from Naqvi. And he gets off the bottom of the bat. But yeah, nice shape.
Actually, I can use this as a ball tracker. If I stand like straight in line, wicket to wicket, I can use it as if the ball going straight or not.
Okay, don't take it off yet because I'm going to enjoy this in a couple of balls. So 49 the partnership at the
I'm
moment.
getting dizzy. I think it might have this. Might be a sleeping dart. It's got something in it. Who fired it anyway? Did you?
Who fired it? I don't know, but the kids have been mucking around with some of these toys. It's good to see so many kids around. You see a lot of the village kids. You need to cut the voices out.
Why?
Because you're a very good commentator, but you're a terrible impressionist. So I'm just going to say.
You're just being
No.
very rude.
All right, here we go. He goes for this, leans back, and this is a catching opportunity, and this time it is held. And that is Mahesh Ranatunga. Well, this does not go into the middle of the hands at all. It tries to sneak out, and he says, no, you don't. And Moyes, he goes for 45. He scored 45 out of the 49 runs so far in this inning. So it is a game-changing moment, potentially. Banyasa get their man at 49 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good catch in the sense he's got a bit of ground to make up. He does really well to get there. You see, then he gets himself steady, and you can look at that. But Vinny, that's an ice cream cone if you've ever seen one.
Yeah.
He does really well. He's smiling now. They know that that's the wicket that they needed to get, and they have got it. They've got the danger man out, and well, but has he already done the damage?
Could be a really nice day for an ice cream, actually. So here's Coley. So he's a pretty good player to be able to come in at number 3. But I think they'll probably have Hyder at 4. And then I guess we'll see from there. But yeah, well done to Charlie. Kind of good reward for the fact that he had bowled very tight over. ... 1, building the pressure. And ultimately, it results in the wicket of Moyes. Just leans back on that one. So, Joby has one to come in the 4th. Push and no run. So, Coley, he won't be on strike. It'll be Atif Naqvi facing up at the start of the 5th. 4 overs down. It's 49 for 1. Really good over. Just 1 run and a wicket off that over. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. And Rico, you look ridiculous. And I'm going to have... This is going to be good. Okay, look straight at the camera. All right, you ready? 1, 2... I'm scared, actually. Are you scared?
No, I'm
1, 2, 3.
Hey, the bar.
Oh, go on. Let's have a look at that. Do you think that was worth it? Oh,
I'm
wow.
scarred. You see, I'm scarred.
Tell you what, a fair bit of real estate up there, but you're not alone. Anyway,
we're
4 overs in, and I hope you're having a great day. We'll love to bring the cricket to you from Romania.
Never been shot in the head with a dart before.
Tell us about your morning in Romania. Well, I had a rubber arrow pulled off my
I'm just going to go for a little sleep.
I'm loving this contest,
Hello, everybody.
though. Should be pretty interesting. Here's Paminda Singh, over number 5.
Oh, that was a full toss and a pretty high one. Only a single. So, look, they've got to keep the momentum going here now, haven't they? I mean, okay, Moyes has done a fantastic job for them. He took the odd risk, got to 45 of 15. So the foundation, the platform has been laid, and really, they've got to make the most of this. You have a look at that rate. I mean, just under 10, so that's fine. I think on a pitch like this, with this outfield, the ball moving around as it is, it's quick. You place it well, you time it well, you will get your boundaries, you'll get your value for your shots. Paminda Singh goes too wide, and 15 is now up. And you can see there on your screen, you see that they're ahead where they need to be. But, it's all about how they can keep going with Moyes gone. Naqvi, he could be the man.
He's at least getting off strike a bit more regularly now, and it's probably a bit easier for him because the field's back. Now, he's an interesting one because, okay, in the power play, he just really struggled to get off strike. But now it seems like automatically the field goes back, and you can understand that, but I'd always be tempted to keep the field up until he kind of shows he can get a boundary. I think at the moment he's happy just to take the 1, give back to Coley. So, it's a pretty exciting play to watch. Tries to dig this one out. He wants the run. Doesn't actually get that far away from the bowler. Paminda Singh, though. A few people making a few Coley comparisons. I know that Virat has had a bit of a tough time lately. It happens to everyone. He is human, after all. It's this one straight. It's pretty good looking shot. It's well placed and it gets through the fielder. Oh, he'll be annoyed at that, Ijaz Hussain. He's normally so reliable and he tries to get down, but he just can't deal with the last bounce. Coley, well, the shot deserved a boundary. It looked pretty good off the bat. See, Hussain was straight, but he just kind of overruns it slightly. Gets a half a hand on it, but still 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, once again, Coley doing what we saw Moyes doing. When he does hit it, hits it dead straight. So you do want the long off and long on, very straight, really.
Goes after this, and I think this has got the journey. It is 6. Maximo! Well, Coley, 4-6 pick up sticks as he carries on where Moyes left off. It's the end of the 5th over. The score is 63 for 1, and Gladiators, they pick up the pieces after losing the bear, and they're still in a very good position to knock these runs off.
Yeah, they seem to be cruising at the moment. 6 Maximos in the innings so far, and they're going strong and going well. And Coley, well, he's got a very, very good shot here off, well, if he bats well and continues doing what he's doing, we're picking up the Player of the Match award. Don't forget, he did pick up those 3 wickets.
Yeah, we have some competition from Moyes, of course, who also picked up 2 wickets off his last 2 balls. Something that Coley did later in the innings. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Nakfi, okay, doesn't look pretty 4 off 10, but he has kind of stayed there while the score's got up to 63. Provided stability at one end. Oh, this isn't a good ball.
Well, if this is going to be called a wild or a no ball?
I think it might be a no
yeah,
ball.
I think for the height.
I think it's high. We'll get an idea of the height here. But yeah, I think that's a good call. It is over the waist. Yeah, it was over the waist. So it'll be a free hit coming up. It would have been 1 run either way. The difference is that Nakvi's got the immunity cloak on. I guess that's good for him because it gives him a chance to be aggressive. It's pretty well bowled though. Good comeback ball from Charlie.
He's an interesting bowler to watch actually, because you see him come through sometimes and he gets a good rhythm and good pace behind the ball. Then you have like those last 2 where he almost loses his rhythm and he's just relying on just getting the arm over and just trying to get it there, but he loses the momentum, loses the speed. At least in that case, he does get the radar right.
Bit of rust on all the players, but at least the bowlers, yeah, they get multiple opportunities, don't they? They're searching for this, can't catch up with it. Yeah, that's why I think it's a bit more brutal when you're batting kind of earlier in the season, because one mistake, that's the end of your contribution with the bat. With bowling, you might have some balls that come out well, some that don't. But, I mean, Coley just having a word to Nakvi saying, look, don't stress, just get one, get me down there. I'm feeling good. We're in a good position here. Don't panic. So he panics, runs down the field, and I think
he thought he was going to be bowled here. I think he was expecting to hear timber.
Yeah, but look at the keeper. Could have definitely stumped him. He's basically saying, it's not happening for me. I'm done. And the keeper says, well, no, wait. You can come back and bat again because we don't want you out.
Yeah, I think he shook his head. And I think that's exactly it when he's saying, no, let's just keep him in. Look, we saw in Bulgaria a couple of times, right? Batters retiring out.
Yeah.
Well, then you bowl him a Gandhi ball and you get put away, and all of a sudden Nakvi says, nah, I think I'm going to stick around.
Oh, dead man walking. I mean, he could have been stumped easily. And look, I don't think it was that bad a delivery. It's just one that he turns on. Yeah, it is a bit short from Charlie.
It was Gandhi.
Yeah, but I mean,
look where this pitch is.
Yeah.
You don't even see it pitch.
Yeah, that's true. Still, the confidence booster for Nakvi. This is what you're always hoping when somebody is so slow to get going, is that it'll turn for them. Yeah. Maybe that's the shot that can turn things around for Nakvi.
Goes to the boundary as well. Wouldn't surprise me all of a sudden. Well, he's got to be able to hit it first. And Charlie, what's happened? What's happened here to Charlie? He's lost his way. He bowled a very good first over. He picked up the key wicket, didn't he? And now seems to be struggling a little.
Yeah, he does seem to be. He's just kind of poking himself in the chest. Slight kind of rib issue. Of course, you use a whole bunch of muscles when you're bowling. Seam up. A couple to come in the over. It's a straight. So that gives him something. Coley kind of gone cold a bit down the other end, but he'll get one ball here. Again, the pace, essentially, if you look at that kind of 10 and over, 10 and a half and over, they're ahead of where they need to be.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of making sure they don't have any terrible overs that are kind of 5 or less, and that'll put pressure.
Yeah, well, that's what Banyasa have to find. They need to find somebody who's going to deliver over which sort of goes for 3 runs, pick up a wicket or something, that will get them back in the driving seat.
Coley gets the inside half of the bat, and again, they don't run there. I think there probably was one there.
I think so, yeah.
But Naqvi's not keen. It's the end of the over. It's 70 for 1. I think Naqvi is just kind of motioning to the bench, and this is where we talked about tactical retirements.
Yeah.
I think Naqvi feels, look, I've done my job, I've got us to 70, but maybe there's someone better suited. They've got 9 wickets in hand, and he kind of looks to the bench and kind of makes a substitution kind of a thing, and they've said, well, you stay there.
I had to giggle to myself when he said, I've done my bit. I've got us to 70.
It's team game, Rico.
I suppose.
It's team game.
Yeah, there's no I in team.
Yeah,
I suppose he did get 9 out of 16. I mean,
he's
still there, right?
He's put them in a position where they're not in wicket trouble.
Yeah.
That's kind of what
I think he's just decided he's going to go for everything here. And this one has to be stopped. It has been stopped very well, actually. And looks like he's doing a little bit of a dance, a little bit of a ballerina bit going on there. But does his job.
I mean, yeah, Coley, I think if this hits, he could have been in some strife. I think this throw comes in. Oh, he's just okay. But, yeah, I mean, Naqvi just gets told, no, you stay there. We're going fine in the chase. It's a little bit of leg on this, I think. Now they're going to take off. They're going to go the long way. And they're not going to get Coley. And that end, I think that's off the glove, actually. So it will be a run to Coley. Yeah, I mean, so what I'm saying, I suppose, is he's been a foil. You can say, yeah, he's been slow and all these things. But the truth is, the batters, Moyes and Coley, at least they've had the confidence that he hasn't been out there, not constantly changing partners.
Yeah. I think also he's got a, this is the, when you got, remember he was out very first match. I mean, he isn't in his rhythm, but he needs to get in his rhythm. This is going to be, it's going to be a lot of cricket to be played. And if before Saturday, by the end of Friday, you want to make it to final state, you're going to finish in the top 4. So a lot of work to be done. So there's a good opportunity for him to get into form, and that's what he's looking to do here. And if his team win, he'll say, yeah, I played the anchor role. I did what I had to do. I kept one end up, while first it was, of course, the batting of Moyes. And now it could be Coley that get the runs, and he's saying, yeah, I did my bit. I played my part.
Yeah, hits this one, doesn't carry to cover. The other thing is, he's a pretty senior figure in the team. And I think they're backing him, saying, look, yeah, we know you're trying. It's not really working for you, but we're backing you to come good. And you already saw that one pull shot that he got away. He's capable of finding the boundary. I think one of the issues is, if you're not hitting boundaries, you need to be able to leg them out a bit more. I think the run between the wickets, they've probably left half a dozen on the table already. It's just straight. It's pretty well. It should just be one. Once again, Coley doesn't have much of the strike lately. He'll come on for the last ball of the over.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I think if I'm Coley here, I'm just, he's probably feeling, just because of the way this over's gone, that he's got to play the big shot. But I think really, sensibly, the smart thing to do would be take the single and be back on strike. See what he tries.
Coley has to shut up shop for this one. It was a good ball hunting the stumps. He survives. And they're just ahead of the rate at the moment. But the game's tightening up. 7 overs down at 73 for 1. So they need 31 off the last 18 balls. Pretty much the rate now is right where it started. 10.3 is the required rate, started at 10.4. Hey, coming up next, we've got the afternoon session starting with match 3, and it's United Cricket Club. They're taking on ACCB. Both these teams had some great tussles. Last time, there was only one run in it, 131 to 130. That was in essentially a knockout match. It meant that ACCB went through to the final. It meant that United were out of the tournament. But watch those two names up the top. T10 for United. He's the Romanian national team captain. Gohar Manan, he's played a lot of national team cricket as well. And Gohar often has some really big innings in ECS cricket. Abdulaziz as well, certainly one to watch. We saw him recently at the ECL. He's a very talented player, but yeah, a lot of talent on both teams there. Stay tuned for that one. It's starting in around about 35 minutes time right here on the European Cricket Network. All right, crunch over. Well, they're all crunch overs now. Parminder Singh's going to bowl over number 8. 31 required. Here's Naqvi. He elevates. Just gets one. Yeah, see, this actually, you've got Hyder waiting in the wings. He'd be my plan. He's a bit of a finisher, Imran Hyder, and he's waiting at number 4. They may have a couple of other options they want to put in, but I think, yeah, now's the time. Naqvi already tried to pull the pin, and it was refused. It's like when you put your resignation on your boss's table and they say,
nah,
and they rip it up. Because Nugby, to be fair to him, he said, look, I think maybe you want to trade me. And they said, no, you're staying right there. Coley, this would have been a wide. Instead, it's going to be a boundary. That's a really good bit of ball striking. It was away from him. Had to rely on his hands and his eye. And he gets plenty of it. That's 4 runs, I should say. He moves to 16. Yeah, see that back foot. He gets a little bit outside of stump, but it's mostly the hands that create that shot as he slices it away over the offside.
Yeah, that's well executed, that shot. He created that out of nothing, really. It definitely would have been called a wide, but Coley deciding with nobody in that area, it's a good opportunity for him to make the most of it. But just playing about with the field here slightly. So
hard to get the rate required if you don't get a boundary in the over. And there's one, and it's early in the over as well. Coley gets full toss. It doesn't get a lot of it. Could be gone, and it is. So a good catch taken by Noman Sajid, who skates around the deep mid-wicket boundary, and he's pumped, and why not? That's the big wicket of Coley. He goes for 16. A not so sweet ending for him. And he falls at a crucial time in the match. It's 78 for 2.
What a good catch this is. I mean, we've seen some go down, haven't we? But this one was class. He's got a bit of ground to make up. These are never easy because you're taking them away from the body side on, and he does really well running into it. And isn't he delighted? And so he should be. A very, very good catch from Noman Sajid. And Coley goes. So now it's getting interesting because we keep an eye on that rate. It's just crept up to over 10, and they've been managing to prevent that from happening for a while. Look, I've got to say, we didn't talk about this, but what a great over that was from Ahmed. His second over.
Yeah.
His first over went for 21. I think it's brave move from the captain to give him the second, and that one only went for 3, and that was big. That was massive.
Big
and
comeback.
that's the over I was talking about. If somebody can deliver them an over where they only just go for 3 runs, it can make all the difference. Okay, here we go. It's nicely struck. Be a single.
Yeah, so who can pick up the pieces? I thought they might go for Haida here, but no, they've gone for Aravinda.
So, again, that field being changed. Bringing a man. Now, look, they're putting pressure on here onto Nagvi, but I can see what they're trying to do, bring the fielder in close to try and stop the single. But Nagvi knows it's not singles that he's going to go. He's going to go full swing at everything. So I wouldn't be bringing the fielders in. I would be saying, all right, look, stay where you are. Stay on the 30-yard circle. Let him have a swing because that's what he's going to do. Nagvi is not going to drop it and go take the single, especially when you know there's a new batter that's just come in.
And the simple fact of the matter is singles don't really hurt you at this stage.
Yeah.
Getting to the point where it's almost to a ball. And so, yeah, I mean, let's see what Aravinda can do. Last ball of the 8th. Hits that pretty well, but will just be a single. He will be on strike, though. So now we are pretty much at that to a ball pace required. 8 overs down. It's 81 for 2. 23 required off the last 12. Now you've got to have a good over. The other thing is, they've got some good bowlers. Ijaz Hussain, he'd be my pick to bowl this one, or he might bowl the last. This is why, yeah, I mean, Ijaz Hussain bowled the second over and went for 9. He had hit for a 6 by Moyes. You can see there, not really in wicket trouble, but the rate just dipping.
Yeah, I mean, that worm there just shows how this innings has gone. You've had over 1 went for 18, over 3 went for 21, but then over 4 only went for 1 from Jobby Charlie, and then Paminda Singh a little bit expensive, 14, and then you had the last 3 overs, 7, 3 and 8, and that's why that the rate now has gone to about just under 12. So a good over required for Booker S Gladiators. Somebody's got to really play. I think you need a couple of boundaries in an over and try and get that rate back down to around about the 10 mark.
So they've got a bit of time to play with. That's why they could afford that conference, because they've got about 7 minutes to bowl this over or to start the 10th. So I think that's why they're really deciding. And I think, yeah, I'd be leading here with Ijaz Hussain. I think it's your best bowler to come. You bowl him in the 9th and you try and make it really tough in the 10th. All right, here we go. Still 23 required. It all happens in the 9th. He wants 2, and to be honest, I'd be taking it. Oh, yeah.
There was no response at all, was there, from Nakvi. Nakvi, just as much as he screamed 2-2-2, Nakvi first DC. Look at this. That's really poor running.
He said, pardon me. Perhaps.
Nakvi is saying, look.
He said, say it in my good ear.
He's saying, I got my eye in now. 22 deliveries, 13.
He just peels off 4 sixes here to win the game. All right, here's Nakvi. He's on 13. And he's gone. It's a slower ball. And Ijaz Hussain has the last laugh. And I don't even think
he didn't want to get him out.
He wanted to get him.
Have a look at this. You'd never see a wicket taking celebrated like this. This is all about Hussain saying, oh, yaar, main ki kar dita, inno out nahi karona siga. Have a look at this.
Well, this just shows you they were pretty comfortable. Nakvi had struggled to find the boundary. And that's what they need at this stage. He had 1 boundary in 22 balls. The 23rd ball bounces
Watch the
off,
celebration.
Yeah, bounces off his pads onto the stumps. See, would have been a big wide. And then EJ is saying, oh no, what have I done? And so, well, he's opened a can of worms. That's exactly what he's done. That's probably a good thing, I'd have to say. Oh, no disrespect to Nakvi. You know, he's a capable batter. That just hasn't been happening for him in this innings. And so it does give someone else an opportunity. Danushka Lakmal, who's come into the side, is getting an opportunity at number 5. So what do you need? You need 22 off 8. So let me just try and work that out. I think you need 3 boundaries minimum in the next 8 balls. Otherwise, it's really tough. And I think he's got a brand new batter on strike to Ijaz Hussain, who's an absolute gun. And this could be gone. It's a slower ball. He has a really big think and says no. Well, he's walking to somewhere.
I'd like to see this one again. I mean, it was full. It was right up there. Let's have a look.
I mean, this hits him on the full. The only question is if it's going down the leg side. I mean, it looked a pretty good shout. Maybe in another universe, it might have just been missing. I thought that was going to hit some leg stump. But I can see what the umpire was considering. But still, just 1 run. Bowled. Is there a little feather on this?
I think there was.
Yeah, I think he's gone. I think he's given him. The umpire's on the walk, and the batter has to walk as well. And I think this just takes the very bottom of the bat of Aravinda. And it certainly picked up a little noise, and it didn't seem like ground. It seemed a pretty nicky kind of noise. He says it goes past the bat. I know it's hard to tell there, but I think it just gets a little bit of the bottom of the bat on the way through, and I felt that was a good decision.
Yeah, that was. We heard that cleanly. As well bowled, he would have been disappointed not to have had the LB go his way, but not deterred. He comes back and takes a wicket, and it's the wicket of Arvinda. Did get back on strike, but he has to go.
Bit surprised they've waited this long to bring out Imran Haider, because he was known as a bit of a finisher last year for the Gladiators. He's going to have to play out of his skin to get them home from here. They need 21 off 8. So I still maintain you need those 3 boundaries, probably 4 now. You need half the balls to go to the boundary, and 2 of those balls are going to be bowled by Ijaz Hussain. He's a weapon, because he can bowl a quick Yorker and he can bowl a slower ball, and it's not an easy slower ball to pick. So here he is bowling to the veteran, Imran Haider.
How high was this? It's called a no ball. The fielder has done really well to stop this. He has, because this has come pretty quickly. It was bobbling away. I think that's a correct shot. It's definitely a no ball.
Yeah, because remember the change in the regulations now, if it's waist high or above, and that certainly was waist high, I think. So yeah, changing the height. I mean, it would have been handy in the IPL the other night if they had this, because I think it's a much better rule. So now it doesn't have to be over waist height. It's the umpire isn't absolutely sure it's below the waist, then it gets called. And that one for me is a good call. It means there's a free hit coming up. It's a slow ball. I had to change his shot mid-shot. I don't think he picked it straight away. So he evades serious punishment for that breach. Ijaz Hussain. Last ball coming up, scores 86. So I think this is a really clear example of why you bowl your gun bowler in the 9th. You don't wait till the 10th. You try and put the game more or less out of reach of the opposition. Oh, good one, though. This was wide.
It's a good take from the keeper, Abdul Shakur. Hussain, look, he's just losing his way just a little bit. Got a bit wayward with a couple of deliveries, but look, take nothing away from the efforts from the captain. Picked up 3 wickets for 11, player match performance in the first match. He's picked up 2 wickets here already. 5 in the day. That's not bad going. And almost gets this one through and finishes with a dot. And that's what good players do. And the captain has basically said to his team, right, okay, I've done my bit. That's the 9th over gone. 87 on the board. So, well, they're going to need a bit of firepower here if they're going to get to victory. So you're talking about, what, at least minimum 3 boundaries, right? And they've got to be, and one of them, 3 boundaries, and you've got to take something more.
You need 14 runs in boundaries, something like that. Now let's see who they bowl. They have made the time just. So
who do you go for here? I mean, you got Prasani. He's still got one to go.
I'll tell you who they're going for. The 56-year-old. It is Isfahan Doki. He will just bowl kind of medium pace. He's very accurate. That's the thing. And I think let's ditch his helmet here, like Mulder, if he'll be allowed to or not.
I don't think they're going for Mehesh Prasani because he went for, I think it was 18 the first over.
But he got moist. You know, he got.
So, but again, you look at the other bowlers. I mean, I made one example, and that was Ahmed. When he went with 21, his second over, they only took 3 of him. I think whoever comes on the bowl, I think it's all a mental thing, isn't it? I think whatever. If this first ball goes to the boundary, then you've got to show.
He's unflappable, though, Isfahan Doki. That's the thing. I think they feel he can handle the pressure. Even though it's first time we've seen him bowling in the series, he's got to defend 17 in the last.
It could go horribly wrong, or it could be a top trump. Let's see.
Danushka Lakmal into the side and into the oven. It's pretty hot out there at the moment. 17 required off 6. All right, buckle up. Could be a big finish. He gets a fair piece of this. Now, I mean, do you go for 2 here? Maybe not. I mean, the value of 1 run isn't. That doesn't change the needle that much when you need this many. I think you need boundaries. And so I think they're backing Hyder maybe to provide it. But certainly he's been put under a lot of pressure in this situation. Doki, good start for him. Edged and gone. So he just wafts at this and Hyder walks. So Doki doing the trick in the 10th. They went to the veteran and he delivers. As the Gladiators just look like they're not going to make these runs, if you're honest, as they lose another wicket. It's 88 for 5 now in the 10th over.
Yeah, well, it's he's wearing the colour green, and they do say it's all about being evergreen. And yeah, you can see there, clear edge, deviation there, thick edge, and easy take there from Abdul Shakur. And all smiles at the moment because it looks like Banyasa are going to do the double over the Booker S Gladiators, and that's a remarkable achievement from them.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like it. I mentioned these 2 teams, they split their group matches last time. The Gladiators had to qualify for this ECS. They had to do it the hard way. So they do have a bit more cricket coming in. Yeah, but I think when you look at how close they're going to get here, I think they're going to get probably 10 to 12 runs away. I do think about Naqvi offering to retire himself a bit earlier. And they said, no, you stay there. Anyway. And gone. So I think it's pretty much all over bar the shouting now. Wakas Ahmed. Well, he's had a pretty good morning. But it's Doki that's on a hat-trick. As he went searching for the Maximo, he came up with fresh air. And the Gladiators now 88 for 6. Doki with a hat-trick opportunity in the final over of this doubleheader.
Yeah, there you go. I said it, Mr. Evergreen. When you got the experience, you got the knowledge, you got the know-how, and this is really good, clever bowling. Just gets it right up there. You miss, I hit, he hits. And, well, could we finish with a hat-trick here as well?
Well, we could. I mean, I think that's the 3rd time in the match that we've seen a bowler take 2 wickets in 2 balls. But this is the first time we'll have a hat-trick ball because on the 2 other occasions, it was Moyes and then Kohli in the first innings. It was with their last 2 deliveries. So it will be Zawar Ali to come on. And this is where, right now, you really do need a boundary. It's 16 required. So 2 6s and a 4. That's what's needed. And Doki's on a hat-trick, so you know he's going to attack you. And canny captaincy by Ijaz Hussain. They picked up Doki in a little mini draft as this team didn't qualify. And he's certainly providing the goods here. Banyasa look to close this out. Zawa, boundary or nothing. Hat-trick ball. Well, they'll probably come back for 2. That probably won't change too much. Good throw to the keeper. It'll be done. It just bounces. Now this is actually...
Still running.
Yeah, well, you know why this is important? because it means they can tie the game with 2 sixes, even though it looks super unlikely at this stage, unless maybe Moyes comes out in disguise. But it does mean there's 13 off 2 to win, which means 12 off 2 to tie. So that's good game awareness and good running.
So we need boundaries. 6s, in fact, we get boundaries.
All right. Maximo or bust. Oh, that's good bowling. I don't think this is out. He's chopped it into the ground. But excellent bowling by Doki. What a last over he's delivered. He's got 2 for 4. Yeah. 3 of them came off that last ball that probably should have been 1. So, yeah, excellent work from the veteran. And looks like he's just going to put the icing on the cake. And Banyasa, they're going to walk away with 4 points from the first morning's play. Here's the last ball to Luckmal. It does get a fair piece of it, but it could be out. And it will be a 3rd wicket for Doki. And that'll do it. Good catch by Anik Ahmed. He himself had a big role to play. And so Gladiators, there's a bit of the calypso about the second half of their innings. They're going to finish at 91 for 7. The final score in match 2 is Banyasa 103, Gladiators 91. Well, they certainly saw a fair bit of fight out of the Gladiators, but they're going to come up with 0 points on opening day, but still very entertaining start, Rico, to this Romanian portion of the European Cricket Series.
Yeah, and the team in green, they're the happier team. They've done well. They won a dramatic, close, low-scoring match first up. And then, well, when things weren't looking their way, just to remind you, the power play, 48 without loss. And, well, it was Joby Charlie, didn't he? That fantastic 4th over, which only went for 1 run. And also, he picked up the wicket. And once that wicket went, they couldn't keep going. Nakvi was eating too many balls up. And it just never happened for them. But, look, you've got to take your hat up to Banyasa. I think they played really well. They showed, I think what they showed is they showed you where you need to be bowling and how you need to keep the pressure on. And there were some good catches taken there as well. Before we see the highlights, we're looking forward to that game there.
Yeah, we sure are. Join us because we're only about 15 minutes away from rejoining you for the afternoon session. It'll be ACCB batting first in match 3 after winning the toss. But it was the Bear show, wasn't it? The Bear was uncaged in the first half of this second innings as he went on a hitting spree. With him in the crease, they look like they're going to do it with time to spare. 4 6s and 4 4s in his innings of 45 off just 15. Got them off to the start they wanted. Bit of luck there along the way, as that was a bit of an awkward one for the boundary rider. But again, when Mohamed Moyes went to a bit of an ice cream cone catch on the boundary, and Rico, well, that might leave a scar. But regardless, Coley came and he picked up the pace as well. Got that one past Ijaz at long on. And he played some nice shots as well, but was kind of starved of the strike. I mean, it was Nakvi at the other end who I just couldn't really get going. This was a good catch, and this changed the game, I think, again. Noman Sajid skating around the boundary to remove Coley. Blows a kiss to his adoring fans. And then Nakvi, eventually he went after labouring. I don't know if Banyasa were that pleased about it either. Really, it was just a case that the batters coming in just couldn't keep going at the rate required.
Yeah, and the captain there with his celebrations. He likes to let you know how many wickets he's picked up. And, he's done very well here today, and he should be very pleased with his team's performance as well. All smiles there, and there right at the end. Well, Doki, didn't he do well?
I've got to tell you this, and Taranjit Singh in the chat brought this up, and it's spot on. The last time Doki bowled an over in the ECS, it went for 30. It went supersonic in the final against Cluj, and this time he was brought on defending 17, but he certainly came up with the goods. I mentioned he is a bit of a Mr. Evergreen, isn't he? With his 3 wickets in the last, only conceding 4 runs. He certainly made sure that the Gladiators were not going to get anywhere near that target of 104, despite a really good start from Moyes, and he was the top scorer, 45 off 15, but when he left, Coley, well, he kept things going a little while, but then just single figures below that, and it was Nakvi, 13 off 23, that couldn't really do too much except for the odd single. He did hit 1 boundary in there. He'll be disappointed. Of course, I think he's a much better player than that, but that's just the way that the game goes sometimes. He did actually say, look, retire me now. We've got batting to come. And when he eventually did go, the players that came into the task was a bit too tough. 3 for 4 for Doki, grabs the figures. But for me, 2 for 15, Ijaz Hussain was super crucial to set up that last over. He bowled the 9th. Yeah. Also Charlie, 1 or 2 got away from him, but he's had a pretty good morning. 1 for 8 from him. The other wicket went to Parminder Singh, and Prasanna they elected not to bring back for the last over, showing they've got a few options. And Banyasa, they'll be pretty happy. They finished in 4th last time, but they will be right at the top of the table at this stage anyway, with 4 points off their first 2 games.
Yeah, it's a good day's work, isn't it? I mean, you're playing the first 2 matches of this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Romania, and you've won them both, and they're going to be a very, very happy team, and no doubt that they'll take opportunity to absorb what they've done here today. They'll talk about it like good teams do, and they'll be looking to do the same thing right again. I think both these teams, in hindsight, I think both of them sort of rely on 3 key batters. If they get going, then something's possible. But the only difference, I think, between the 2 teams in that match is, as well as Moyes scoring 45, nobody else was able to contribute more than 20. Whereas if you look at Banyasa, you had Renata Thunga 45 of 28, but the captain there again, Ijaz Hussain 33 of 20. And you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if he picks up his second Player of the Match award for his batting and his bowling.
Yeah, had a pretty good morning. So we're going to take a quick break. When we return in just over 10 minutes, we will be back with the afternoon session, and you don't want to miss it. Last time that United and ACC met in a European Cricket Series, it was on finals day. It was 131 to 130. I'm expecting some big hits and big scores this afternoon. So join us for more exciting cricket on ECN. We'll be back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. We're halfway through opening day here in Romania. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandy with you for ECN, and now we're heading into the afternoon session. We'll get to see two new teams this week, although they're not new to us.
Okay, ACCB to call. Heads the call. It's heads. Okay, all the best. Good luck. Cheers.
So it's ACCB that win the toss. Their captain Sukhbinder Singh says that they want to have a bat, and you can understand why. And they've got a good, strong batting lineup. And Gohar Manan, he's one that we always like to watch here in Romania.
Hello, welcome back. Well, somebody's found a way to shut up, Mr. Maximo, maybe? That's not nice. Look, I'm loving the look there off the lake, the Mawara Blasia lake there. And as I was saying, I think I've said earlier that one or two of the cricketers have told me that it's full of very big fish, and I've been told that it's carp. So there you go. So if you're in the area, watch some of the cricket, and in between the games maybe do a little bit of fishing as well. Well, why not, as we get ready for the start of this game. The umpires, Andrew Bagg and Abe Milan, make their way out, and the team that go out behind them is United, and making their first appearance in this FanCode European Cricket Series, the 2022 edition. And we know that we have seen them before, United, and they've got some key players as well. One man I'm looking forward to seeing is Ramesh Sathian, and he scored in the two series so far, a combination of 383 runs, and also it's pretty good with the ball as well. He's picked up in total 21 wickets, I certainly want to see. But then on the other side, well, Gohar Manan, and from the ACCB, 616 runs so far in the two series we've had here. And Abdul Asif, 322 runs to him as well. So I think once more, like in the first match, or matches I should say, between the Booker S Gladiators and Banyasa, we've got two teams that have got some good attacking players. It's all about which team will adjust quickly. Remember, they're used to playing these FanCode series, so they shouldn't be too deterred by the cameras. Certainly plenty of noise out there at the moment. And it will be Shan Rashid to bowl the first. I'm liking the look of this kit as well. I like the combination of the pink and the blue. As we get ready to start here, and it's going to be, man, I was talking about Manan who's going to be facing the first ball. Here we go, we're off. Match 3. Good start from the bowler. Nice, tidy. Nice place to bowl your first ball if there is any nerves out there for the batters. And that one there is right on the money. Gohar Manan. Up in the air, it's gonna just drop short. There's nobody out on the circle there, mid-wicket. They've got the man back. Long on, he's sort of quite wide and back, so wasn't the most confident of starts. And that brings Rajneesh Gier to strike. Very solid offside packed field. Talk about that after this delivery, and that one still, doesn't matter how many men you have there, he still manages to find the gap and get 4 runs. That's quite amazing. You can see why they've got this number of players in the field. Just count that again. So you got 6 men on the offside. But a nice shot bringing up the first boundary off the innings. And that's all about placement, I suppose, there. Oh, this is well bowled. Good reply from Rashid here. And oh, so close to finding the edge of the bat. And beautiful sunny afternoon now. A lot of people around the ground watching the cricket. Nice to see a mixture of both young and old. A lot of youngsters running around as well, watching the cricket. And it's a fun. I believe it is a holiday here today as well, to do with the Easter traditions. So yeah, if you're watching and you're in the area, why don't you come on down? It'd be lovely to meet you. Have a chat with myself or Mr. Maximo, who's in freeze frame at the moment. Sure, we'll get him ranked up again. In the air, and I think it's got the legs to go all the way. Was it going to plug? Well, it plugs. The fielder doesn't plug, but he does well and gets the throw in as well. They're still throwing it. It's nicely done. He was always in danger of plugging this one. And he gets more height than distance. And that will be the end of the over. So 8 without loss. And Rico full here, and we will welcome back Mr. Maximo. What happened to you? You froze.
Yeah, well, that happens from time to time because I do have a robot double and it does a lot of the work. It takes a lot of the manual work out for me. It gives me a chance to eat lunch, cruise around, enjoy myself, and just occasionally the robot malfunctions. So that's going to be the big reveal. And actually, I am the robot. Maybe. No, I wonder who's behind the robot in the chat today.
Robot.
ECN European Cricket Network. If the robot would like to say hello, that'd be nice. Yep, and so Taran in the chat, just letting us know. Rajneesh, guys, a new player for ACCB. He's facing up, gets a wide first up. So yeah, let's see what he brings to the table. Here's Aftab Kayani. He's another player we have seen playing at ECC level. Playing for the Romania national team. Pretty handy fielder. A decent bowler. Slower ball though. Needs to find the radar. This is just going to be something we'll see a bit of, I think, on opening day with some players struggling to find their radar early on. Got to say, I love the United new kit. There's a splash of pink in there.
I do like it. I like the combination.
A bit like you just tipped a bucket of paint.
I was going to say, it is very much like a splash, isn't it? A big splash. Oh, well, what's going on here? I mean, Kayani is just not... I mean, this is almost like it's coming out of the hand before he even completes his action.
Every time he bowls a wide, the pitch seems narrower. It probably feels like, it's about a newspaper width wide now for Kayani. See if he can get going. Just needs one on target. No, that's not it. Getting closer. 4 wides on the trot. This isn't great for the over rate either, is it?
Certainly not. And it's not good news for the captain. He's probably saying, come on, you can do better than this. Ramesh Sathisan. Yeah, and he's now going to come around the wicket to see if that helps. And it sort of does. But the only thing he's got to be careful of here, and I think that's what the umpire's having a chat with him. Yeah, I like to see that. And basically, Abhay Malian saying, look, if you're going to do that, fine, but don't come looking to me when it's an LBW or caught behind, because I cannot see a thing.
Yeah, true.
And, he does take note of what the umpire said to him, and this time that's fine. He does walk away. Interesting, isn't it, how you think of a bowler's action when you're coming to bowl. So you're coming in right up over the wicket, you know what the action is. You deliver, and your arm sort of goes away from the body. Now if he's doing the same thing here, coming around the wicket, he's go, and he's getting it on the pegs. And you'd have to say, well, why? If you put the same motion in practice, the same thing should be happening. Because he wasn't bowling wides way down the offside. He was bowling those wides down the leg side.
I think it's a body angle thing. So you see his side on now is facing a bit more towards the offside. except for that one. So,
that was time.
But I think that's the theory. I think that's why, even though you're starting a bit further towards the leg side, I think your body angle kind of pulls the ball a bit further left.
Kayani. This is hit firmly and 4 runs. Absolutely crunches this. This is a lovely shot. I mean, Kayani himself maybe thought perhaps he had the opportunity of what would have been quite an amazing caught and bowl, but not to be. He's absolutely clubbed this, has Guy. And 4 more runs, that's a cracking shot.
That's a really good shot. I mean, that was straight as the day is long at the moment.
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, he's got some biceps, isn't he? I reckon he can hit the ball pretty far. He's shown that already. And, just manoeuvres this onto the onside. It's just a little paddle and gets a single.
Gohar pulls out the big dive to get there. I hope the ground's okay. I tell you what, he looks in pretty good shape at the moment, Gohar. Yeah, he scampered through and wasn't afraid to put his body on the line.
Isn't it lovely? A number of people that have made their way to the ground here watching the cricket, sort of behind it, well, sort of all the way around the ground, apart from, if you like, to the right of it. So sort of square leg mid-wicket area to the right-hander. You've sort of got this sort of verge that goes up, grass verge. It's a lot of hill, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's like a horseshoe shape, and it's got a number of people that sat watching, enjoying the cricket. It's lovely to see.
Yeah, it's a beautiful cricket ground. It kind of sits nicely, doesn't it? And it's a great ground for watching cricket as well. There's lots of good vantage points around the edges. So probably just making sure that we've got the right amount of balls to come. You can understand that, considering the over it's been. I think we're good to go to finish this one off.
Firmly strike, work to do for the fielder. He's got to get his body behind it and does ever so well. And, well, when I say get your body behind the ball, this is what you're talking about.
This guy, Rico, is a gun fielder, Shant Vashisht. And it's good to see him out there again. He took 7 catches in last year's series, and he took some absolute hangers, and you can see why. That's where he is. And he almost kills Kayani with the throwback. It would have knocked him into next week. Anyway, pretty good shot from Guy as well. Shot at the end of the over. The score is 19 for no loss after 2. Gives us a chance to look at the table. And Banyasa, well, they're laughing, aren't they? Because they just had 2 wins in the entire series last year. They've got 2 on opening morning over Gladiators, who weren't too far away from the mark, but ultimately they couldn't pick up any points. And Cluj, they're the other team we haven't seen yet. They'll be making the trip probably later on today or maybe early tomorrow morning, as we'll see them for the first time on day 2. They are defending champions of this FanCode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, both these teams have played in the final. You mentioned ACCB last year and United the year before. So both looking to do better. This one's played out towards Superfielder once more, and this time the bowler urges him to throw it back just a little bit more softly.
Yeah, I think Vashisht, he saves you maybe 10 runs in innings in that position. You see there, makes good route to the ball. He can throw to either end. He's got a powerful arm. So watch out for him. Right now, we'll get Rajesh Kumar. Nice to see Raj out there for United once again.
Asking the question, I don't think so. It was a bit of a late reaction. It was a good delivery. And bowler just a little hopeful. There you can see just some of the spectators that have turned up and watching.
A festival of cricket. And again, at the front end of the season, everyone's super excited to get back into it. I mean, the weather's warming up. A bit like in the Netherlands a couple of weeks ago. It was 2 weeks before their official season started. The ECS is just a celebration of high-quality cricket in such an entertaining format.
Does him again. It's just that extra bounce. He's opting to go on the back foot and try and cut this away. And, well, the field is set for it, so the bowler's doing his job. He's doing what the captain, Ramesh, is asking him to do, keeping it outside the off-stump corridor. The thing is, even if he does play this shot, he's going to have to do something to get it past the field that's set. And this one will be called a wide. I don't mind that too much, really, because he's got a plan. and he's trying to stick to it. He's just gone a little bit too wide there. But as long as he doesn't bowl too many of them, you think, yeah, I'll take that. I'd rather that than he bowl one, a long hop which gets smashed for 4. I'd rather take the loss of 1 run and say, right, get back on it again. In he comes. And this is, it's almost a magnificent catch. And that was absolutely splendid.
Oh, he really climbed the ladder here, didn't he? And this might be out of the screen. It was so high. Look at that.
Wow.
And he kind of had an awareness of where it was coming down, did Raj. Look, but he just had crept too far forward. Well, that would have been one of the catches of the year.
That would have been sensational, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but still, no real damage on the scoreboard. They haven't taken a wicket yet, United. But yeah, pretty interesting start to this encounter between 2 high-quality teams.
Goes for it, and he's going to get it as well. Goes all the way over. Gia, Shaka, Lagia.
Yeah, good batting. I said not too much damage, but the damage was coming. And last over the power play. We know these two look like they can hit a bunch of boundaries. That's a good hit. So, again, they just need to kind of avoid going for another one here, and they can regroup. They'll have the 5 outfielders to deploy in the next over.
What's the reply back going to be from Kumar, the bowler? He won't like being hit for 6 there. No change in the field on that part of the ground as yet. And does try and go again, but this time wasn't quite pitched up enough. Sort of half fields it himself. Batters do come through for a single, so he's going to stay on strike. End of the over, 28 without loss.
That was a good battle of the Rajas, wasn't it? Rajesh Kumar to Rajneesh Ghai. Bit of everything. And we almost had that wicket. That very, very tough return chance in that over, but still interesting stuff. 28 for no loss. I think an average power play is about 30 here at the moment. I think as the week goes on, I think you'd expect some higher scores. I think we certainly saw that last year towards the end of the tournament. Some questions about availabilities of some key players, including Taranjit Singh for Cluj. I don't think we'll see that much of him, if at all, this week. So again, that might change the needle. Cluj, they were the champions last year. But yeah, I think it'll be a really exciting week. Hopefully you can stay with us over the next 6 days in Romania. Now we're going to go to Ali Hussain. To me, he's a pretty good spin bowler. I mean, United have a well-balanced team, to be honest. I like the injection of spin in the 4th over here. And he's a tall man, and he's got a lot of bounce. He'll vary his pace. This will be interesting to see how Rajneesh Ghai goes against a spin bowler. So again, won't have that pace on to play with.
Yeah, it's a good time, I think, to introduce spin. And slices at it. Gets plenty on it. And, well, the throw is not good. That's very good alertness, I have to say, from Ghai. He's seen the throw. He knows it's going to go over the bowler. He has a quick check to see how close fielder backing up is. There wasn't, and he went. So a bit of a gift. And he was saying, won't like that. This is hit pretty well, but there's a fielder there, and he does come in, and I think that's criminal. If he stays where he is, I think he's got an option to catch this, but you won't see this on your screen. He just charges in, and by doing so, these sort of 2 to 3 meters comes in. Yeah, look, there you go. If he's on the line, then he stays on the line. Yeah. He's taking the catch.
If he stays put, he's got to play on that ball for sure. Cost him 6 in the end. Yeah, look, I'm impressed with Rajneesh Ghai. I mean, probably wouldn't have played T10 cricket before, I'd imagine. He certainly is getting with the program. He seems well suited to it. Really, it wouldn't have been an easy catch either, but even if you can keep it in the field of play, you probably save 5 runs. Yeah, as it is, he moves to 25, Ghai.
Yeah, he's more than happy, and I like to see this. He does play the big shots, but at the same time, he's not shying away from taking the singles. He's more than happy to take the single, and also say to Manan, well, there you go. None hasn't quite got going himself yet. He's on 5 for 5 deliveries, all singles, no boundaries from him. But look, at the moment, he's probably thinking, well, look, if that's what my role is here at the moment, I mean, even if I keep taking a single every ball, and then you've got Guy there at the other end that keeps cracking a boundary or two every over, he'll settle for that. And this one, how straight was it? They're asking the question. And got to probably keep an eye on the height of the bounce.
And there's the angle as well. Was it doing enough? Was it turning down the line? These are the questions the umpire will be thinking. It's a pretty good shout. I don't know if the umpire had a great view of it. Maybe kind of just getting in his way. But, yeah, maybe a bit lucky to survive there, Manan.
Chance. And no mistakes. Of course there isn't. And that's the man that you were talking about. And doing a little bit of a celebration. Centano taking the catch. Well, that's good. He's back on the shirt. That's what should we call him, Centano. He just never was going to drop this.
Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe I'd put the jinx on him because I said he's such a good fielder. Like I said, he took 7 catches, including some real rippers last time. This time, gets down on the knees, and I think he slightly misjudges that, but he's still good enough. And have a look at this. I mean, he was thrilled about it, wasn't he? He said, "Whoop, there's the arrow again." Well, maybe that's who's shooting arrows at you.
Hey, now I know who it is. There you go.
Ali Hussein.
Ali Hussein, I'm going to have a word with you later. I've got something that belongs to you over here.
Anyway, this brings a really big hitter to the crease, Abdul Asif. He dominated, actually, with the bat and the ball last year from ACCB. We also saw him. He was guesting for Cluj in the ECL. So he's back with ACCB for this series. Comes out with 1 ball to go in the 4th over. And again, the change to spin does the trick.
It does. I mean, you've got to say he was a bit unfortunate. Of course, there was the chance that probably should have been taken earlier. There was that the overthrow off him. Should have been just 1. Ends up being 2. So they do get the wicket. So it was how high that needs to go. Saying this is a lovely looking shot. There is protection out there, so it'll only be the single. I do like to see that. I like to see batters that get themselves into position and are prepared to play shots to various parts of the ground. And that was nicely played. Gets a single. We'll go back on strike. And the over comes to an end. 38 is the score.
Yeah, so welcome to Romania. If you're just joining us, we're halfway through day 1, opening day of this brand new FanCode European Cricket Series in 2022. And we're seeing 2 teams right now. They finished 2nd and 3rd. Only 1 run was between them last time they met. It was quite high scoring, 131 to 130.
That's
and
game,
actually,
yeah.
both the batters out there, they can really bang the ball around. So I think I'm really looking forward to another close clash here, Rico.
Yeah, it certainly is. And not only did they do it once, but they do it twice. And I like that. I do like these back-to-back fixtures.
So decent. He took a 5-foot last year.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Mix up. And if he has the ball and he has the alertness, this would have been trouble. I don't know what the 2 batters are doing here. And now they're having a little chat. Can you kick out of that?
Yeah. Where does it go wrong? I bet you they lose eye contact here.
Yeah,
Look. See, and then
no run at all.
when
no
one's
run.
looking at one, the other's not, and vice versa.
Got him. And he's going to say that's your fault because I shouldn't be here. I should have had a single. You didn't run. And they're going to be talking about this for a while afterwards as well, I
They
think.
might not be talking just yet. Yes, they'll be distanced. And Satheesan, the Romanian national team captain, comes on. I mentioned he took 5-foot in a game last year. And he sometimes goes the journey, but often he's a really good middle over option. Brings himself on a little bit of turn there. You see left to right with the finger spin. And Abdul Asif, he is a big hitter, but he's going to have to go. ACCB just losing their way a little bit after a modest power play. They've lost a couple of wickets now, and it's 38 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big wicket. And Ramesh Satheesan gets another, and it's, yeah, we said when Ali Hussein came on, it's about taking the pace off. And that bought them a wicket. They've done the same thing here again this time around. Pace off. Get another wicket. So they'll be pretty happy with that. They're breaking partnerships here and getting key batters out.
So Abbas coming out at number 4. Just want to say quickly, thanks to everyone, and Keanu's wished me once again, thanks to everyone that wished me a happy birthday over the weekend. And messages from all around the world. So sincere thanks. See Abbas pushing and running. Shows if you both go straight away, you don't have to be Usain Bolt to get down to the other end. Yeah, but I was humbled by the messages from all around the world, so thank you very much. Had a wonderful weekend, and I'm just glad we got an uninterrupted finals day in, and last couple of days in Bulgaria were really rewarding. So, yeah, thanks to everyone, and if you're having a birthday today, happy birthday to you.
Well played. Once again, we'll go to the man sweeping up there.
Also gives me an opportunity to wish all of our Australian and New Zealand viewers a happy Anzac Day. I know it's a holiday there today. It's a very important day in those countries. They commemorate the services of those in the armed forces. So, yeah, lest we forget. And I'm sure that it's been a day that a lot of people have enjoyed in their own way. Right now, Thiesen's put the brakes on. Last ball of his over.
Oh, well, the communication is gone, I think, is he? Well, maybe the throw was just a little bit too high here. I think if this is thrown right over the stumps, the keeper has a lot to do here, and that's valuable seconds. I think a good throw, he would have been in trouble.
Yeah, just a bit of miscommunication. Crossed wires here. Yes, Thiesen comes back, and let's have a look how close this is. Oh, it's pretty close. He just gets in.
Yeah,
just gets
all
in.
to do with the throw.
How's that from the keeper as well, Rohit Kumar? Getting a bit of airtime. You see how he just basically starts and then stops. And when he stopped, the bowler was in the way. So that's why it was slow for Guy to get the message. Anyway, halfway through this first innings of the afternoon session, ACCB are 41 for 2.
Yeah, it's going pretty well there. You see the scorecard. It's all about well, Guy at the moment. He's the man who's out there. He's doing okay, apart from his calling and running. Well, this has gone a long way. Adios, pelota, eso es seis carreras.
Well, that's the danger zone, that 10 at the moment. And it was a big hit, wasn't it? And so, yeah, decides to take it on. I think, no, they've got 8 wickets in hand. They do bat deeper than a lot of teams. So, I think they're still going to back themselves. They might need all these runs as well. Ali Hussain gets the treatment first ball of his second over.
Hussain looking to come back with a good one. Flatter, so it doesn't quite get the leverage on it. Will come and take the single. So Abbas. He's just got to, I think the key here, these two, they've already shown they can hit well and hit the range. They're just staying together, trying to build a partnership. Oh, well, we don't want any of this. We don't want any of this. I mean, the umpires are there to do a job. If you don't like it, tough. I mean, you've got a bat in your hand, use it. And he's asking, look, does he move beforehand? Doesn't really. And, well,
I can see why I'd be unhappy with that.
But the thing is, that umpire's made a call, made a decision, you accept it. And not only do we have to learn that at this level, I think from what we saw in the IPL, you have to learn it at professional level as well.
They're calling it a wide. They've had a look. Look at this. Look at this. He waits. And then, I don't know if we'll get the money shot, but I think he waits and then he knocks the bails off. Probably wait a bit too long. Okay, back to live action.
In the air, yours, Maxi. Take it. Oh!
Yes, you beauty. That would have sent straight from my laptop.
That's
and
mine.
I broke a laptop here last year, not this time.
There
anyway,
you go, buddy.
Yeah, don't worry, Shazani. Just stay there. I'm super happy. That saved me about 4,000 euros.
So you dropped the catch.
I don't mind.
You dropped it. I took it on the rebound.
Batted it away.
I took it.
This was heading straight for my Dell, and I don't mind mentioning them because maybe I'll get a free computer when it does eventually get smashed. Yeah, what you don't see there. There we go. I was fist pumping because I was wrapped. Now that's 6, and probably this is as well, as this is going to go the journey. Maximo back to back. A guy going large. And he moves to 39 off only 20 balls.
Yeah, it's that time. It's time to hit boundaries. It's time to hit big. It's time to get funky. And it's sixes all around the ground. It's raining sixes at the moment. And
that's the happiest I've ever been to drop a catch. Because that, I'm retiring if that laptop goes down.
It's played out on the offside. Oh, no.
No, what have I done don't here? Do that. Please don't show this again, please. Make me mute you. Oh, well, I had an excuse. I don't know about Vlad Khalil. He just runs straight past this. And under it goes for 4.
I think I made a boo-boo. Certainly did. You've got to stop those. And that's all about the batters putting a bit of pressure on the fielder, but still, you've got to get something behind it. And this one will be, yeah, well done. That's better. He gets an applause.
It's all about cricket
Santanu says, well done. That's more like it.
cricket being a hard game. It doesn't get any harder than having one go through your legs and having the next one hit straight at you. But it will be the end of the 6th over. The score is 66 for 2. And so, yeah, heading into the last 4 overs. They're on 110 pace. I think with Guy there, it could be even a few more.
Yeah, I mean, we just have a look at the bowling figures there. I think Ali was saying, okay, there were some good shots, some big hits there as well, but there were also some bad bit of fielding. I mean, we saw one go over a fielder's head for 6, which should have perhaps been taken. We saw the misfield there as well. So those figures, well, they do him no justice, really. But, well, it's going to be Santanu who's going to have a bowl now. See what he can do. It starts pretty high, but I think it was, well, I'm going to say I think it was dipping, but it looks like the umpires have looked at each other and called it. So this has been called a no ball.
Yeah, this is the new rule, though. I mean, if either umpire is not absolutely sure, I mean, that's one.
I don't think
there's
that one
an
is.
element of doubt that's created.
Yeah, he's gone a long way, and that ball had no pace on it. It was dipping, but
yeah, true.
Decisions being made. They asked the question and said no. So free hit, and what an opportunity to go big here. And he tries. It won't be out, but they'll have to think about keep running. There's the catch taken, so it's been fielded.
No real damage then. Thanks, everyone. It's still having the happy birthday wishes coming to Tarek and to Kitty and to Helix and to everybody else. Thank you so much. It's almost like a whole birthday week I've had, but I do appreciate the love, and I'm giving it back to you. I love that you're here with us on ECN for a new series.
Got him! And that's the wicket they wanted. And Guy goes for 45. It's been a good innings, but he's another batter that's got up there in the 40s. Just hasn't been able to get to the half century. We've not had one yet here in the first 2 matches. And so far in this third, we've got another bit of swing on this, ain't Vinny? This really does move.
It came in, and then, you see, he takes the bait and tries to hit across it, does Rajneesh Guy. And in the end, it's Vashish that has the last laugh. Well, it was a borderline one that went against him earlier in the over. But he certainly made the most of the extra delivery as he now takes the 3rd wicket for United and ACCB. They're 69 for 3. Brings Sami Ullah to the crease. He's another big hitter. So, yeah, the strikers just keep coming for the men in blue.
Good work there from Santana. We saw him, well, taking the catch in the field to remove one batter. Now he says, give me the ball, Skip. I can do it with the ball as well. And he does. I think he's been rewarded there. He was unlucky with the no ball. But he's put that behind him and come back and taken the wicket. And it was a very important one as well.
Tarek having the dad jokes going in the chat. You'd like this one, Rico.
Go on.
Said he lost his job at the bank teller on his first day as a woman asked him to check her balance. So he pushed her over. Yeah, do you like that kind of thing? Anyway, have a look in the chat if you want to see more of that kind of thing. Here is Vashish.
Miss, and there just seems to be now just a little bit more belief in the field. I mean, they've got those key wickets. You've got 2 batters in there now. Abbas is going sort of at 2 a ball. New batsman in. A chance to really get into the batting lineup. Hit high up in the air. It's holding up for the fielder. He almost keeps hold of it. Does get 2 hands to it. And just not able to keep hold of it in his hands. It's another opportunity, though.
Yeah, that's Akash Kaka. That's over there. Actually made a pretty good route to the ball to give himself a shot at catching that. Okay, it doesn't hold on. It's a pretty good effort, though. And Vashish could have had a couple in this over.
So, pelted this one along the deck. 2 men there. One of them should stop it. In fact, it's the first who gets to it, he does. Good ground fielding on that occasion.
Yeah, ACCB. See why they love this form of the game. They got a few guys that just love to pin their ears back and go for the big hits. Here's the last ball of Vashish's over. Oh, that one is pretty high as well. It's even higher, I think. That's going to be called. But here's the good here's the good bit of the rule change with the high balls, is that you do get 2 warnings.
Yeah.
See, this one, it is over the waist, I think. But if it's waist high or above, and, well, I thought that got called, but maybe not. Well, I don't know what's going on here. The thing is, he's not going to be off if it is called for a second one, because you now get 2 warnings.
Yeah.
And the third time, then you're out of the attack.
There still seems to be discussion.
Let's see what's happened here. Rico, you're good at working out what's going on. I think they've said that one's fine. So I think maybe, look, the first one probably wasn't, if I'm fair.
Well,
So maybe it's got a good old-fashioned square up.
Yeah. I mean, you've got a new team of umpires working together, and I think sometimes they need to work out that little communication between themselves. And I think you just need to make a clear signal from square leg, and then the umpire standing has no confusion. Just hit towards fielder, good pick up, good throw, and gets applauded, does well.
Well, here we go. Here's a question for the viewers. It's very existential. Do 2 wrongs make a right, Rico? Do 2 wrongs make a
I know
right?
what you're referring to.
I'm just not talking in cricket sense.
Do 2 wrongs make a right?
Do 2 wrongs make a right?
No.
Because I think in that over,
No,
with 2
definitely
wrongs,
not.
but in the end, it was right.
When you're a parent, you know the answer to that automatically.
All right, come on, get all the philosophers in the chat. You can let us know what you think. Keep your answers to 200 characters or less if you could. But yeah, I mean, we'll cut the umpires a break, like you say. It's a new season for them as well, and there's a lot going on in ECN cricket. One thing that's for sure is we're seeing umpiring standards improving across the continent all the time. That's one of our key performance indicators.
It's this one again. Shantanu does the fielding, no mistakes from him, and a good arm. Just got to be careful sometimes, Shantanu. He's got such a good arm that if the bowler's not able to take it well, it could quite easily end up being overthrows.
Got to say hello to Sammy, who's watching from the Netherlands, who also wished me a happy birthday. Met him a couple of weeks ago. Thank you so much, Sammy. Great that you're watching. And you can watch this one sail out of the ground. Well, the ball retrievers, you're going to have to get on your bike because that one's down the hill. Maximo, that's an Abbas going large. You can see he's built for power, not speed, but this one does rocket out of the ground.
Yeah, he gives this one everything, doesn't he? I thought for a moment maybe this one was lake bound. But you can see from that, it's a big hit. You've got to get it through that overgrowth there as well.
Here's Raj Kumar.
He tries to repeat the same, but this time drags it down. But the fielder's still got plenty of work to do. He's not able to get it. So it's going to be another one that's going to be retrieved by the ground assistants. And it's 4 more runs to back-to-back boundaries. It's hard now here, deciding that he's going to launch into these.
Yeah, I mean, that was a risky shot. It was crashing into the stumps, but again, he uses the pace. Raj Kumar, he's gone for 22 now. Last ball of his innings.
Oh, that's a good ball. That's well played, actually. That's very good cricket all round. Apart from this one, well, you just thought he just knew there's no bowler there. You've got to look up. There's no, and the backing up, Santana who's backing up, he's too far away. If you miss the stumps, or even if he, in this case, he does hit him, but the ricochet is always going to take the ball away, so they're going to take another run.
Yeah, I mean, it does take Asad Abbas away from the strike. I actually think he might have gotten there, the backup fielder, because he saw it and he was hustling in. And I actually think Satheesan, the ball bounced to him, but he's too busy putting his hands up, saying, why did you throw it to chase it? So anyway, it is the end of the 8th over. The score is 87 for 3. Well, Vinny Fangirl saying that 2 wrongs don't make a right. It just makes it even more wrong. I'll tell you what, Vinny Fangirl, if you're a real fan, I didn't get anything from you on my birthday. You know where we are. We're in Bulgaria, we're from Romania now. So if it's, if Vinny Fangirl wants to send some chocolates or something, I won't say no.
Gone. And that's a good take from the keeper, because this was, this was motoring a bit. It's a big swing of the bat, and Rohit Kumar does ever so well. So Asad Abbas.
It's a good catch.
Yeah.
I mean, that
it's
flew.
a really good catch.
He swung on that so hard. And you see he takes it, and yes, he's well balanced. It's probably not the best hands technique, but the thing is, when it's going that quickly, you don't have time. to kind of get your hands in a great position sometimes, but he does hold on. And you know what? The overthrow brings a wicket. So there you go. Maybe Kayani's a genius for throwing it. And well, the outcome is good for United as they pick up a 4th wicket now. ACCB 87 for 4.
Yeah, it does well. Doesn't need the keeper. And I was going to say there, you can see Abbas a bit disappointed. And he's had a few words with his partner as he went. He said, look, I told you what you needed to do. And the batter makes his way out.
I've got to say hello to Neil, who's joined us. He says 2 wrongs. Maybe ask Will Smith. Yeah, interesting take on it. So, I'm also going to ask which cricket ground is the coolest. I've got to say this one's right up there. We often talk about this ground here at Morab Lasia. As we see, big swing from Syedullah. He comes out in the 9th. We often say it all happens in the 9th. And what a good start for Zaid Khalil. He had a moment to forget before. And to be honest, when he's that tall, look at those legs. You can understand how the ball would maybe sneak past him down low. But he did come up with a wicket, very first ball of his series. Just get the 1 over in this innings because he's bowling the 9th.
This one's called a wide. Oh, this one's, yeah, maybe it's just too wide, so it gets called.
Yeah, good pace. Say the fielders, yeah, it was outside the line. Good call. Now focus on the ones the umpires have been getting right. You know, first day you're always going to get a few debatable ones, but I think the thing is, I think the technology has been used pretty well today as well. The outcomes have been decent.
It's going to be another one. It's just, you can see what he's trying to do. Trying to keep the ball just inside that line there. It's a guideline for the umpires. The only thing I would say is if you're going to bowl it there, then you need to give yourself a bit of protection out on the offside. They've got everybody inside the ring. You know, I'd push your point back.
Yeah, I agree.
Be another one. Yeah, so
he's got a bit of the touch of the Kayanis from before, doesn't he?
He has here. Yeah, you probably don't need, if you're going to back yourself to bowl that delivery all the time, but obviously not wide all the time, just inside the line, then you probably don't need this leg side feel the way it is.
I think with the pace, I'd probably put the point back, maybe slightly deep backward point, because he's putting a bit on it here. Khalil just needs to sort out the line. It's another one, isn't it? Oh, it is, yeah. This is one where you're almost looking for a reason to to not call it, but I think if you just call it in isolation, if you see it in isolation, this does catch the tram line. You see, that's a wide. Anyway, that's 4. Cuatro carreras.
4 carreras in wides. We've been there before. And make it 5 because this time it's down the leg side. And started well. He picks up a wicket, then all of a sudden he's lost it.
Yeah. And this is what happens because he's getting that away movement, which is causing it to be a wide. But then when he just aims with his arm, he loses the swing. So it just goes down the leg side. So the approach here is either go around the wicket like Kayani did and just change something, or approach from a bit wider, and that way your body angle will be facing a bit more to the right. It's a good one.
He gets this one in the right place. So, well,
I'm going to tell you something.
Go on, tell me something.
I'm worried about the time.
Well,
because they've bowled a bunch of extras, mostly in a row.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be really tight. It'll depend on allowances. Could be 5 penalty runs here. It's just okay. It's good umpiring.
I like that. The bowler turns around and he's sort of saying to the umpire, no, keep him down, keep him down. And, yeah, they stayed down.
Yeah, I think this does stay inside. It's hard to judge because it's when it goes past the popping crease. But yeah, I think the umpire's got the wide calls all spot on, and he's had, what, like 5 to make?
And that will be that be the end of the over?
No, I think we've got one to go because I was going to, we're at the 40-minute mark now, and I think they'll probably just sneak in with some allowances, probably get 1 or 2 minutes in allowances. But yeah, these wides certainly put them on the brink, United, of giving away 5 penalty runs. Oh, that doesn't help either. Hurry up.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think it's going to be a close one because I think if you finish the over off well, maybe. Look, think about it. With the wides that we've had, you're quite easily talking about, what, 3 overs, right?
Yeah, we've had 12 actual wide deliveries.
Yeah.
So that's 2 extra overs they've bowled.
Yeah, another one time there. They're going to get tight because don't forget,
41 minutes.
you've had those no balls as well. So
You
when you
had
think about extra
one no ball
deliveries
called.
that have had to be bowled.
So it's 14 extra balls. It's going to be touch and go. They've got to hustle to start the 10th over. It might be Vashish that has to bowl it. He'll have to get in there pretty quickly.
And, okay.
So
End of the over. Interesting there to see that Dula, as soon as he missed that, he starts walking. Doesn't really wait for the umpire to call the over. So the wicketkeeper quite easily there. For Kuma, if he throws it a stumps, he would have had him.
Ethical dilemmas.
Interesting, isn't it? Ula's been on strike. He hasn't got any runs to his name, but plenty of runs came off the over.
I mean, look, there were 7 off the over.
Yeah.
it was mostly the extras. Here's T10, so he's going to bowl the last. And well, let's see what's going on. Yeah, the hat has to be disposed of. Ashish will take care of that. Yes, I think they've just scraped in, but skin of their teeth stuff actually in the end. All right, here we go, 10th overtime.
And this is being whacked hard. He's given this some welly. It's gone a long way. It's gone all the way. Bole, bole, bole. Hinasona shaka lagia.
Yeah, so T10 only went for 3 singles when he bowled the 5th. I guess bowling the last is something a bit different because
One way to bring the 100 up.
Hyper aggressive.
That one probably should have gone as well. And now the wicketkeeper.
How's that one that went the other way from Ramesh? It's a really good piece of bowling. Just watch this. I don't know how this one comes out. Yeah, it's the leg spinner. Holds it sometimes.
Does too much, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's be a wide down leg side. Yeah, but he occasionally throws that one in. He gets it spot on. I thought for a second it might be the doosra, but it's more of the kind of over the wrist power.
Got him. It's full straight, and he's trying to hit big. And Ramesh is saying, "Where are you looking to hit that, mate? Not this one." And he does get his victim. So well bowled by him. So 101 for 5 now, with 3 balls to go in the innings.
Yeah, I'll call that a draw, I guess, between those two. Saw one disappear. Now the batter has to disappear. Nasser Abbas. He's just trying to whack everything into Lake now. It's T10. And he says, "I'm pretty happy to see the end of you. You'll have to trudge off." But you're right, the 100 has come up now. The score after that is 101 for 5. It brings a new batter to the crease. And that batter will be Anandya Karthikeyan. Okay, as he's known. Yeah, nice little innings though from Nasser Abbas, 30 off 13, including 3 big sixes and a 4.
Yeah.
And the fact that, you know, he's a guy that bats number 4 or sometimes even lower. Sometimes at number 5 shows you ACCB. They've got a few dangerous batters. These 3 balls could be crucial, hey? Because it's in that kind of par zone today because the first day of the season. I'd say between these two teams, maybe 110 this par.
Karthikeyan comes in and gets a juicy full toss to hit first up, but doesn't really time it. They're running hard, and, well, it's a good throw, and he's got him. Direct hit. You got to go, you got to go. And, well, there's only one man who's going to do that. And there he is again in the action once more. Shantanu!
Yeah, great work by Shant Vestisht. Let's have a look at this. It's just out of the grasp. I don't even think he gets a touch there. He probably just had to get it to the keeper, but he does even better. You see, he gets him by about a metre with the direct hit, and the umpire, he's pretty confident making that decision. An excellent piece of outfielding. Look, you can't fault the batters for running on that either.
No.
They've got the wickets to play with. It was just an outstanding bit of fielding. I told you to watch out for him, Rico, and he's delivering. As after that one, it's 102 for 6.
Yeah, look, that was a wonderful bit of work. And I like the way, I mean, when you see that again, we probably will in the highlights. Just watch when he throws it and the way he throws it.
Side arm.
It's side arm.
Doesn't have time to get the arm
But
over
as soon as he
the
lets
top.
go of it, he's balanced, his aim is on the stumps, and he's almost like, you know, mentally sort of worked that ball to hit the stumps. Really good piece of cricket. And, lovely to see. Well hit. Now what will they do here? I think they definitely will take the 1. They'll decide against trying to take the 2nd.
Here's the thing. The good fielders they can throw from different arm angles. So okay, that's a normal throwing out, but they can throw all of the way down and get power on it.
Yeah.
So that's what he does there, because he's bending down. He just gets rid of it really, really quickly. And that's what made the wicket. As the last ball is going to go to the fence. So that's a nice one. And finally, you see that's Saidullah gets a run at the 6th attempt, and he doesn't get one. He just gets 4 of them, in fact. So picks the gap nicely. And ACCB batting first after winning the toss. They've made 107 for 6 off their 10 overs. Makes 108 the chase for United. Look, I think this game is pretty evenly poised, Rico. We know there was just one single run that separated them last time. Right here, we could have another thriller in Bucharest as the opening day continues, and it'll be game on in Game 3 as we look back at some of the highlights. And, well, it was great to see these two teams second and third last time, but it was a bit of a smoky. A new player at the top of the order, Rajnish Guy, who stole the thunder, opening up with Manan. And only had a couple of close calls, but I did like the way he attacked the power play and got ACCB in a good position early.
Yeah, he batted really well, and together with his teammates, they posted the highest score that we've seen today, and 107, so 108 will be required. And they did very much the same as Malaysia. For that one, Ramesh, was absolutely delighted to get that wicket because he was a bit unlucky beforehand. But there were some good shots as well, a couple of sixes as well. There was a few bloopers, you have to say. But yeah, like Malaysia, that was a nice one, wasn't it? Since that thing comes on to bowl. And what a good day he has had in the field. When you heard Mr. Maximo say, watch out for him, we saw him make some good stops, take a good catch, take a wicket while he's bowling, and then, well, a direct throw, run out, which came towards the end as well. This was a good tape on the wicketkeeper, Rohit Kumar, comes through him pretty quickly. Now, this was really hard. And we thought, well, maybe we're going to see one going in the lake. Well, he tried to do it the second time, he doesn't. And the Ramesh there saying, where are you trying to hit that, son? And doesn't get anything on it. And this was brilliant. Have a look at that. Do you see what I mean? He unleashes it, and then he's willing it onto the stumps. And that's exactly what he gets. But there was a good finish towards the end to just get that score past the highest score that we've had so far. So they go to 107. They did very much the same, I think, what Malaysia did when they were batting. You need 2 batters to get in, and that's what they did. Malaysia, when they got to 103, it was a 45 from Ranatunga and a 33 from Hussain. And when you look at that, well, there's the 45 from Guy, and this time Asad Abbas makes 30. Those two batted really well. I certainly like the way Guy bowled, but look, take nothing away from Shant Vishit, because he bowled really well as well. I think he was a key player, wasn't he? And that boundary there right towards the end, just helping to mean that it's going to be 108 required for victory. 6 bowlers used. I think the most successful there was Ramesh Sathisan. I think he bowled well. He's just carrying on from where we left off, really. I mentioned before the start of today, he's taken 21 wickets in 2 series so far. Well, that goes up to 23. Was supported well by Ali Hussain, but he was lucky, Ali Hussain. I mean, he goes for quite a lot of runs, but I think he was unfortunate, let down by his fielders somewhat. But in general, it's really tidy. There was a couple of catches that went down, a few missed fields, so they could have kept it, I think, to around about 95. But what it does mean is that it sets up an interesting match number 3 at this lovely Waravalasia cricket ground right next to the lake as well. Nice to see plenty of people sitting around the ground watching, and why not, because it's going to be an interesting finish. 108 required for victory, and well, it's going to be one of those that you just don't know which way it's going to go. So, United are going to get there? Are they not? Well, join me, Rico Full, alongside me, of course, as always, my partner in crime, Mr. Maximo, will be back in about 10 minutes for the conclusion of match number 3. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back. Rico Full here, and soon joining me is Mr. Maximo as we bring you this FanCode European Cricket Series from Romania in Bucharest on Valsia Cricket Ground. A lovely location on, what do you have to say, a beautiful day. It's been absolutely lovely. We've seen some good cricket as well. And this contest, well, I think it's going to be a spicy one as we see a CCB. They've set 108 for United to get. And it was an interesting innings, wasn't it? 41 at the halfway point, so you knew some acceleration had to happen, and it did happen. Rajneesh Guy, 45 of 24, supported well there towards the end, but some good clean hitting from Asad Abbas to get them to the 107 mark. So I think you need a good start, and one man who's had a good day out there so far, Ramesh Sathisan, he took 2 for 16. And now he's looking to get the job done with the bat. You were talking about him earlier. Already in 2 series here, he's scored 383 runs. So he'll be looking to add to that. And his partner, Adi Hussain, is at the non-striker's end. First ball to be bowled by Abdul Asif. As Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu joins us.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Yeah, Abdul Asif, he gets them through. Not a bad player to throw the new ball to. And, someone we did see at the ECL fairly recently. So 108 to win for United.
Good carry through. First ball.
Felt like he might have been lucky to get away with this. It's probably one of these borderline ones. Yeah, maybe sometimes they umpire if they just get a tiny bit of the line, then that's fine. But certainly an umpire's call, I think, on that one. Andrew Beck, it's a stalwart of Romanian cricket now. Good to see him at the bowler's end.
And this is another one in exactly the same spot, so just joining the dots for the moment.
This for me is half a ball further in, so it's not a wide. And I think that's why it certainly was inside. So yeah, as if he's a good performer. Didn't see the best of him with the bat today, but he can go off like much fireworks.
In the air and through the gap. And that's sort of gone between sort of backward point and point. They've set the field for it, so that's where the balls are going to be bowled. But this one, and nothing anyone can do about it. So runs on the board, off the bat, 4 runs, first boundary, 4 carreras.
Yeah, and you see he's a class player there. There's no extravagant swing of the bat. He knows that as if putting plenty of pace on the ball. That's good footwork and just strokes that one behind point for 4. He's eyeing off that direction again, Sathisan.
This one will be called a wide. It's that late away movement that he's getting as well. So yeah, if he's starting sort of more or less in that channel as it moves away, it's going to be called, and the umpire this time does call it after the first couple. Pretty tight, but he got them just inside this one, just outside. The first extra goes on the board as well. And well, this is very, very lucky. Hay poquito de suerte ahí por la batador. So this is 4 very sneaky runs. Didn't really know too much about that, Ramesh, but he gets 4.
Yeah, there's a bit of a loose shot. Kind of waves the bat out there, hangs it out there. This could have gone anywhere. It could have easily gone back onto the stumps. But Sathisan survives. He's one guy that when he makes a start, he often goes on with it. He's a bit of a risk getting out early. He's getting a lot of bad luck early in his innings, but that's a slice of good luck this time.
And does him again. It just sort of, he offers the bat to it, doesn't it? It's like the carrot gets dangled and he goes after it. There's no real aggression or assertiveness in the shot. And it's another dot. So despite the one boundary, it's been a pretty tidy start from Asif, and he'll be looking to finish it well. Just 9 off the over so far. And he does finish it well. Oh, well. He does get called.
He thinks a long time about it. I'm not so sure. You know what? You remember I was saying 2 wrongs make a right? Well, according to me, I reckon that's fine. But the first one wasn't. and he called it good. So there's my 2 wrongs make a right again.
Yeah, that takes the
Net
score
result?
to 10.
Fair. Let's just leave it at that. Here's
Well.
the T10, last ball of the over.
Hit hard back at him. Not able to stop it. And the boundary does. And that's Gohar Manan. You never know the over.
Human beings out there. So, you know, these are close calls. I was about to say, I think the first one, you know what I was literally about to say? It was on the tip of my tongue. I said
What?
the first one might have been a bit dicey, but he's got every single other call right in the over. And then he changed his mind. Anyway, 11 for no loss after 1. I think it's mostly a fair result as Sathishan's out there with Ali Hussain. And I've got to say, and a few people asking about a possible German series. We'll look out for it. It looks like we'll be in Italy throughout the month of July with a 5-week journey there that will end up in their ECL representative. So it's kind of like a mini ECL.
Yeah.
They'll play each week. There'll be a winner that'll go through to the Super Series in Rome, the fifth and final week. And the winner of that will go through to the ECL. And then we have planned 2 German series after that 2 weeks each. So that'll be in the month of August. So stay tuned to our website for more details. Second overtime. This is Samuela.
Little balls first, and has to avoid clashing into the batter, which he does. Ali Hussain had to just make way for it. No run.
Yeah, I do like this ACCB lineup. In fact, both these teams. That's not really how you do it. Watch this.
Come here, come here. Ball is saying, I don't want to go that way. I want
It
to go
fell out
this
of
way.
his wrong hand as well. I think he has it. Oh no, it was in his right hand. That doesn't count. Let's go again. So Sathishan faced all the balls so far.
Played away. Good throw, and he's in trouble. And it wasn't the best of throws, but I just wonder if he does get him here in the end. Well,
he knocks off the bails first. So that means he has to knock the stumps over. So look, let's have a look at this on the replay.
let's have a look. Yeah, but where was he when he does this?
So
That's what I want to see.
The point isn't when he hits the stumps, it's when he knocks the stumps over, right? See, look.
Let's have a look.
See, he knocks the bails off there. They're both off. So that's not out. Ooh.
No, I don't think that's out. That's what I wanted to see
Here's the
again.
thing.
Let's have a look.
When the stumps fall over, then he's breaking the wickets. Okay, so it's not then.
Broken
But
here.
see here, when the stumps basically get knocked over, so here, keep going, I think that's going to be out. I think he's going to be out because he's knocked the stumps over, which means that he's broken the wicket. And I don't think they've given this, but to me, I think this should be out because he's knocked the stumps over, right? So when the bails are off,
yeah,
you have to knock the stumps over completely. And he did knock the stumps over, and he was still out. So that should be out.
Okay.
Because you know why? Because that's the rules. Because that's the rules we made for these stumps.
I'm thinking that when he, because the stumps were broken,
yeah.
Though he does hit them again, he's already broken them. I think that's the point where he's got to have the ball in his hand and pit the stumps up together.
Fake news. Fake news. That's the biggest myth in cricket, that you have to do some sort of voodoo and pull it out.
Voodoo.
You just have to knock it out, or in our case, knock them over.
Yeah.
You can do it with a throw, right? You
Yeah.
don't have to. You can do what you said, but you don't have to. And so because he knocks them completely over and the batter's still out, he should have been out. Anyway,
Okay.
it doesn't happen very often, probably like once a year. So there we go. We'll know for next year when it comes up.
There we go. Well, we can chat
right.
this. I'm sure there's people on the chat. We'll have a look at that as well. Well, let us know what you think on the chat, because certainly is a talking point. Once again, it's not good running. It's good work from the wicketkeeper behind the stumps. Rohit Kumar does well, gets there, gets the throw on the stumps. But it was the other end. It was the actual striker that was late going. You see, there's no problems there.
So like, see how the stumps got knocked over then? If the bails were already off for some reason, if you knock them over like that, that's fine, because you knocked them over completely. As opposed to just kind of hitting them again and the stumps not falling over. Weird stuff. You'll see it here every day on ECN.
Played out. Chase is on. Should be looking for 2 here. And again, a little sluggish with the running. Not really running the first one too well. I think this is where you see both batters. They sort of, rather than looking at each other, and backing each other's calls. They're both a bit wary, and they're looking at where the ball is before they decide, which is slowing them down. I mean, that should have been a comfortable 2. They do get 2, but they certainly didn't make it look comfortable. Ball out once more. Oh, this has been lofted. This is out of here. Que grande, que guay. 6 carreras.
Yeah, nice shot. Just plays on length, doesn't he? You can see with Sathish there for any length of time, you feel that they can cruise to victory. There's a bit of the Moises about this. It's a strong start early, but can he go on with it? At the moment, he's looking pretty good. 23 on the board, 18 off the bat of the Romanian skipper.
Yeah, wonderful shot. So they're making a little change in the field. I mean, look, if he's going to hit him that well, you can put the fielders anywhere you want. You're going to get anywhere near it. Ooh, look, over 12. 2 balls coming the over. Score going away quite nicely at the moment. Slower delivery. And this time, Hussain gets to the other end. This is quite remarkable. I mean, Hussain is yet to get off the mark. And, because he's yet to face the ball. So he'll get an opportunity now. So Hussain, he's probably thinking, what's going on here? So there's 11 deliveries being bowled. I've not faced any of them. All I've done is run. I'm tired of running. I want to try and hit one. Let's see what happens here.
In my opinion, he should have been run out. Anyway, into the second over.
He does hit one, and he hits it pretty well. But that's why he wants to hit one. It's a lovely shot. It's powerful. I mean, it's a good shot to play at this point because he knows that the men are inside the 30-yard circle. Hits it up and over them. It's going to be 4, and that's what he gets. So he puts his first ball away for 4, and it actually ends up being the last ball of the second over.
Yeah.
As the score moves on.
Yep, 28 for no loss, and yeah, some things are worth waiting for, Rico. And we'll have to wait to see Cluj. They're the 5th team to join the party tomorrow. We'll get to see them. And I'm certainly looking forward to seeing the defending champions and also ECL representatives of Romania out there. And they'll be defending their title this week. Right now, I think we're seeing a pretty interesting contest. So Cluj won last year. It was ACCB that finished second. ACCB finished second. United finished 3rd, but they only missed out on the final by 1 single run. Banyasa finished 4th and Gladiators 5th. To give you an idea. I mean, a few player movements, and obviously it's a new season, so anything can happen. And I think you saw this morning some pretty good quality cricket between Banyasa and the Gladiators. I think one of the key differences between them, though, and this side is maybe they don't quite have the depth that these two teams have. And obviously Cluj, we know that they're a very strong outfit. 80 required off 48, 10 and over. As we see Said Ullah.
Well, I think the batsman is showing no pain, but I think this hits him.
This hurts. The pitch is a mile outside leg stump, hits him above the pad.
Ouch.
And then bounces into the let's just say the Shy-Cat region, as it's known now.
Yeah, I mean,
but at least the leg took most of the sting off that. So that was just a little love tap. No real damage.
Well, he's obviously got a reinforced box because he shows no sign of fair. Well, this will be a no ball. But what's he trying to do? First he tries to hit him in the goalies, and now he's going for his head. But he says, you can put it there anytime. I'll put it away, no problem.
Yeah,
4 runs.
This one would have knocked him on the head. But Sathish, he was alert to it. And yeah, self-preservation, but also effective. As that will be a no ball +4. It'll be a free hit coming up. It'll be a first warning for Saidullah. So yeah, now anything waist high or above is considered a no ball for height. But regardless of danger, you get a first warning and then a final warning, and then you'll be barred from the attack. So essentially, it's your 3rd instance, which means you won't be able to bowl anymore. We just got the wind in the background causing the sight screen to take off. And it looks a bit like a sailboat. So I think they might just take a moment to sort this out.
Sathish just saying, look, that's too much movement there behind the bowler's arm with the wind blowing part of the sight screen around. So I think they'll take a bit of time just to sort that out.
All right. Well, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. While they sort that issue, it might be a nice chance to say hello to some of the viewers that are tuning in. And Tarek Sandhu, haven't heard from him for a while. He has been coming up with all the dad jokes. And there's been plenty of stuff. He said his last one was he can't find his Gone in 60 Seconds DVD. It was here a minute ago. Well, look at this. You think the creepy crawls everywhere? There's a little fella here. There's a little spider on there.
There you go.
There you go. It just shows you. Let's see. Is he gonna crawl towards us? There you go, Rico. You can go.
Okay, you want me to go over there?
There you go.
Where is he? Where is he?
There you go. It just shows you. We're around the lake, so you can do
all sorts
there. You
there.
go. Watch out.
Look, there's a lot. We shouldn't show that. There's a lot of people that are very afraid of spiders.
Well, this is like therapy.
They're going to be like, no, we can't see any of that. But yeah, if you
can you get him to go move that way? Maybe we can you train a spider?
You can't train one. I could squat one for you, but it might leave a bit of a mark.
Spiders have 8 legs, and I don't know how intelligent they are. Do you know how intelligent octopuses are? Really intelligent. Someone Google that. Look up octopuses. I think they've got like 8 brains as well. They're amazing. Anyway, we're back. And this is not coming back. That's short. And it's going to go all the way down the hill. Well, that one might be in the lake. Maximo! It's decent. Cashes in on the free hit. Sound the horn. This one's out of here.
Well, he's made the most of this, hasn't he? Says thank you very much. Loving the way he's got right underneath this. Gets the leverage in and sends it packing. That's a good shot. And this partnership is, well, I say partnership. And he was saying has phase 1 ball and hit it for 4. So we can say it's a partnership now. And it's looking dangerous. 33, 39 now on the board.
It's a partnership just as long as you're there. Yeah, sometimes, like parenting, it's just about being there. All right. You say it all up. Oh, what's going on here? That was a late pull out. I guess you got to call it a dead ball. I don't know what that was.
Yeah.
Maybe he's saying that the field wasn't set. It's risky. I mean, at what point does he pull? He just hadn't looked up in time. Again, that's kind of on the batter to make sure he's ready because he did have plenty of time. Anyway, you can get away with one of those, I think.
Yeah, I think
one a day.
Well, not. And I was going to say opportunity. Oh no! What they've done here? It's going to go. For a moment, I thought it was going to get booted over the boundary. And first of all, in the air, opportunity, but it just managed to evade the 2 fielders. Couldn't have played it better. Have a look at this. There's the old boot.
It's a good old-fashioned tap and kick. And Ishak didn't have to do that. He could have just waited for the ball to stop. It almost had. Anyway, they do keep it inside the field of play, but I think they give away a second that wasn't there otherwise.
Comes Zula once more. And it's a full toss. It's been firmly struck. It's another one that's going to go to the boundary. And, well, as I say, if you bowl a Gandhi ball, it's going to be put away. And no doubt about that. So Ramesh Sathisan, he's enjoying himself out there at the moment. He's in a sort of a no-messing mood, isn't he?
No, he's not messing around at all. I told you, if he gets going, he's really hard to stop. A couple of close calls early, but yeah, pretty impressive stuff from the Romanian skipper. He moves to 35. He's got 35 out of the 45 runs on the board. He's dominated the start of this reply.
Full toss again, I think. And it wouldn't surprise me if this is called. Keep an eye on the ball. It goes to the boundary. And I can see the signal for a 4, but nothing on the hide on this.
I think it might just be okay. Oh, remember waist height or above? I mean, that's borderline. Does get the treatment. It's a good shot. I mean, he is slightly out of his crease as well. Yeah, I mean, that's one that really could have gone either way, even with the new rules.
Sort of
be careful.
Bowling runs at the moment, then it will service gone magical already.
Magical 21.
And add another 4 to it. This is a good shot. Tries to bang it in short, overcompensates. And well, Sathisan stays extremely still and just says, well, take that. Very, very powerful shot. This is all arm strength. Really good shot.
Yeah, again, when he's on, he's on. And look, he hits this, and he's just got a little bit of the swagger. Sathisan, he says, I'm doing my job. Don't worry about that. As he moves to 39. In fact, after that, he'll be 43. And the 50 has come up in the power play. 53 for no loss. United hoping for some revenge on ACCB, who knocked them out of the series last year. It was just a single run. It was off the bowling of T10 as well. They hit a boundary off the last ball to beat them by a single run, 131 to 130. But T10 is exacting some revenge, and this time it's personal.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best power play that we've had today. It was 48 by the Booker S Gladiators, but that's been toppled here now, and that partnership is quite amazing, isn't it? 53. Hussain has 4 of them from one ball that he's faced.
Yeah, he's done well to dominate the strike. Now we're going to see some slower bowling. Looks like Sukhinder Singh will be bowling. Just say a quick hello to Janine, who's watching. She'll be watching from the Netherlands. Hello, Janine. And, she runs Yassis. Big supporters in the chat. And yeah, hope you're going well. I'll tell you, the weather here is good. And the other thing, you mentioned it's Easter. Well, it's Easter weekend here in Romania. Well, I've had 2 Easters because I spent Easter weekend in the Netherlands, and then I travelled to Bulgaria. And then the next week in kind of the eastern part of Europe where we've been lately, I got another Easter. So how about that?
So you've been eating all the eggs?
Have been. Yeah, it's been nice. Everyone's always on holiday, feeling pretty good. Here is the captain, Sukhinder. He's, let's just say he adds variety to the ACCB attack.
Sukhinder Singh coming on to bowl. Short to start off with, and well, this is just rolling. Will it go all the way? It does. It bobbles over. 4 runs. It wasn't a good delivery. And, well, the captain, he probably says to his bowlers all the time, look, bowl to your field. Well, he needs to bowl to his field as well. There's nobody in that part of the ground, nobody at fine leg. Closest man to that is sort of backward square.
It was a loosener, wasn't it, for the left-hander. Ali Hussain, 2 balls, 2 boundaries.
And, that's better. That's where it needs to be.
Yeah, makes the adjustment that time.
Wind just picking up slightly. Flights this up. Thumps it down the ground. Fielder comes in. Does really well.
Yeah, got some good fielders down the ground. Got Abdul Asif has that fielded that one down the ground. You also got Gohan Manan. Sukhinder, the captain of ACCB, at the bowling crease at the moment. So there's a better ball up at the block hole. Just a decent. I think this is a pretty good change of pace though to Ramesh, because he's been loving the pace. He's been kind of using it intelligently. Now he just has to do something different. But if you get it wrong to him, I think you're playing with fire.
That's short and will be stopped. Take the 1, and they're happy with that at the moment. Hussain is probably thinking, yeah, okay, it's time for me to perhaps play a bit of catch up. Certainly seem to be enjoying themselves out there at the moment. Don't seem to be under any sort of pressure at all. Hussain does a switch and misses out. And I think T10 is probably saying to him, look, you don't need to do that, just bat normally.
Yeah, so it'll be a dot to finish the over. See, here, because he switches round, he basically doesn't have a leg side wide anymore, so you're using the tram lines on both sides. Anyway, it will be the end of the 4th. The score is 59 for no loss. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, and we are loving our first day in Romania. Well, about a week ago in Bulgaria, it was 2 degrees. Count them, 1, 2. It was 2 degrees on Monday,
chilly.
and we did all day. And I'm not going to mind saying I was freezing. But here we are. I'm in the Romanian colours. You're looking pretty nice. And you're kind of aqua
sort of
as well.
Aqua, yeah.
So what do we got? We're up to 24 degrees, sunshine, and I'm loving it. And to be fair to Bulgaria, it really brought it at the end of the week. Some good weather as well. And I think the forecast there this week's pretty good. So I hope everyone is watching from Bulgaria. Hopefully you're missing us already. We're missing you. And hope you're tuning in for more ECS cricket. But
yeah, we definitely are. We had some freaky weather, didn't we?
Yeah, it was crazy. Here's Rajneesh Guy getting a bowl. Next down leg side for a wide first up. Yeah, so we haven't seen Raj in the ECS before. He was up at the top of the order and batted pretty well in the first half of this game. He made 45 off 24. Here's one big reason that they did put a triple figure score on the board.
And this is clipped away, 4 runs. It's just out of reach of that man there. You see this, it's a nice flick shot. I say just, in fact, it was probably a little looked
Yeah, got the ball retriever
closer than it was, yeah.
up out of his chair.
Poor lad was having his lunch there. I thought.
Foot fielding though. Corey wouldn't be happy with that. I think of the pads of the keeper, Asad Abbas.
Going away well here.
Had better days.
Gets away with this one. It was another bad ball down the leg side. Just haven't found any sort of good rhythm in the bowling. They haven't found a bowler that's given them what they need. All the bowlers, all the ones they've tried, nobody's sort of come on and bowled a good wicket-to-wicket line. And it's better. That's the line I'm talking about. Full, straight, sort of Yorker length delivery.
That's a lot better, isn't it? I mean, he's getting some nice shape here, Guy. But yeah, until this ball, they've been ill-directed. And now he can pretty much go back to what he was bowling at the start of the over, because it's a left-handed batter in Ali Hussain. And so yeah, that kind of delivery would probably be effective now. I'd probably maybe think about a third man. We've seen Ali Hussain standing tall and driving. So I think makes it likely he might get a little edge. But let's see. Does he face this guy? Here you go. Not luckily they do have a third man, but he's in the circle. So fortunately, he went straight to him. It's nice when you can predict the future sometimes, isn't it? When you have those moments.
Things go just to plan, just as you say it.
Yeah, so the risk there was if it gets, just finer than that man, probably runs away for 4. But gives us a chance to have a look at Sathiesan, who's all the way to 49 now, on the brink of the first half century of the series.
Leg wise, I'll have to wait just a little bit longer.
He will. Stay on 49. Half a shout, but I think this is always going down the leg side, though he does get a fair way across, but obviously that one's missing.
Yeah, it's the right ball to bowl. Just needed to, we could have just pushed that up a bit more. I don't think there would have been any doubt.
So I'll have to ask you at the end of the over what you want to do while you're in Romania. There's a few nice places to go. Because I've been here before. I've seen another wide overcooking outside the off stump. Yeah, I mean, take you into the old town. Can take you in there.
I would like that very much, yeah.
I
mean,
there's a few nice places in there.
A few people have told us already that, from where we are, we can just get on the metro. It will take us into the centre. So definitely an option. Well, this one is an option to take a wicket. He's going to try and take it one-handedly. And in the end, what he decides to do is par it down, and not really sure about it. I think he's decided it's going over me.
Yeah,
but two hands. This is two-handed catch. Look where it ends up.
He's just deciding he's blocking it, and he probably doesn't know quite where he is. He hadn't finished backing back, so he probably thinks even if he catches it, he might not be able to hold on to it. So he just kind of bats it, a bit like I did when my laptop was under fire. I don't know. At this stage, I'd probably maybe gamble for the wicket. You really need one.
Yeah, definitely so. And, I know one man who wasn't impressed was the bowler. The bowler saying, "Yaar, ki karda? Catch the chance, wa? Catch kar, falla enno."
This next one doesn't miss by much. He kind of shapes to ramp, just sneaks down the leg side. Yeah, so nothing really going right for ACCB. Look like they're going down in flames at this stage, but still half the innings to go potentially.
And that's well hit. That'll be 4 runs, I think, and that also brings up the first half century of this FanCode European Cricket Series in Romania. And that's well batted to Ramesh Sathiesan. He becomes the first to get to the 50. Bahut badaiyan, bahut achhi batting kitni, and he's still there. And I'm sure he wants to go all the way. He wants to stay there and taste the taste of victory himself. And that's what he's looking to do here. And it's just been a really good response here. I mean, when there's 100 on the board, you're chasing 108 is required. You need to be positive. You need to play his shots. And that's exactly what he's done. And he's never looked back. And to be honest, unless he makes a mistake himself, I can't see how they're going to get him out. He does shuffle across his stumps, but he's got the eye and the ability now also to get behind the ball and put it away. Captain is going to stick with himself. So Sukhbinder Singh thinks he could be the one that gets the breakthrough. Well, it could also be quite an expensive over. So this is a brave move. Just wondering, Vinny, if they're a bit limited on the bowlers they got, because that's a pie and it gets put away. It's 4 more. Well, let's play cricket. Well, at the moment, The only team that's playing cricket and enjoying it.
Yeah, it gets called as well.
It's United.
Because it is waist high. See, if either umpire's not absolutely sure it's under the waist, which I think I can understand that call, and they're going to call it. So there's just a very low tolerance on those kind of deliveries. And what's worse, gets whacked away. So yeah, waist high or above is what gets called now. That's going to mean this is a free hit. Not a good ball at all from Zukbinder. And now he's going to have to deal with a free hit.
And they'll take one. They may think about two, but not now. It's been well fielded.
To give you an idea of Sathiesan, I mean, he's a guy, he's averaging in the high 40s in ECN cricket. His strike rate is about 190. He was striking at over 200 in ECN cricket last year. He's a class player, and that's even including at a bit of a bad run at the ECC, where he just kept getting out early. Went to one of the catches of the tournament, actually, at one stage.
Hit hard, 6 more. Balle, manos, arriba, arbitro. Arriba, eso es 6 carreras.
That's a really good shot, isn't it? And he turns it into almost a half volley. Certainly something very drivable with good footwork there. So Thiessen up to 59.
And this one will be a wide. That's it completely wrong. And well, the body language at the moment of ACCB is not looking good. I think they want this over as quickly as possible and say, well, let's go out there and try and do better in the next one. Uses his feet well. This gets smashed big as well. It's another one. Gea, shaka. La Gea, que grande, que guay. Que genial esta hombre. Que fuerte. Impresionante.
Oh, he's just batting with such confidence now. And once again, he gets it into that kind of length that he can pick up with ease and holds his shape. It's been a really good innings from the skipper.
And just decides to defensively drop the bat on this and take the single. And look how quickly the score is climbing up. They've made this look easy. I mean, it's 100 is almost coming up here inside the 6 overs.
You can see how you could get some high scores on this field, right? When you get set batters in, they're really hard to stop.
If there's no contact here, should be another wide. It is.
Will be. Well, Graham really liked it earlier in the over, that big full one. I think you called a pie. And he said that's the best commentary of the day, saying that's a pie, calling it as it is. Does that mean you're a bit hungry for lunch? Are you trying to drop a little subliminal signal in?
Well, then I like pie. I do like pies, I must admit. And this one, well, this is not a very good ball either. It should go to the boundary. It has gone to the boundary. 4 carreras más. Patru.
Well, probably can order the lunch now. As how many do they need now? Not many. They're up to 100 without loss. 100 partnership as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, well done. Some applause for that. So with that, they need just 8 runs left. And they're going to do this with some time to spare. Nice. What an impressive outing this is from United first up.
Yeah, nice moment that. 2 batters acknowledging each other. And this is up in the air, bounces short the fielder.
So if I take you back to that one where I think it was Sayedullah, he didn't try and take the catch, he tried to knock it in. And okay, in some situations that's the right thing to do, but I think the value of a wicket there, maybe it gives them some hope. I think with these two there, there's next to no chance. Yeah. Coming up next, though, this is what the beauty of the double-header format provides. It means that ACCB haven't had a good game here. I think mainly it was their batting that let them down, considering how strong their batting order is. But you see, no one really ever got that set. Probably, I think that Rajneesh Guy was the one that did the most of the lifting, 45. And look, we will get to see them batting first again. So let's see how many they can put on the board. But yeah, Sathiesan, he's been really, really quite impressive here in game 3. Let's see if it continues into match 4, the last match of the day. Enrico, I know that you've been working pretty hard, so I'm going to get you to sit down. And I've got Tyrone Peters joining me for the last game of the day.
Good old Tyrone.
It's going to be good to get Tyrone on.
Good quick delivery, but look at that. That's good cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
really good backing up. I mean, that's not just here, but many a team there would not have got a run there. But this is all about backing up. It's all about having the awareness. And Sathiesan says yes, and Hussain obliges. It's as simple as that, really.
Yeah, Sathiesan, yeah, he wants that strike, doesn't he? 7 to win.
And well, it's showtime now. There's Mawara, Velasquez. Cricket ground, well, that's a lovely shot, and he gets funky and he gets 4, and they're almost there now, and it'll be fitting if Sathiesan is the man who's on strike to get the winning runs.
Yeah, well, he's getting funky now. He's got pretty much nothing to lose. And I like this arm as well. Look at this. He says, well, if you're not going to come closer, I'm going to hurl it back to you. Nice work, young man. Just 2 to win now.
Firmly struck, and he's going to get out, and that's unfortunate for him at least. It does mean that the ACCB do pick up a consolation wicket, and Sathiesan has to go for 70 of 29 deliveries. He's batted so well. He's going to get such an ovation, and he deserves it. And just as I was saying, it would be fitting for him to be there when they hit the winning runs. He does go for it, but look, you're going to say one thing about him. He plays his shots. He likes to play his shots, and he wasn't going to stop playing his shot just because they were close to the winning line.
Yeah, well, he had a couple of close calls early. He seems to have a bit of bad luck early in his innings, but he got there today, and once he got in, he just never looked back, did he? And he goes for a very, very polished 70 of 29 balls. It's Karthikeyan that takes the catch. Abdul Asif gets a consolation wicket. It's the first of the series for ACCB. As United, they put on 106 for the first pair, 106 for one. This gives a chance for Akash Kaka, a famous footballing name. You see Akash coming out at number 3. Just the 2 runs required.
Not going to tell you what it means in Spanish.
I know what it means. And
people are going to look it up. I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah. Well, let's hope he doesn't bat Kaka. Just needs a couple. Probably on a hiding to nothing here, to be honest, for Akash. Anyway, 1 to tie, 2 to win.
Nicely played. He's not going to do anything silly or anything extravagant.
Yeah, that's a nice confident first shot. Abdul is a pretty good bowler, and it was a pretty good ball first up. And so it'll be over to Hussain. Well, it's nice that he has his moment. I mean, he's only faced 12 balls out of the, I think, 41 in the innings so far. So here you go. Any score wins it. Poor Ali Hussain. Yeah. He's no luck, and he gets a wide. He doesn't. He gets to look at the winning run anyway. He won't get to hit it. But United, they're going to do this easily. In fact, they end up doing it with 20 balls to spare. The final score here in match number 3, it's United 108 of 6.4, defeating ACCB 107. And just showed 107 was nowhere near enough, I think, especially with these 2 teams, and especially Cluj. You need to put big scores on. We talked about 124 being the average score last year. So if that's par, you need to be doing better. And I suppose 107 just wasn't going to stand up to scrutiny, especially with United skipper getting going here in the 3rd match of the day.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was a really good knock. And I said before the start of the game that he's one man that we know we need to look at just in the European Cricket Series format. Before the start of the day, he'd already rattled up plenty of runs, and he was going to be one to look out for. 383. Well, he's up to almost about 450 here now. Also 23 wickets so far, and that's excluding what he's done in the ECL. But he just played some really nice shots. I like the way he came out there in a positive mood. And yeah, okay, some of the bowling wasn't too great. There was a lot of full tosses in there, a lot of short deliveries, but they still have to be put away, and he did exactly that. And it was quite an unusual partnership with his opening partner, because Ali Hussain, he didn't see too much of the ball. But that's the talking point we were talking about. Sometimes you get an opportunity. It may be difficult. You may think, is it or isn't it? But you've got to give 100% to try and take it and make it, because it could change things. And, well, by just patting it down, even though he saved the runs, he wasn't able to stop the flow of runs. And to be fair, they were coming all parts of the ground before finally there was a wicket to be taken by ACCB. And it was the wicket of the captain, Sathiesan. But by then, he'd already done the hard work. Yeah. He'd already sealed this victory.
Yeah, it was a really good opening partnership, wasn't it? I mean, look, Ali Hussain played his part as well in there. As it didn't take too long to knock these runs over. Yeah, with the wides as well. 12 wides, 2 no balls in the innings. That didn't help. But it was mostly about the batting of Sathiesan, as he took the game apart with 4 big maximos and 9 fours in his innings. 70 of 29 balls, striking at 241. And ably supported by Ali Hussain, who did hit 4 boundaries of his own in the 12 balls he faced. He had the best seat in the house, though, to watch his captain go to work. Abdulaziz, best of the bowlers, 1 for 17. But you see there's a better damage on the figures, particularly that over from Syed Ullah That went magical. Took Binder Singh as well. Didn't have a great time with his spinners. Look, Rajneesh Guy, I think he struggled a bit with his control, but I do think his left arm pace seems to be pretty effective. We've seen that this year. He just has to kind of shift the line over a little bit, and I think he'll trouble the batters a little bit more. So that is the summary of match 3. As it is United, they get off to a winning start, but we know that these two teams, they did split their group matches last time.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll see if ACCB can come back. They'll be hoping to.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see because, I mean, you could maybe say perhaps ACCB didn't really know what to expect. They didn't really, it seemed like they didn't have a plan. But going into this match now, they've seen what it's all about. They know what they've got to do. They know what they didn't do well, so they've got to bowl a lot better. There weren't too many. So far in the first 2 matches today, we saw a lot of pitched up bowling, and even in the innings of United, they bowled well. They bowled right at the stumps.
Yeah.
We didn't see enough of that from ACCB. So look, they've been out there. Yeah, they've been thumped, but they should learn from that. And it's all a question of if they are able to apply the right things and what they've learned. So it's going to be interesting, but you just get the feeling that at the moment, because of the body language there mentally, they're just a little bit down. Yeah,
and see, Guy got out for 45, didn't go on to a half century or more.
Yeah.
And that was probably the difference as well. Hello. And so we will take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes to take you into the last match of the day. Rico, you've worked so hard today. I'm going to give you a little bit of a breather because you're going to have a busy week ahead, especially once I head off. So Tyrone Peters, he'll be joining me for the last game of the day. Hope that you're having a great day wherever you're watching around the world. It's great to be in Romania. It's great to have you with us. Back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Romania. It's been a beautiful sunny first day of action here, and now it's going to continue with our final game. It's match 4 of Monday, and once again we are going to see United taking on ACCB. Of course, it's all on the coin toss, and I know that Stefan Gooch is with 2 captains. Let's see who wins it for the final match of the day.
Whenever you're good. Okay, United to call. Tails to call. It's heads. Okay. Keep going.
Thank you.
Keep going.
The Singh once again has won the toss, and once again he wants to bat, and you can understand why. They did put 100 plus on the board, but we all saw how that worked out. And one thing I like about the ACCB lineup is they have a range of hitters, and I think they all like to attack, they all like to take on the game. And I did like Guy at the top of the order. I thought that he added another dimension to their batting lineup, made it even longer. But for United, of course, all eyes on the Romanian captain, Ramesh Satheesan. He's always a key player, not just with the bat, and we know about his explosive hitting, but also he's a good off-pace option. And I have to say that Vashisht is one of the best fielders I've seen in European Cricket Series cricket. He's one to watch out for, patrolling the boundary for United. So all to play for here. Let's see if we have a sweep of the series or if the teams will split the points here on opening day. The news from the toss in match 4 is that ACCB have won the toss. They're going to bat first, and well, we have a new commentator joining us for this last game of the day. Rico is just taking a break. Well deserved as well, Rico. I have Tyrone Peters in the commentary box. Let's get ready for the first ball of match 4. The news from the toss, ACCB winning it. They're batting first.
Hello, boys. How's it going out there? It's Tyrone Peters here joining Mr. Maximo for final game of day 1 in Romania, Bucharest. And can't wait to see what's going to happen today. Would love to see a turnaround in the match. The first game ended up with United coming through comfortable winners, taking control of the game with their captain having a magnificent knock, as well as an interesting call for the ACCB guys by deciding to bat first again. Let's hope they can turn their fortunes around. As we see, it's a lovely day here in Romania, and honestly, couldn't have asked for a better setting for cricket. As Mr. Maximo joins me.
Yeah, it's good to be here with you, Tyrone. I'm really interested to call this game with you. And yeah, we're hoping for a bit of a closer contest. And the last time before today that these two teams met, it was 131 to 130. It was actually a last baller in the second qualifier last year. So it was ACCB that knocked out United by hitting a boundary off the very last ball, and Satheesan was bowling. So Satheesan getting some pretty good revenge in that game with his 70 off 29 balls. And now I'm going to see a bit of a change in their bowling lineup with Shantanu Vashisht opening up. And for me, he's one of the best fielders in the country, and you saw that with some of his work in the first game. So everyone, thanks for joining us last game of the day on opening day. And yeah, change of umpiring crew as well. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing these two. It's a bit of an interesting story about them. We've got Stefan Gooch out there, and just making sure there's no distractions. So good to see Steph doing a bit of work on the field for the first time today, as we see the first ball from Vashisht. A bad one. And, so we do have Stefan Gooch out there, and he's there with, well, someone he knows very well, also from Perth, is Rob Henry at the square leg position. So it should be interesting to see those two umpiring together.
Would love to see the chemistry out there with them.
Of course. From the same family, which will make it pretty interesting, although they're from different generations, as this one is short and It's going to find its way. Well, I have a feeling this could be 4. I think that fielder's got a feeling.
Definitely think that could be 4 there. Surely Steph's going to be referring that.
Yeah, he will. Let's see this. Yeah, I think that's enough evidence for me. So he steps on the rope there.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, that's well done by our crew at Spring Productions. And I know, you've been around the ECN traps for a little while this year now, Tyrone. You know how good the guys are from Spring.
Unbelievable, really. It's a pleasure to be umpiring with them covering our backs.
Fashish. Good ball down the leg side. Yes, Tyrone. So I know that you've done a fair bit of commentary in the rugby sphere, but you also know your cricket very well, don't you? And
yeah.
Done a fair bit of coaching of cricket as well, right?
Yeah, I've been involved in the game for 30 years, and honestly, I love to sit and watch a game, be involved in watching players improve themselves. As Vashisti comes in again and gets smashed over cow corner for a massive one.
Yeah,
that is horns, 6 runs.
Yeah, put up the horns. I love that from your part of the world. Yeah, this is somebody that we know can go big. He scored one of the quickest centuries on ECS. And yeah, we didn't quite see him hit his straps in the first game today. But he's one guy. If he gets going, he can score big runs and fast. Yeah, so I know that it's about time we got you into the commentator area. Joining me in the ice cube for the final game of the day. Vashisht, halfway through his over.
Just going and smashed in again, 3 to cover. No single, looks like they've turned that one down.
Yeah, it's probably not the quickest, Manan, but I mean, I think he's actually improved his fitness a fair bit, I think, from diving around earlier on. He's out there with a guy who's making his debut for ACCB today, Rajneesh Guy.
Another cracking stroke, sorry, Evan.
Yeah, and he punches that away to the fielder. And just be a single. We'll get a first chance to look at Rajneesh Guy. Is it your first time in Romania?
Yeah, first time in Romania. Honestly, never thought I'd ever be in Romania in my life. It's a bit of a joke back home when we say we're not going out anyway. We say we're remaining here. So to be here, it's absolutely amazing and very surprising to see how developed it is and how exciting this place is.
Yeah, it's beautiful cricket ground as well, isn't it? Here's the last ball of the first. One. It's going to be called. Yeah, this is just, as you'd know from the amount of umpiring you've done, now, this is a slight tweak, and it kind of gives you more license to call these, and you say waist high or above.
Yes.
Waist high or above, and that to me was waist high. And it's if either umpire isn't absolutely sure that it's below the waist, and I think that's a good call.
I think it's a great addition to the game. Definitely takes away the ability for a bowler to bowl a poor delivery and get away with it. So good for the batters.
Free hit coming up then. Vashish trying to escape any further damage. That one will be a wide. Yeah, and so, I mean, I think, talk a little bit about umpiring, I'm sure, as this goes on, because you have done, I don't know how many, probably 8-9 weeks of umpiring straight now.
Yeah, this will be 8 weeks in a row, and this is the 9th week on the trip, so enjoying it.
This is still a free hit, and they'll escape with a leg bye this time. So, yeah, Vashish moving up to the top of the order, not really working out for them. Still, not disastrous either. It's 15 for no loss after 1. Yeah, but so for such a short game, it's only 10 overs aside, but in a lot of ways, I'm sure it's more intense than doing a longer form game, especially when you're doing multiple games, right? Yeah,
100%. And the biggest thing for me is the intensity of the batters out there. I find that they put the bowlers under so much pressure that it's so easy for 3 or 4 balls to go out the ground in a row. You know, you see in the 20-over format, the guys talk about making sure that there's as many dots as possible when you're bowling, and that should be able to get you away with it. But when the T10 format, as soon as you can bowl 3 dots and the next 3 balls can go out the ground, and it's 18 runs off the over.
Yeah.
You know, we saw 3 dots in that last over and they still went for 15.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's just very little margin for error for the bowlers. We know that. Still, these two are very, very dangerous, but very early. You can still get them if you're a United bowler, as Raj Kumar comes on to bowl over number 2. This one pretty straight. Just be a single. And, I mean, I think you're quite a popular character with a lot of our audience, including a lot of our YouTube audience. I think they're pretty happy to have you in the chat. And Helix is saying welcome. Also got Amy in the chat. Hello, Amy. I'm sure that you're watching pretty intently. I know a lot of people, not just Amy, a lot of people like the sound of your voice. I know that you were on with me very, very briefly in Portugal at one point.
Yeah, no, it's I'm just grateful to have such amazing support. And your hello to Amy in Sydney. Hope she's enjoying the cricket and the beautiful day that we got here. As yeah, feel a bit of the pump. when I got so many people watching, but you know what? It's just a game that I enjoy. We're all enjoying it together, and as long as there's good cricket out there and it's an exciting game, I'm all up for it.
Yeah, here's Kumar. Well said. There's another one on the stumps, but he's going to get a fair piece of this, and I think this will run away for 4. So this is the risk, isn't it? Just give it a little bit of length. Yeah, it's a bit of a risky shot, sure, but this pitch is pretty consistent, so he plays it pretty much on bounce. And it doesn't look pretty, but it's a good result, 4 runs.
As the captain comes across and obviously has a word because he's got his long off and his long one out, and he's just bowled one on the hip on the leg stump. So, you know, if you're going to be bowling straight at the wickets like that length, you rather have your fine leg back. You don't want to be messing around. With this sort of field, you've got to be getting it full and straight.
Yeah, make him earn a boundary somewhere else.
As he does.
This one will be a lucky one. It's off the outside edge. They brought the third man up to put outfielders elsewhere, and unfortunately for Gayan Naratna, he's going to have to chase that one all the way over the rope. The result is 4. Not convincing, but effective.
You know, being an umpire, you get the best seat in the house. And honestly, the things that I've learned out here is that, you know, in the old days, your best fielder would be at point, backward points. But now your best fielder should be at third man for situations exactly like that. Batsman going across the line, top edge, over third man.
Yeah, it's a bit of a...
Has he bowled?
Yeah, he's gone. Well, he gets the reward straight away. I was going to say, it's a Swiss Army knife position, third man, but they don't need the third man this time, as Kumar does the job himself. And the dangerous Manan, he's got to go for 19 off only 8 deliveries. ACCB lose a powerful strike at 24 for 1.
How would you feel that? What do you think ACC would be looking to score here? Because the last game, they got over 100, and United were able to chase it down in 6.3 overs.
Yeah, I mean, I know from last year that the average score is 124. Wow. So it's a fairly high scoring ground.
Yep.
And part of that is if your batters get in, they're really hard to stop. And you saw that with Sathisen earlier on. So that's why I think Manan will be kicking himself there, because he'd made a decent start. But yeah, it just kind of goes for one that he probably didn't need to. Anyway, he's the first to fall, 24 for 1. So yeah, I think minimum 120 and potentially more. We even saw the highest chase in ECN cricket, high successful chase last year, 159 was chased to win a game. That's by Cluj on finals day. Now this guy is a big hitter. We didn't really see the best of him either in the first games. Abdul Asif, he's coming out at number 3.
I'm also just a big fan of watching guys play proper cricket shots. You know, our man Goham Ananda just threw his wicket away there. Well, gave his wicket away.
Yeah.
Was having a full go over cow corner one too many times, and the ball straight, hit it straight. You know, and I loved watching. I think it was no, it wasn't Rajesh. It was Ramesh, the captain, the last game, just playing quality cricket shots, making the bowlers bowl to his areas of strength.
Here's Raj Kumar as if for the first time. Pretty nice looking shot, leans on it, finds the field a no run.
Yeah, and it's a bit sad though, because I was talking about quality cricket shots, and that's a lovely cricket shot, but you know, in the T10 format, it's not going to get you anywhere. As he looks to talk to the umpire, changing his bet, I think.
Yeah.
one shot and he was just like, no, sorry, it's not happening.
Actually feels pretty broken. And Steph's going to test it out. Sometimes they're actually the best just before they break. And he's saying, well, see if you can get the rest of the over out of it.
Okay.
But then, of course, if it does break and it costs you a wicket, you probably won't be that impressed. So he's got to deal with one more ball, I think, with this bat. It's on life support.
Oh. I think it's bounced short, and then the umpire's called it a wide, so obviously no bat there.
Well, I mean, I heard something. It might have been ground.
Nah, I don't know if there was any bat. Might have been. It didn't bounce.
I got to say, no, I think it does bounce. Look, little edge.
Little bottom edge?
Yeah, I think so. And I think they're
He's reversed his call.
That's the right call, I think. I think there's clear and obvious evidence there was an edge there. It didn't carry to the keeper. That's also relevant. So it's the end of the second over. A lot happening, as usual, 24 for 1.
Will there be the bat change?
Well, I guess we'll see. And maybe they're just trying to find a better one, not a worse one. But the score is 24 for 1, because that wide was reversed. And correctly so. I mean, this is one thing, as you would know. I mean, you are the pioneers of the LRS signal, the limited review system. But obviously that technology, it's just another tool that you can use to make better decisions. So I don't think it's, as an umpire, how do you feel? If your decision, say, gets reversed on technology, it's not really a front on your umpiring. It just makes sure that there's more correct decisions in the game, right?
I think the better the umpire you are, the less ego you have, because all you want is the right decision out there. And when the technology is supporting you, you're all for it.
Here's the third over. It's a pretty good start from Zaid Khalil. Bowled some good balls earlier, but
Bit of a slinging action
Yeah,
side to it.
they were swinging out and going for wides most of the time before. Ooh, he's okay there, but
Yep.
he looks like a dangerous customer. He's got good height.
Definitely good height. All the guys seem to be short runners, which I'm a big fan of, especially in T10. Like, keep the extra. You don't have to have too much speed.
A good outswinger. Seems to have the radar on at the moment. Hopefully they haven't jinxed him. That's something we noticed last week in Bulgaria when it was pretty impossible for anyone to bowl off more than about 6 steps.
Yep.
Actually was a really effective tactic. It rushed the batter, and I think the bowlers, there was less that could go wrong. They were still bowling, most of them at almost close to their regular pace.
100%.
This was his issue last time. Yeah, but it's interesting how sometimes you're forced into changes, and some of those changes, I mean, most of those bowlers, they kept that run up on finals day.
And the guys that didn't, I found that there was a couple of teams that didn't use their long run. I mean, they did use their long run-ups again, and the extras were immense. You know, all of a sudden they were spraying it all over the show, trying to get that extra yard of pace, which is really not needed in T10 cricket.
Yeah, really good point you make there. Here's Khalil.
Another big one.
Yeah, so he does tend to swing it, but then when he bowls straighter, he doesn't really get to swing it. So the tip I got, because I used to bowl outswing all the way till I was about 17 or 18, is because he's quite front on, he needs to maybe approach from a bit wider.
Okay.
And then he'll be facing more to the right. Does that make sense?
Definitely.
And so that way he can keep his mechanics. If you just aim with your arm, you lose your natural swing and movement.
I'm also a big fan of, as an outswing bowler myself, just making sure you're driving your head towards the stumps so you're not falling away, because as you fall away, your right hand goes with it, and all of a sudden, everything's going towards the left.
That's the beauty as well of having the games televised, is these players, often they're their own best coaches.
Exactly.
They can have a look at these things and pick up on a few pointers to improve their cricket.
As Khalil comes in again, gets it that big edge down to third man again, and scampers through for one.
A bit of a lucky result. And it's funny that the guy was doing most of the heavy lifting in the first innings that he played today. But this time he's been a bit quiet. Hasn't had a lot of the strike, to be fair. Abdul-Asif, he could go off at any moment. He's a ticking time bomb for a fielding side. He's just hoping he can get him before he explodes. Still hasn't been a bad over from Khalil.
Not bad at all.
5 off 4.
Top delivery.
Yeah, good delivery. But I still think that, you see, when he aims straighter, it's not really
It's
getting
moving,
that shape.
yeah.
See, that one was just pretty much dead straight. Still,
What would you take? Would you take that delivery there? It's nice, full and straight. Or would you
100%.
take the shape?
yeah, no, 100%. I mean, maybe in a longer form of the game when you're searching for wickets. But I always think full and straight.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what time, doesn't matter who you're bowling to.
What format?
I just
Happy
think
days.
it's a good go-to tactic.
Oh, it's close. It's close. Unless he's got any sort of bat there, that could be close.
Yeah, there
Was a couple of noises.
Yeah, there were a few.
I thought it might have been bats on ground.
Yeah, I don't think Stefan Gooch stuck around to have much of a look, which tells me he probably thought it was missing. But yeah, it was a pretty good shout. Maybe an umpire's call. Did come back a bit. Hits in line.
It's very difficult that way when you're hearing the different noises, though. And, you know, the difference between playing on turf and playing on the mat is that the noise, when you hit the bat on the grass, you can hear the distinct difference. But when you're hitting the bat on the mat, it's very difficult to see the difference between the wood and the wood hitting the mat.
Yeah, and yeah, there may be a little inside edge on that we couldn't pick up on the replay.
Definitely.
Got Rio in the chat talking about the wides, but let me give you this. In ECN, if it's on the line, it's a wide.
That's it.
On the outside, on the off stump. We're pretty harsh on wides. And it's because we want to encourage attacking cricket, right?
Exactly.
We
That's
don't
why
want people bowling around the batter.
But that's also why we brought in, a couple of smart people brought in the new no ball waist up, because we don't want bowlers getting away with that sort of thing. You know, you've got to be really accurate here. So you've got to make sure that you're trying to hit the top of off, keep it within the lines, and let's promote exciting cricket, high-scoring games.
That's what we want. I mean, sit and watch 60 wide Yorkers to get me my nightcap. It's pretty well bowled, but it's going to go down the leg side. Yeah, and isn't it good to see Rob out there making his ECN umpiring debut, and he's been spot on so far.
So far, so good. And, you know, you've got a million games experience. I might be exaggerating, but the most experienced person watching this T10 cricket, what would you take every day of the week for a power play score?
Yeah, it depends on the ground.
Here in Romania.
Yeah, here I think average is about 35 to 40, probably closer to 40.
Kumo's bowling a beautiful length over there, delivery there, just shaping it in a little bit.
Yeah, so I mean, they're a little bit below what I'd say is average.
Yeah.
But I've also seen a fair bit of variance on this ground. I think we saw the highest. So here's an interesting statistic for ACCB. They broke the power play record last year. They scored 77 in a power play against Cluj on finals day. And there's a twist to this story that I'll give you.
Don't even say
They
it.
ended up scoring 158. This is in the 1 versus 2 match on finals day morning.
Kumar comes in. Another beautiful lane delivery in the block hole, floating it in at about 85 k's an hour.
Yeah, effective though.
Very
so
effective.
They broke the power play record and lost the match because Cluj
man.
chased down 159. And now the other thing that was super interesting is that the record they beat, Badalona Shaheen, scored 74. That was the previous highest power play score. Badalona Shaheen also lost that match back in Spain in 2020. So this one's in the air. It's going to be cut off, I think.
Yep.
And, Ali Hussein hasn't been used yet with his left arm spin, but he patrols the boundary there. Now, so that was the record until it was beaten just recently. I wonder if you can pick who beat it. It was a very memorable game early in the ECL. I know you weren't there quite yet. It was probably one of the most famous games.
I think it might have been the pressure game against the Scotland side.
It isn't, but it's a good guess. I'll tell you exactly who it is in a second. Kumar.
Well played.
Away, yeah.
Well played. Beautiful.
Yeah, you see how quick it is once it gets past the fine leg. And unfortunately for Kayani Mujahid, he has to just watch that one
a lovely
sail to the
cricket shot,
boundary.
man.
Yeah, it's all timing, isn't it?
Yeah.
You get that wrong, you're out.
Yeah.
So he does get 4. Takes the score. 4.
So who was it, Vin?
Okay,
who was
so it was Dreux, the French against the English in Group A. And it was
Old
when
school rivalry.
Yeah, England scored 86 or 87, and the French team, Dreux, they chased it down in 3.1 overs.
That was Tunbridge Wells only lost it.
Tunbridge Wells, the only loss of their entire campaign. 4 overs down here. The score is 37 for 1. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, and alongside me, for the first time in any meaningful capacity, is Tyrone Peters. And Tyrone, great to have you here in Romania. Great to have you in the commentary box as well. We've been meaning to get you in for a while. And yeah, I guess it's just a different kind of look on the game, but you certainly have seen a lot of cricket lately, right?
Yeah, completely. It's a completely different feel and look on the game. It's just nice to be talking during the game, because a lot of the time when I'm umpiring out there, no words besides 3, 2, 1, out, not out, run out, get to the wicket, small things like that.
I got to say, and I know sometimes I snip out comments in the chat and send them to you, but the feedback when you're umpiring has been first rate as well. People saying you're in really good form. As you can see the volume of matches that you've done, I think that's why I do call you the marathon man. Well, there's a Bulgaria-like slip.
Yeah.
So the field's pretty decent here. I mean, a lot of people talk about this cricket ground, one of the most beautiful in Europe. What do you think? It's your first visit here today.
Listen, it's a beautiful ground, quick outfield. It's nice and round, which I like to see in European cricket. And, like we said, conducive for high-scoring cricket matches. He just yorked himself there and just hit it down the ground for 1. But just getting back to the umpiring, honestly, if you keep your mind fresh and you just stay focused out there, the more games you umpire, the better you get. And I'm lucky that I've got things out there that inspire me to keep my mind fresh and to keep me focused, and just been enjoying myself out there with the players.
Yeah, it's clear you are enjoying yourself. This is not an enjoyable delivery. It's kind of what I was talking about with Zaid Khalil. He said he bowls these good outswingers, but then when he kind of aims it more to the right, it just loses his shape and kind of goes on with the arm.
Yeah, you're right. And he's just fallen. He just looks like he's fallen over there. Steph the Gov Goochner. Or Steph the Gov Gooch, he's just runs a tight ship, anything down leg's gone. Yeah. And as we saw that tight wide on the line outside off, he's, that's why he's the ref. Jorked himself again.
Yeah, he's done that a few times, hasn't he? Just can't get going here, Abdulaziz. He's one of the most powerful strikers of the ball that you'll ever want to see. He's just frustrated. And yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, obviously the T10 format, it's kind of been taken to new places by ECN. There's a little bit of T10 before, but no one's done as much of it as we have. And we've kind of recognised with this volume of cricket, you want consistency in the calls. Yeah. So yeah, anything that misses leg stump, unless it's between the batter and the stumps, it's a wide. And everyone knows it, right? You don't have players complaining.
That's a big one down there.
That's one, the easy one. Yeah, but, this is something, I watch a lot of cricket, obviously, outside ECN as well. And when umpires start imposing their judgment, every umpire starts to have different judgment about where a guy's standing, what his profile is. And I think ultimately, if the bowler knows if he misses the leg stump, then he's every chance to be called for a wide. So it's a risk to kind of bowl it in that area.
Khalil again, wide outside off, big cut shot for nothing. Dot balls seem to be coming through nice and easily here, but Khalil, as much as he's bowled quite a few wides, he hasn't gone for many.
Yeah, true. It's been a bit of a trend. We saw that with him earlier as well. I think he's an awkward guy to hit down the ground because he is so tall.
Definitely.
And there was a question in the chat about what sort of pitch this is from Helix. Hello, Helix. He was also saying hello to you, Tyrone.
Hello, Helix.
But it is, I'm pretty sure it's a hard base here.
Yeah,
so the
I think it's concrete.
yeah, it's consistent bounce.
And I think that's the big thing with all cricketers is Khalil gets smashed down the ground. Oh, it's through his legs. Good support by his teammate.
They'll only get one here. That's really poor running.
Shan Fashisht has definitely saved the boundary there. Saved 3 runs by covering his mate as the ball
Have a look
went
here.
through his legs.
This is poor running from Haider.
Shocking.
Again, that's just probably, it's not Haider in fact, it's that Rajneesh guy. And Vashisht, he's done well. He's saved 3 runs for his team there. And so, yeah, you can see he's one of the best fielders in the country.
I think that's just the key to cricket. We're talking about consistency. As Khalil comes in again. Beautiful length, hit down the ground, pierces the gap, 4 runs, lovely shot as maybe this is the start for Guy.
Well, I was talking about 2 wrongs making a right earlier.
Yeah.
Well, I think he shouldn't have been on strike, but he was pretty keen to get it. Said to Asif, well, you're not hitting it that well. Give it to me. He does hit the last ball of the over for 4. That's the end of the 5th over. It's 45 for 1. Yeah, so, yeah, Guy, it's safe to say he wasn't out of breath after walking the 22 yards, but then he sent it down the ground for a boundary. And it's out the halfway point. They're going at 90 pace. I think they need a few more than that based on what we saw earlier from United's batting.
And looking at Abdul Asif, sitting on 4 runs of 11 balls, I think if we were in Bulgaria last week, they would have retired him.
Yeah.
The guys were not happy with that sort of strike rate. But the greatest thing about T10 cricket is that you can catch up. Whenever I speak to cricketers and they're saying, it feels like I'm too rushed out there, I just can't get going. I always let them know, once you're in, you can hit 3 or 4 out the ground. And then you've got a strike rate of 400 off the 3 balls,
That's
4
true.
balls.
I mean, we saw it with Naqvi before. Ali Hussain comes into the attack and a change of pace. We know the importance of spin and slow bowling.
I'm a big fan. I'm a very big fan
I
of
got to
spinning
ask
this
you,
tournament.
we umpiring it was game 2 this morning, I think. Naqvi was just struggling. He actually asked, do you want to retire me? And he kind of made a motion. They said, no, you stay out there. But yeah, you could argue, he just couldn't get going. And it's not that he's not a good enough player to do it, but sometimes it's just not working for you.
Yes.
But I think the difficulty with the retire out gamble is you're always hoping, like someone like Asif here, you're hoping he can just turn it around with one shot, right?
Exactly.
He's just saying, he tries.
As we're talking about it, huge.
He is going to get this out of the ground. Maximo! Well, there you go. And so we were waiting for the big hit, and it came, but it came from Rajneesh Guy. That's a beautiful straight hit. It was always sailing over the ropes.
And another thing I wanted to ask you, Ben, from all the games you've watched, as a spinner comes running into ball, I notice a lot of these guys try and fire it in. Would you, as a spinner, would you fire it in or would you go even slower?
I think you do
both.
Yeah, you don't become predictable.
Oh, great delivery, big shot, limited review called for by the Gov. That looks close.
Yeah, it looks. They don't look over the moon about it, which tells me he might be in. But certainly he overbalances here, Guy. He's in danger of going
I'm going to make a call. I think it's out. I'm going to make a call.
My instinct was out first up.
No, well done.
Well, your umpiring is better when you're out there.
Yeah. Thanks. I just thought by the movement of his foot there, he was trying to shuffle it back, but he's strong.
It certainly looked like he overbalances, but he recognises quickly, and he never really lifts it. That's why he doesn't get into trouble, because he doesn't really lift it to get back. He knows probably if he's out, he's not that far out.
Yeah, you also picked up the body language of the fielders.
As a keeper, I mean, if he stays behind the stumps, it's not out. If he's running around like elsewhere,
definitely, then you know.
The keeper's the best umpire in those situations as well, most of the time.
Ali comes in again.
Well, it's very slow to get going.
One of the slowest ones around.
Right, I'm gonna tip something here. I don't normally like tipping. Abdul Asif is the kind of player that he can hit his way out of trouble here. I'm not sure if he'll come off, but he's every chance of catching up and then some. That's why I think I'd be reluctant to retire him, because he's their number 3. He is the player, even last year, he was probably the most destructive of their players, along with Manan. But at the moment, he's been kept under wraps. Let's see what he can do with this ball from Ali Hussain.
Shot.
Yeah, enough's enough. And this one is out of here as well. Maximo. 2 6s in the over. Abdul Asif, the double A. He does hit himself out of trouble, as predicted. It's always nice to get him right. But you can see this is why he's dangerous, and he does get 6 runs there.
Looks like ACCB are shifting gears here. It's the right time to do so, basically halfway through the innings. And if they can just get a bit more momentum here, I definitely think 120's on.
Does he go again? Pass ball the over.
Got to go.
Well, he can, because this is too short. It's a slight over correction from the bowler.
Big.
And he was waiting for it, as if back-to-back Maximos rolls the dice, comes up double sixes, end of the sixth. It's 65 for 1.
Definitely double sixes. Geez, this typical situation with the spinner. First ball, he's over-pitched, he's hitting it down the ground. Next one, he's over-corrected, dragged it down short. Looks like Asif was waiting on the back foot and smashed him out the ground again. And like you said, this is the kind of guy you don't want to retire. You know, he's just gone 2 sixes in a row. He's gone from 5 off 12 to 17 or 14. So everything's turning in his favour.
But I do think there is a time to do it. It's such a hard judgment to make, because it's almost, I call it chasing your losses.
Yep.
You know, when you stick with the guy and maybe he'll turn around, maybe he'll turn around. But while that's happening, you know, the balls are getting chewed up. Yeah, certainly a good rebound from Asif. And suddenly he's 17 off 14. So Thiessen somehow loses his run, even though it's about 3 steps. And he looks sore. I mean, that's a calf cramp. I don't think it's anything more serious than that.
Is this the captain? Oh, he's got a big innings to play still.
Yeah, and he just kicks himself in the calf with his other foot. And any doctor will tell you that's the way to deal with it. Anyway, he's hit down on the leg side.
I must say, it looks like a lovely pace through the air. He looks like he knows what he's doing. And earlier, watching him bat really was unbelievable to watch. Like some of the cricket shots he was playing, I honestly didn't believe that, you know, he belonged in this circle. No disrespect to the other guys around him, but he just looked a level above.
This one is above the field, and it's going to be 6. Maximo, and Asif's now hit his last 3 balls for 6. Well, don't go to jail. Just go back on strike, and he hits the Romanian skipper out of the ground.
See, I think it also goes on a reputation of the player. If you know each other and you know how each other plays, then you know that the guy can shift gears. But if he's a nerdler and he's just, you know, waiting for the pace in the ball, it's just not going to happen.
So situational. Here's the leggy, which is thrown to Thiessen. Might actually be happy to see Abdul Asif at the other end, but it'll be a lot easier with Guy. He's shown that he can go down the ground as well. I've got more questions coming in, and plenty of them, so thanks if you'd like to drop your questions and comments in the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network, we love that. As Graham Holmes was saying, Asif is the new Nakvi, but not anymore. He's come back into style. As Guy goes down the ground for 1. Got to say hello to Rafiq Isaacs, who's in the chat.
Rough.
He said, it's great to hear such intelligent commentators. Keep going, Tizer. But I like that he's used the plural there. So
thank you. Thank you.
I'll say thank you as well to Rafiq. And we'll see Thiessen coming on now to resume this very interesting battle. Asif blasts him out of the ground, and that one's Lake. That's going to have to be dangled in, get a line dangled in the water, and might catch a Kookaburra after that. Let's see, he gets deep in his crease this time. He gets the length from Thiessen, and he takes care of business.
I think the last 4 legal deliveries that he's faced, he's hit out the ground.
Yeah.
So it's exactly what we were talking about. Like, just make sure you're in there, don't throw it away, and then once you find the middle, you'll find it again and again and again.
They've done well to find that ball. Got to say, big shout out to the ball retrievers today, the golden retrievers, because they're in the golden vests.
Thankless job.
They're doing a good job. Wide.
Ramesh is having a tough
Ramesh is
time.
trying everything, because, you know, at his pace, someone that can go down the ground and go square is very little margin for error. So he's a guy that can go for big runs, but he picked up a 5-wicket haul last year in the series. He's an impressive cricketer.
I thought Ramesh was he's gone for another big one downtown.
Oh, that sight screen
that
rattling.
Is horns, baby.
Now watch out up there, Williams. That's not looking so stable after that. This one gets banged. Well, watch out. Watch out for the boom shakalagya. That'll shake the tower.
No better place in the game to hit the ball.
Boom, shake, shake, shake the room. The poor cameraman, Williams, on his first day. It was almost his last. Here's the last ball of the over.
And he gets away with the low full toss.
Yeah, he wants it strike now, as if he's giddying him up. So this is why you don't retire Abdul Asif. He's now 36 off 18. And suddenly, the game's changed. 7 overs down. It's 89 for 1. Gives us a chance, Tyrone, to have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. And we'll get to see the defending champions, Cluj. They'll be here in the morning for their first games of the tournament. They're the 5th team in the tournament. They are the defending champions. They're also the team that represented Romania at ECL 19 and ECL 22 that we just had. They're playing Banyasa tomorrow morning. Then in the afternoon, we'll get to see ACCB versus the Booker S Gladiators. The question in the chat was, what does ACCB stand for? It's Asian Cricket Club Bucharest. Of course, formerly was ICCB, Indian Cricket Club Bucharest, but Of the Booker S Derby against the Gladiators. All starts again tomorrow, 6 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time. Join us for another exciting day of action in Romania.
Any players we need to look out for from Cluj?
Oh, plenty. I think Taranjit Singh, don't think we'll see him. He's normally one of their key players.
Oh, it's Kayani travels.
Oh, that's gone. Well, the ball retriever, he was thinking about catching that. I think it was a good option, and well, send out the search party, because I think he might not be back for a while. Take a packed lunch and see if he's going on a 6 hitting Maximo Bonanza here after being tied down. He's broken free and broken loose.
I hope the fielder's got his passport with him, because he's got a long way to go to get that ball back.
He's done well, though. The Golden Retrievers.
Up-top Kayani coming in again.
6 sixes out of 42.
Oh.
No 4s. And they're loving it now.
Another
See, when he gets going, you can see why he's so destructive.
They're big chaps as well. I think a lot of these guys are spending a lot of time in the gym. It can't just be they can't just be eating rice. They can't just be eating rice.
Yeah, some of them built for power, not speed.
Yeah.
And they are speeding. If you look at their strike rates. Kayani.
Oh, it's a tough one.
Yeah.
He has advanced down
Gets
the
it
wicket.
away, though. And, well, I think this is fine. Is it? It's 2. You
it's a
might
good
want to have a
call.
look at the boundary. Stop leg by is called.
I think I came with the bat.
Yeah, well, see.
Batsman's pointing to his bat, but it's definitely a difficult one to call for a no ball, because...
See, he gets through it. I don't think he ever touches the rope, so
well.
I don't think that's a problem. Wow, this game's just taken off, hasn't it? Kayani's gone for 9.
Oh, that's definitely one.
Yeah, that's
He's
going to be a
called
no
that
ball this time.
Just got a single, and that's a situation where the batters don't want to run, because he wants that free hit.
Yeah, he's being unselfish. Well, it is Easter, the time of giving. So it will be a guy who essentially gives the free hit to Abdul Asif. Yeah, Kayani, he had one that was borderline, but that one certainly, to me, was too high. 100's up now, and motoring.
There's the free hits.
He takes it, and he sends it, and that's out of here
big
to
one.
Maximo. Asif, well, Graham Holmes, he might be eating your words at the moment.
Yeah.
He said to retire him. Well, it's the bowlers that want to retire at the moment. As he goes down the ground, catches in the free hit. He moves to 49.
You're striking at over 200 here from a situation where you're striking less than 50. And that's how quick it can change in T10 cricket. One big over and everything changes. Another big one.
One more, and this one will bring up his half century. This one's even bigger. Maximo. That's their 55 of 22 balls, and he has gone absolutely bananas in the 8th. And, poor Kayani, he can't find it. He had hit 8 sixes in his 50, and that's what he's dealing in at the moment.
It's unbelievable, really, from a guy that looked like he couldn't even hit it off the square in the beginning. And 120 is just
There's another one.
shot away.
Yeah, put it with the rest. Well, Rico's busy doing the fielding at the moment. Maximo. 6 more to Abdul Asif. Well, this over has been incredible. And Kayani, he is getting taken down. He's getting taken to the cleaners. He's normally a reliable performer. But be the end of the over. It's 118 on the board now. This game has changed so quickly.
Sure.
And we look at that over. It went 6-1-2. No ball plus 1. 6-6-6. So it's been a crazy one. 4 sixes in the over. In the end, count them up. 29 off the over. I'm going to read you the over by over scores, Tyrone. Listen to this. There was 15 off the first, not bad. Then 9, 5, 7, 9. Okay, they're 45 at halfway. Since then, second half, 20, 24, 29. And that's coincided with Asif going absolutely crazy. He's Vashish trying to stop the bleeding in the 9th.
This guy, he's playing a smart role here, giving Asif the strike. He was going strong early on, and now he's just giving him the single. As Asif thanks him, this is just telling him the next one might travel again.
Sorry I got in your way, and just the apology was long enough for them to still make the single. Ashish bowled the first. He was the one that went for 15.
Oh.
Wow, this one's out of here. It's called a no ball as well. This one is wet, Tyrone. That is a big hit. That's a no-downer. Maximo! I mean,
in the lake.
I'm not going to put the 100 off the table here at the moment because that's a free hit coming up.
Yeah.
He's on 67.
There's enough balls.
There's still 11 balls to go. If he was to get there, it would be the most remarkable 100 I think I've ever seen, considering how he just couldn't get going in the beginning.
And if you noticed how all the bowlers, no disrespect to the bowlers, but now they start to buckle. They just start bowling into the slot. They just can't land it where they want to land it.
Goes short, and he bangs
That's a
this
shot.
before. Yeah, he's showing he's not a one-trick pony here.
Top shot.
Yeah, he waits top of the bounce. He had the immunity cloak on. ACCB, this is what they can do to you. Such a destructive lineup. And Abdelasif, he's gone very, he's been two-faced, hasn't he?
It's his first boundary.
It is his first four, and he's 71.
Oh, he's chipped it up.
Yeah,
Will someone get there?
Yeah, this is a chance, or is it? No, he doesn't get it well enough. Have a look at that score. It's 131. And
after 6 overs, they were 60 odd, and I was saying 120
well,
would do.
They were after five. I'll go you one better. After 5 overs, they were 45.
Yeah.
And we were talking about 90 pace maybe not being enough. Well, now they're on 154 pace.
Or bowls, finally.
So hard as a bowler to regain your composure. But also, you know, a lot of these bowlers for United, they're experienced. They'll know that you'll have an over, especially against these kind of batters, where that'll happen. And they're pretty experienced. You know, they'll come back, I'm sure. They'll be able to, you know, have better performances when they get another opportunity. But right now, when one player's going like this, it's very hard to stop. Here's a Sif on 72. Yep, and this one is up, and this one is out of the ground. Once again, Maximo! Wow, he's 78 now. And this has to be probably one of the most remarkable turnarounds I've ever seen in an individual innings. And Abdelasif, that is his 11th Maximo.
Yeah, but if you watch the length of the bowlers, you know, they're not getting it too wide out, sort of. No disrespect to Asif, but he hasn't really smashed anything through the covers, through points, even over long off. Everything's been leg side.
Just the one through the covers.
Oh.
No. This is called no ball as well.
Slapped it.
He does come out, but I mean, this is the new interpretation.
Yes.
And it's if either umpire is not absolutely sure it's going to be below the waist. So you see, he hits it, you know, he hits it belly button high. It is going to come down a bit, but is it going to come below the waist? He's not sure. So he's saying if it's waist or above. And this is something we brought in a couple of weeks ago. You mentioned it, Tyrone. Vashish has to just sort it out.
No use talking to Gov. He's not having any of it.
Asif gained a free hit. Now he's giving one back to Guy.
Friendly. Good teammates. But Guy hasn't taken advantage of it at all.
No, but what he does do is retain the strike. So Vashish, that's another magical over. That's 4 magical overs in a row. 20, 24, wow. 29, 23. It's a crazy acceleration. They're going to get booked for speeding. ACCB, 9 overs in. They're 141 for 1.
I'm definitely learning why this is such a big scoring ground as the Ramesh, the captain, is trying to find some sort of explanation of why that was called a no ball. And I just don't think you're doing yourself any favors when you're doing that. You know, you've got to move on. Next ball, focus on what you've got to do next, because you can't go back in time. The score is 141 for 1. You know, and you've got to bowl the last over. So instead of trying to figure out what went wrong, try and find a solution and how to make it come right.
It's also about communication. Obviously, the playing conditions just tweaked. And it's kind of meant to cover that situation as well where, you know, that's in real time. If you're not sure it's going to come down below the waist, you got to call it. That's what the umpires are directed to do. And it's because they're not very fair deliveries.
Exactly.
They don't be that high at all. Another full toss. This is a lower one. All right. Well, I'm not going to count him out just yet. He needs 21 off 5 balls. But if anyone can do it at the moment, it's Abdelasif.
Well, definitely. That's 4 sixes out of the 5, and he's got it. Oh, it's a no ball. It's off the deck.
Oh, that's annoying if you... Oh, no, maybe not. He's missed it. And this one will probably end up being 2. But no one's gone after it at all.
It should be a no ball.
Yeah, I mean, did this bounce off the pitch? That's the question. It's called a wide. Have a look where this bounces. I think... I mean, it maybe snuck onto the pitch by the barest of margins.
Very difficult. Just caught that little line like tennis.
So, well, the 100's still on. It's Thiessen trying to bowl around Asif.
Oh,
and, well, you can't get around this because it's adios pelota. Boom, shaka, lagia. Abdelasif, 85. Oh, well, talk about getting your eye in. He's got about 8 eyes in. He's an octopus. And now he's within 15 of the most remarkable century I think we've ever seen.
It's just all bottom hand. If you just look at him, he's also built like a bit of a truck. So, you know, anything he can get underneath is going, and it's going miles. It's 50-meter boundary, so that's just so easy for him. Oof. Just a little chip.
He couldn't, could he? 4 balls to go. The 150's up.
As Ramesh comes around the wicket, let's see what he's going to try and do here. Slide it towards the wide line here.
Yeah, he will.
Oh, in the off.
Oh, no, but slightly
Has he got away with it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they'll get back for a second. I mean, he'll be kicking himself there. Almost got a second on the bounce off the bowler.
But that's a win for the bowler there, definitely.
Got to say hello to Wazza. Hello to Andy House as well. Good to have you with us, Andy. We're missing you already. 3 to come.
Oh, his guy takes over here.
Yeah, well, don't forget me, he says. He's been the forgotten partner. He's there. He was only on 29. But he does get another Maximo. Jeez, it's been raining them. In fact, that one is the 15th six of the innings. That's just 90 runs in sixes alone. And what a hitting assault it's been from ACCB.
And I will say, you called it from the beginning. You said this could be a big scoring game. Ramesh again fires at the pads, gets away with that one. Leg bar probably going to be called here as a Sif's back on strike. And we can count out the 100.
Yeah.
But geez, 86 off 30.
It's a remarkable innings, isn't it?
Almost striking at 300.
And what was it at one point? He was something like
5 off 12.
5 off 12?
Yeah.
So what say he scored 81 off the last 18.
That's unbelievable.
That's about 450 pace.
Yeah.
Last ball of the innings. And well, this one you can forget it. Well, that might be the biggest of the lot. And Sam will take the catch.
Out.
Well, Stigsy, that was well caught. Just off camera. He'll be annoyed with that. But what I can tell you is it will be more to the total. And they're going to score 165 off their 10 overs.
That's another
and this
one.
is incredible hitting. I mean, they were 45 off the first half. They scored 120 for the second half. That is 24 runs and over. It's an average of 4 runs a ball, Tyrone. And this is what we talk about on ECN and how quickly it can change. I mean, they were touched up, weren't they? ACCB in the first match, but right now they have blasted United to all corners, putting on a massive score of 165.
This will be a record if they chase this down, eh?
Yeah.
Because the last game they looked at like they chased down 110 or 110 in 6 overs. Now, and relying on one batter mainly. Now they've got to have 2 or 3 guys to score.
Yeah, so, well, it was a tale of 2 halves, wasn't it? And, well, it was all hustle from United early on the back of a pretty good win as Goham Manan opened up with Rajesh Guy. He's new to the scene. And Manan just went for 1 shot too many. He went to the well 1 too many times and paid the penalty. Abdul Asif took him so long to get going. That was a nice little leg glance around the corner. And Vashish, oh, he's a bit of a workhorse as well. He was doing his best to save every run. But then Asif, when he got going, didn't matter where the fielders were, didn't matter how many fielders you had, he was setting them out of the park and doing it with increasing frequency.
It was just unbelievable to see that clean hitting. And sixes galore. Non-stop 6 hitting. I think he hit 1-4 in all of that. So unbelievable to see how he just turned it all around and just shows you how things change so quickly in T10 cricket. Such mad intensity. And honestly, one team can be down and out for the first half of their 10 overs and the next half they're in charge.
Yeah, and it was all good technique as well. I think they spotted the ones they could get down to. That was one of the best as well, though. It was off a free hit. But the ones they could get down to, he could drive down the ground. It was a little bit short. It's quick to get back in his crease like this and hit it over the leg side. And, yeah, I mean, Abdul Asif, he was 5 off 12. He ends up scoring 87 off the next 19 balls. And it was you first, because they both had a really important role to play. The game was at a crossroads when Manan went for 19, but they ended up putting on a huge partnership of 141. Now, I would say they batted United out of the game, but, you know, here at Muara Blasia in Romania, anything is possible. It's the land of impossible dreams, and it will be an impossible chase, you'd have to say, of 166 for United, but especially with the form Satheeson's in, let's not count them out just yet. Abdul Asif with 92 of 31, an incredible innings which included a lot of sixes. In fact, he hit 13 of them, just the 1-4. Apart from that guy, he looks slow by comparison, 35 off 25, and Mana 19 off 8. Yeah, the extras were a problem. And well, if you've got small children, look away now because there's some damage in the figures. Raj Kumar was probably the best of the bowlers, 2 overs for 16. And Khalil was pretty tight as well, had a few wides, but only went for 14. But have a look at some of those economy rates. It was just absolutely banana stuff, wasn't it, as they took 120 runs. That's a pretty good score, above average score for 10 overs. They scored it in the last 5.
Unbelievable. Some of those guys are going to struggle to sleep tonight thinking about all those boundaries getting smashed off them.
Yeah,
really.
Luckily United, they've got a few experienced campaigners like Kiani, for example. You know, I think he'll just know that that can happen, and it's just part and parcel of being a bowler in this format. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Tyrone Peters after the break. Fiddy Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're having a great day. Come back for the exciting conclusion of opening day in Romania, the other side of this break. Back in a few minutes. You're watching the European Cricket Network. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Banyasa in Romania, just outside Bucharest, the nation's capital, and it's great to have your company. Just take a look at those blue skies, and it's the men in light blue right now. They are flying. They scored 165 off their 10 overs, ACCB. They're hoping for some revenge after losing the opening encounter between these two teams. United coming out to try and chase these runs down. Well, United, they were the ones handing out the revenge in match 3, because it was ACCB that knocked them out of last year's series by a single run. Right now, they're about to embark on, well, attempting the biggest successful chase. They'll need 166 to win if there's a ground, and frankly, if there's a player in Romania that can do it, you're looking at him, Ramesh Sathisen, the national skipper. He looked really good in the first game between these two teams today. Scored 70 off 29 balls. And I think we'll see him attacking, but it's just so many to get, isn't it? Sandu here. Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Joining me for this game, first full game for ECN in the box, is Tyrone Peters. And Tyrone, I suppose when you're chasing this many runs, you're going to have to chance your arm. But like we said, Sathisen is the kind of player, if anyone can do it, he probably can.
Sorry, without a doubt, he's definitely the kind of guy that can get them home, yeah.
He's a sieve. So Sathisen's not sticking around. First one's a dot. Can't afford too many of those. But what we did see is that in the first half, if you just missed it, ACCB only scored 45 runs. And the second half, they scored 120. So it does show you, and you said this actually in the first half of the game, you know, you're not out of it. You think you might be out of it, but you can turn it around. And that's exactly what they did. As this gets turned down to the ground. Well, this is a big hit. Well, he wants to pick up where he left off. Thought it might be a crowd catch, but it's over them. It's over the 10. Maximo, the first runs of the innings. And Sathisen gets 6.
Another strong hit by the national skipper. Wow, top quality stroke. Hardly got his front foot to the pitch of the ball, but just muscled it over the long or wide long on boundary. Saw this a lot in the first innings. I mean, the first game, should I say, between these two. And it was a massive partnership between him and Ali Hussein that took them home. I wonder if they can repeat the feat now.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be huge if they were going to do it. They've got long on back. They've also got a deep cover point. He's a good bowler though as well. And I think it's good. He's going to get the first over like he normally does. He'll be on a high. It shows you how quick things can turn around as well. Him personally, he was 5 off 12 at one stage. And he went on a 6-hitting bonanza. Now here's Ali Hussein. Batted well in the first game. Didn't have a lot of the strike. So, I mean, I often don't see that kind of turnaround. What I did remember of a chase actually was PSV Hanmunden. This is in Germany in 2020. That they were chasing, I think, about 148. And they were, I think, they were about 40 off 5 overs. They needed about 100 to 110 off the last 5. And they did it. Remember, that was That was a kind of 20 and over pace. But it's the exception rather than the rule. This one's cracked hard, but it's well dealt with down there by Samuela. Gets a bit of a Tortuga bounce.
Abdullah, sorry, but does Abdullah Sif play in the national team yet?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he, I'll check what his eligibility is. I don't know if he has qualified. It's fairly recently. But yeah, you can see why he's so dangerous.
Well, he's so good with the bat, and now he immediately come with the ball. He's changed his angle of attack to the batters. He's going for those low full tosses. He really seems like a smart cricketer.
Good cricketer.
Well bowled again. Chance.
Oh no.
Run out chance.
He's got to get his skates on. They go to the, oh, wow. I said the wrong end. And I said the wrong end. There were 2 right ends because Sathisen, he'd put the brakes on. He thought that Sathisen thinks it's going back to the keeper's end. See, they lose eye contact. They're both running the same way. Then Sathisen, he realised he's in trouble about here, but the throw went over the bowler. And, well, a bit of chaos. Yeah, Abdullah Sif, he has now played for Romanian national teams, played 3 T20 internationals. A high score of 35 versus Luxembourg. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, he's a pretty good player. Even international level, he's got a 5-wicket haul to his name already. 5 for 30 versus Hungary. So, yeah, you can see what makes him dangerous. End of the first over. The score is 9 for no loss. Well, look, as long as Sathisen's there, I'm not going to rule them out, but it's one thing to do it, score this kind of rate. It's another thing to do it when you need to do it. That's the thing.
Yep.
So that's the thing that, yeah, they scored 24 and over, but they didn't need to. They were just on a roll and they just kept going. It's very different to actually chasing a rate of 24 and over, but still, ACCB in a very good position to split the points. And I think we're going to see a lot of close contests this week in Romania. And, A lot of our viewers are enjoying it so far. Why not? We thought we'd see some high scores. Yeah, don't get too much higher than 165.
I think that's the big difference as well in cricket, when you're setting and when you're chasing. You know, they've got 9 off their first over, and the run rate's gone from 16.6 to 17.44 immediately. Now, a guy like Sathisan, he wouldn't mind about that, but the guy sitting in the shed, they'll start thinking about that.
Yeah, they can't afford to lose wickets. It's the tough thing. They probably need a few gifts as well, like this first ball of the second over, which is well down the leg side. Big well done to Rob, umpiring his first game as well. He's got most of them right. This is Samuela, who's bowling over number 2. I often think it's hard to consistently score 18 plus. That's probably the max I've seen scored over an extended period in a chase. Short and dispatched. And this one's going to go the journey. Maximo! Well, Sathisan, he'll just have to break it down into smaller parts. When you've got a big problem, break it down into chunks. And they need to be 17 run chunks every over. And here's 6 of them right here.
That's very well put, Vinny, you know, and a guy of the strength, that was just a little bit short, and he just picked that up with power. Never in doubt, over the boundary. 6 more.
He's got all the shots, doesn't he, Sathisan? Long on, long off back now. Yeah, good eye. That's a skill, I think, in this game as well that we've noticed. And obviously, I've done over, I think, 1,200 games now. But spotting a wide and getting out the way. Okay, a lot of batters maybe step towards that ball, get their pad in the way, and clunks off for a leg by. But yeah, the value of the extra ball, I think that's super important, even more important than the run.
100%. You know, if you look at it now, 2 extra balls, and there's 1 ball bowled and technically 8 runs.
Yep. Pretty well bowled this time. Real footwork. So these seem a couple of minds there, whether to cut or just try and force the drive. There's nobody back square of the wicket now.
And for me, Vin, that's the length you need to be bowling in this cricket, in any cricket. Go and hit the top of the stumps. You know, don't go back of a length, don't go too full. Just run in and try and hit the top of off, top of middle, top of leg, top of the stumps. And it's that in-between length where the batsman, you know, should he go forward, should he go back?
Yeah, good observation. Here's Samuel up. Slow ball down the leg side. This will be called a wide. So yeah, that helps. Yeah, so yeah, that's kind of how I would approach it. Okay, seems like how many they need, 148. That's a lot of runs. I'm not saying it's not, but you can get 17 and over. In fact, we saw 5 overs, all 20 plus at the end of the other innings. So I'll be chasing that kind of 17 or die trying. This will be more runs. This will be 4. He just sweats on the length here. Sathisan doesn't get all of this, but gets enough to get it to the rope. Cuatro, Canetas Mas. Great work by the Golden Retrievers. They've been excellent today. So is Sathisan. He's in the runs again in match 4.
And if you notice the way Sathisan's batting, he's hanging on the back foot. He doesn't seem to commit coming forward at all. So when you're hanging on the back foot, you're able to get that bottom hand in. You're able to hit it over the square leg boundary. You're able to hit it over cow. And as you saw his first 6, he was able to hit it over wide long on.
Yeah, he's a powerful player. And if you see him close up, he looks like he could take you down in a wrestling match. Well, me anyway, maybe not you, Tyrone. on the mark this time, and this is even better. And that's gone all the way. Maximo! Well, we're going to see some fireworks, and it's the skipper dishing them out, and he just strokes through this one. He knows he can't hit it too straight because of the boundary riders, and it was good placement as well. Power play batting, they know they need to have a good power play. Something that I suppose ACCB didn't really on reflection. Now the next one gets away from the bowler. The wide. This one bounces. It seemed to take a funny bounce. Yeah, I think it's another one that's just on the surface, so it won't be a no ball, it'll be a wide.
But you see that Sathisan's a thinking batsman. You know, I've just said he's been hanging back. He's hung back for 3-4 balls, and then he's charged him and smashed him over wide long off for 6. Like, that's really good.
He's got a lot of tools, doesn't he? He's on the walk again. We'll let him from time to time. That's probably the first time we've seen him lose his shape.
Yeah.
Maybe a sign, I suppose, that how big the task is. Feels like he needs to force the issue. And I think also he's had a lot of the strike. I think that's also important. He is the form batter.
See him shaking his head after he's come down the wicket. I think, just like you said, lost his shape going across the line. Should have rather gone straight.
Last ball the over, it's already gone magical. Now he'll get 4. And if you're going to hit a wide, hit it for 4. This is probably missing leg, but he tickles it round the corner. Sathisan 28 off 10. Well, he believes. What do you think at home? the moment, it's a feast of runs in match 4. 2 overs down, 33 for no loss.
Well, listen, if he bats for anywhere close to 7, 8 overs, we definitely got a game on here. But it's like you say, Vince, he has to get a lot of the strike. And how will the guys at the other end complement him? You know, we saw Gould, or I think it was Gohar, in the last game, in the last innings.
Yeah.
He complemented Asif brilliantly. You know, and when he did get a chance to have a crack, it also went out the ground.
Yeah, this is the tough thing, because with the rate so high, I don't think it's as simple for Ali Hussain as just looking for a single. I still think he needs to look for a boundary, but if that doesn't work, to at least get a single, you know, because you don't have that many balls left. Yeah, so I think he still has to look to be aggressive, but what he doesn't want to do is swing and miss. He wants to guarantee that at the very worst, he gets a single, and Sathiesan gets the strike as the third over is coming up. The last over of the power play, and a second for Asif, who only went for 9 in the first. He's hit for 1 Maximo.
Would you bowl him out now, man?
Question. After that ball, I'll say yes. Yeah, probably. I mean, you've just had an overgo for 24. He only got taken down once, and his last 4 balls were 1-1-1 dot. Balls in similar condition, same batters. Yeah, I think that if you can get a single digit over here, it's hard to see United coming back. So now, Ali Hussain will get the run. Go Hamanan. Just having a little lie down. This will be the contest.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, the rate now required, it's hanging around that 17. It has been for a while. So that means you're going to need probably 3 boundaries out of 4 balls from Sathiesan. But the way he's going, wouldn't can't count him out. The other thing is they've struggled a bit for 4th, 5th bowling options. ACCB, their captain using himself, Sukhbinder Singh, but he's a bit of a gamble as a slow bowling option. See if they use him. I've got some other options. Rajneesh Guy. Another one around the wicket now. Safe, and so he gets pounded, and this one is going to bring rain on a sunny day. Maximo! Sathiesan. Well, when the bowler's coming around the wicket, you've got immunity because you shouldn't be LBW. And this was never hitting him in the pads. Hits the middle of the bat and goes for 6.
Yeah, he's just got his length wrong there. And again, allowed Sathiesan to get his bottom hand underneath. I love the idea coming around the wicket, but you've got to get it all the way up. You've got to get it full, even a low full toss wide of off stump.
Exactly.
There we go.
Yeah, that's the tactic, isn't it? That's the tactic. I said 3 boundaries this over. I've got 1. So yeah, have a look where they need to be. They want to be essentially 33 every 2 overs. That's kind of the pace. So they'd want to be 66 after 4.
It shows what a good bowler Sif is as well, to come back and respond like that.
And he gets it right again. So Sathiesan, he's just having a little shuffle across to try and get closer to that one. But yeah, I mean, they've also got the deep cover point in place, so I think he wants to go either leg side or perhaps over mid off as an option. That's probably where I'd be going.
Definitely.
Last ball of power play. And so he tries to get inventive. That's a really good comeback from Asif. He's had a very good game. Doesn't take a wicket, but only goes for 16 off his 2 overs. After 3, it's 40 for no loss.
It's going to take a massive effort for someone else to take the man of the match job. I don't mean to predict the future, but what an innings from Asif, and then he's come back and bowled like that, where I think his first over went for 9, his second over went for, I think, 8.
Have a look at that graph, and you can see how low it was in the first 5 overs, and then it just took off. And, like the Dubai skyline in the second half. Well, Graham Holmes, he was ready to retire out. Retire out Asif. But I mean, hindsight 2020, isn't it? I could see why people would consider it. I mean, hadn't shown too much today. It is early in the season. He's capable. But you wonder, will he do it?
Well, I don't know anything about him, and I was saying, well, maybe it's a call, and then you said no chance. Like, this guy's a big hitter.
Yeah.
And you proved that to be right.
Big hitter. It's an understatement. As we start a new over. This is, well, they're not going to take the run here. I think you always need to take it on at this stage. You see, there's a good bit of fielding, but Sathiesan, he really needs to get to the other end. He already backed up and he just freezes. I think it's worth a gamble to get the captain down there as this rate climbed above what I normally call the point of no return, 18 and over. Currently it's 18.43. As we see Rajneesh Guy with his left armers. Not a bad shot. Finds the gap. I think this time they will get the one. So look, so Thiessen does get on strike, but again, ball's burned. You can't afford too many of that. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most remarkable first innings I've seen because the over scores 15, 9, 5, 7, 9. They're 45 at halfway. But how's this for over 6 through 10? 20, 24, 29, 23, 24. 5 magical overs on the spin. Wow, it was crazy stuff. Almost break the sound barrier.
It was unbelievable to watch, really. Such clean hitting.
Yeah, it's the way they did it. Guy. Well, this will get a run right off the end of the bat. Ali Hussein has to stretch. I think he may have been just home. He's pretty casual the way he was going about it. Yeah, just home. It's Amy in the chat saying she likes the colour blue that the ACCB guys are wearing. It's a very nice. Sometimes called a baby blue or a sky blue, and there's plenty of blue sky today in Romania, which we like as well.
I'm very happy about the blue colour as well as the blue sky, done with the grey and snow.
They were my school colours, exactly those 2 blues. They're saying, going to take one here. It's hard. You can't really have a second fiddle when you're chasing this many runs. He's 4 off 7.
Guy seems to have hurt himself with someone throwing the ball back to Guy.
Wow, there you go. Well, I hope he hasn't dislocated his finger here. See what happens here. It's a fairly innocuous throw, isn't it? And
well, where's he looking?
That's a left thumb job, I think. Yeah, I don't know which one. He's certainly throwing hands, isn't he?
Is this the time for the magic spray?
Yeah, where's Magic Spray Mary? We need to get her on the tour. No, there's Rob. Well, Rob's doing a bit of everything. It's good to see him on ECN debut.
Saying you're right. Don't worry. Come on.
Yeah.
Old school is hard school.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And it's also his bowling hand, so that'll be annoying.
But this is the interesting battle, Vinny, because we said just now with the right-hander coming around the wicket, pushing it across.
Yeah.
Thiessen. Now we've got a left-hander sliding it across. So same angle. Should have a bit more control because this is the side of the wicket that he wants to be bowling from.
Natural side, isn't it, to bowl?
So let's have a look.
All right, buckle up. I think he's going to go large here. Well, he's got this, and it's an unbelievable shot. It's up with the block hole, and he somehow slices it. I don't know how he's done this, but he's towed this for 6 to Thiessen. Well, that shows you how strong he is. See, one hand comes up off the bat, and if you told me that was going for 6, I would have said, get your head checked, but he does get a Maximo.
That's an unbelievable cricket shot, really. That's to be able to pull that off. I don't think people understand how hard that is.
Last ball of the over. These two will put on 49. Now he gets a wide. So I'll bring up the 50 partnership. I mean, in normal circumstances, you say 50 off 4. You know, they're going at kind of high 120s pace. You're feeling pretty good about where you're at in the game, but this is a different issue here. They're chasing 166. It'll be the highest successful chase we've ever seen on ECN. And now this one's going to go for 6, and it's going to be a no ball as well. Maximo! Well, it's consistent with what we saw in the first innings.
Yes.
And Thiessen was pretty vocal about that. And this time, Stefan Gooch says, yeah, well, I'm not 100% sure it would have got below the waist, so it's going to be called proactive batting from Thiessen. One thing, whether you agree or not about the calls, you have to say it has been consistent. So now's the free hit. And this will go for 6 as well, and you can forget that. The moment it left the bat, you knew it was out of here. Maximo! Guy goes off the rails at the end of the 4th. It's 63 for no loss. And Thiessen single-handedly keeping United in the game.
As long as Thiessen's here, we have a game on our hands, folks, because he's such a smart batsman. He uses the crease so well, and anything that's in his area is travelling. What a powerful cricketer, and honestly, to see him hit so cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, really good, entertaining game, isn't it, here in match 4, as was all the cricket today. Actually, It was great to see Banyasa this morning. They took care of the Gladiators a couple of times. They were a bit disappointed, I think, Gladiators, but they were there and thereabouts. They had to qualify for this tournament as well. We didn't see Pavel with the ball or with the bat, and so we can look forward to that later in the week. But yeah, it's been a very entertaining first day in Romania, hasn't it?
Yeah, also watching Pavel on the side of the field is itching to get onto that field. And just love the enthusiasm by the guys. What they just wanted to be part of it. And now these last 2 games, really shown a different level of cricket.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, to me, I think the depth in these sides and the way that these kind of top-tier players go about their business, and they kind of love taking each other on as well. A lot of them are national team teammates. But there's something about the European Cricket Series that's always pretty special.
And surprising. You don't expect to see such good cricketers. Honestly, no disrespect to anybody, but there's some quality cricketers out here playing some unbelievable shots. Smart cricket as well. And honestly, it's brilliant to see as Hussain Ali, I could only call that a bit of a hack, across the line. Smash, well, hits it through the cow corner boundary. You okay there, man?
Okay, just one of the
Okay.
one of the
bugs
little
just went
bugs
down.
has decided Rico got done before.
You have enough lunch there? Wow. I thought I lost you for a second.
No, that's right. You can take over this ball. I'm just going to have a little drink and wash it down with a bit of water.
Saeed Ullah bowls it to Satish, and again, he hasn't hit this one properly, but it seems to be in the gap. And he's not really running through hard for that second. He's quite comfortable with just getting through for the single.
Okay, I'm back.
All right.
With most of my voice as well. And like I'm not a vegetarian. That was an animal, a very small one that went down my throat. But, yeah, I mean, Satish also needs to run hard, doesn't he?
Got to get himself back on strike.
Yeah, he needs to get back and face
Although,
most of these. Just get one pretty nicely timed. But they've got the field pretty well set for that for Hussain. Check this run rate. Yeah, they've got it back below. Now it'll probably be around just over 18 after that ball. But yeah, that 18, yeah, if you're batting supersonic pace, you can get there, but pretty hard to sustain for an extended period of time. I've seen it on occasion though. It's a decent. He's gone past 50 now.
well bowled.
It's off the bat, and so Gucci just motioning. There's have a look at this. Probably not the best shout for LBW ever, I think. Straight
All
off the
bat,
bat.
yeah. But good delivery nonetheless by Saeed Ali. Honestly, looks like he knows what he's doing with the ball. And Hussain Ali's back on strike, which, no disrespect, but it's not really that good for the United players.
Yeah, it goes
As I
through.
say that.
Yeah, this is high, and Manan doesn't drop too many. He gets under this, and he holds it.
Oh, great catch.
He's a good fielder, Gohar Manan. He had plenty of time to get under there. And so Hussain just can't get too much going with the stick here in match 4. He ends up going for 6 off 10. And Satish, he'll be stranded at the other end because the new batter will come in on strike. A wicket for Saeed Ullah. And that's the first one to fall for United. 67 for 1.
And that's another interesting development that we have actually taken forward in the ECS. That we've decided to have the rule where the new batsman is always on strike. So Satish misses out again, and which is really detrimental. Shows that early on in the over he should have been sprinting through to get himself back on strike. And honestly, looks like he was conserving his energy. But now Hussain Ali's thrown his wicket away, and the new batsman to the crease is Rohit.
Yeah, this is
Rohit Kumar.
yeah, Rohit Kumar. There's 2 R Kumars. There's Rohit Kumar, who's the keeper. And he does bat number 3 for United. And then you've also got Raj Kumar, who's mostly a bowler. Can bat a bit. But, yeah, I mean, good catch by Manan.
Rohit looks like a southpaw out there.
Yeah, he is. A little bit left-handed. It's been really high caliber stuff, hasn't it, between these two teams? Saeed Ullah will be pretty happy with that wicket. So check this rate. We're over 19 now. Yeah, and I'll tell you something. That don't forget, they're kind of over 20 ahead of where ACCB were at this stage. Similar position as well, with 1 wicket down. You've got number 3 at the crease. The difference is, if anything, with Satish in there, you'd expect that they'd be able to really attack the second innings anyway. Leg sides will be a wide. 68.
As much as the bowler finds that was close, it's still a wide. And Rohit Kumar's got a little bit of a sighter. Let's hope he can get his strike rate over 200 and support Satish in an exciting run chase.
It's a funny one because you kind of want Satish on strike, so you might as well have a go at this. You don't
True.
really want a single. And this will
There we
do.
go.
And he does get plenty of it. This is going to be 6. It hits the rope. Maximo! Well, that's a perfect result. Well, at the halfway stage, it's 74 for 1. You know, they're not out of this. I mean, they're on 148 pace. So even at this rate, they're going. They'd be 18 short. You just have to find 3 sixes somewhere in the next 5 overs in addition to the rate they've got in the first half. Of course, a decent back-to-back half centuries for him. He's got 55 off 20 balls at the moment with 7 sixes and 2 fours. And, well, let's see if Rohit Kumar can support him. I say support, but I mean, I think you need to do more than just support.
Yes.
You need to be able to hit boundaries in your own right, and obviously Rohit Kumar showing he can do that, hitting 6 off his very first ball.
I think early on in the over, the key is to get Satish back on strike. But if there's 2 balls left, just have a go. try and smash them both out the ground. You know, and at the end of the day, if you go out, someone else is going to come in and Steeson's going to be facing the next over.
18.4 and over required. Seen hanging around that pace. I mean, it would be a remarkable chase. ACCB, remember they posted 158 and lost last year. Surely they can't post 165 and lose.
I think they'll be having nightmares.
Well, they will, and this is close-ish to the fielder, and he can't do anything about it. That's Mohamed Ishaq down there. This was just a thick outside edge. It certainly wasn't close to the middle of the bat. So Thiessen gets another boundary. That all helps.
I just feel like in this format, too many of the guys, too many of the teams, they hide a fielder at short third man. Whereas the amount of balls that go down there, if you look at the stats, the amount of balls that go down there that are half chances.
Yeah.
If you've got a top fielder down there, they can make all the difference. You know, one brilliant catch changes the whole game.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We've seen probably at the high level as well, where you don't need to hide fielders. You do get some specialists there. Now this should be out.
There's a
Well,
chance.
is anyone going to get there? The bowler goes and he catches it. And so Thiesen's going to have to go for the first time today, but not before he scored 129 runs. And that's off 51 balls. So I mean, it just shows you Ramesh has had a good day, but you feel like with him, probably walks off the chances of United, great as they may have been. And well done to the bowler, as Ulla does get his man in the end. 4 and out for Thiessen. It's 78 for 2.
I want to wonder, let's see what else United have got to offer. I don't want to just give up on them just yet, Vinny. You know, let's hope that a couple of guys come in and give it a real smash just to try and get them close, because honestly, it's been such an exciting game up until now, and we really want to see this go all the way till the 10th over, even down to the last ball.
Yeah, we like to see it. Here's Akash Kaka.
Last name.
It's a name that has caused a bit of conversation already tonight, but he is there, and he walks once around the stumps. I wonder if that's a superstitious thing.
One of the smaller chaps out here in their side.
Yeah. I'm sure he can pack a punch. So the wind just picking up a little bit. Williams looks like he's enjoying himself up in the tower. First time up there on the main camera for us. So don't worry. Rarely falls over, Williams. So here is Samuela again, successful bowler. Very well. You'll get 4 here. So certainly right approach. You kind of throw your fate into the universe when you play that kind of shot first up. He does get some bat on it. And 4 to Kaka first up.
But again, that length he's bowling is beautifully bowled top of the stumps length. You know, that's where you want to be bowling. If you're bowling top of the stumps length, you've got to be a proper cricket batsman to be hitting someone over mid-off. So you rather bring mid-off up, send back third man, and give the bowler the reward he deserves. You know, it's really a lovely delivery. You feel for the bowler there that it's gone top edge down to third man for 4.
Yeah, true. You don't often see that area protected, you're right. And, question from Ninja about how many extras there were in the first innings. Tell you that in a minute. Big swing, but can't really get too much timing on this. Just a single. Here there were 19 extras. Look, 2 were leg byes. I normally strike those out, so 17 what I call the avoidables. In this innings, we've only had 7. So, yeah, I mean, people saying, yeah, that could be the difference as well. When you take a dozen off the target.
We're only halfway through. Let's see what it ends up
like,
that's especially if they're under pressure.
That's true as well. But yeah, they need something here. I mean, Kumar's just faced 1 ball and he smoked it out of the ground. So that's a good sign.
Yeah.
But you need 6s. You need a lot of them.
And Ulla takes it away from the left-hander, so this should be a good battle, especially if Kumar's going across the line. Again, they're bringing the third man up. So now you think about it technically. If the bowler's swinging it away and the left-hander goes across the line, this could be another top edge over third man. But you know what? Let's see what happens.
Let's see.
Oh,
He looks himself, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You know, we had 24 6s in this game.
already.
We had 24 6s already. 16 in the first innings and 8 in the second. And we're only about halfway through. I guess slightly over now, towards the end of the 6th over. But yeah, it's been high scoring, and you can see Romania is what I would typically call a bit of a batting-heavy country. Some countries, I think, they're kind of their batting performances exceed their bowling, and some the opposite. Yeah, we do tend to see a lot of high scores.
Well bowled.
But then,
there you go.
yeah, he calls it. Let's have a look at the
Wide.
replay, and I guess umpires had a lot to do today. Had some wide,
It's one on the line.
definitely on the line, and
Fair.
probably a bit of the wall outside.
Very cool.
He's saying, "Hey, what do you mean?"
What's going on?
He's saying, "Yeah, let's, look at that one." Sammy will look at that one back later, and he'll say, "Yeah, tip my cap to the umpire. Got that one just spot on."
There's that length again.
Who's going to catch this?
Oh,
that's a one
great
hand.
catch.
That's a glue pot catch. And it was almost like almost like a ladle grabbing the soup as it just hangs in there and it lodges. Oh, well, that's pretty unlucky for Kaka. But how about that catch as he comes in and Mohammed Arfan takes it in the end. But
Did he play the first game?
yeah, I mean, he's a guy that we haven't seen too much of today. Firstly, let's look at the catch.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, just gets
Wasn't
in the
really
fingertips
watching.
as well. And, that's an excellent catch. He's got a smile to match. Yeah, we did see him in the first game, but yeah, didn't have a lot of the ball.
Yeah.
But it's going to be the end of Kaka. He's going to have to go for 5. Score is 85 for 3. It's the end of the 6 over. Raj Kumar comes to the crease, so we got the Kumar connection. It's change of bowler as well, so it won't be the new batter facing in this circumstance. It will be Rohit Kumar. Hello to Jackson, who's in the chat, as well as Sundori and everyone else. We've got Tyrone Peters with us. I know Janine's there, and Janine's asking, what's the noise in the background? We do have a few kind of creepy crawlies, and because this ground's surrounded by kind of wilderness, it's pretty deafening. In fact, I'm now remembered pretty well being here last year, but that's a few people asking what that is in the microphones. That's what you're hearing, but they're not so much them in the cube. The ones here, they're little and they don't really make noise.
There's a bit of the wind in the background
Yeah,
there.
how are
but-
you finding the bugs so far today?
Well, so far, no bites just yet. I've had a little chat with them. Let's just hope no one comes and bites me, but
All right.
we'll see how the week goes.
Here's Mohammed Ishaq with over number 7. And he
Shot.
bowls a full toss, and this is going to disappear for
Shot.
4. It was well placed. There's no one back dead square of the wicket. So he just kind of gets down and fetches this one. Bit of a stand down sweep from Rohit Kumar, 4 runs.
Rohit Kumar looks like he can really play the game, honestly. Satheesan must be kicking himself right now because they were together. And Kumar just hit his first ball for 6, then the next ball Satheesan gets on strike and throws his wicket away. Now, they could have been a vital partnership, but the past is dead. Let's see how Kumar makes it happen for himself.
Plug that gap now, but now the fine legs up. It's more of a deep backward square in the circle. That's a good adjustment from Mohammed Ishaq because he knows, I think, that Rohit Kumar wants to go leg side, so he just keeps away from him. Good bowling.
That's a top delivery, really. Not too much pace, beautiful shape. Taken away from the left-hander.
Yeah, just that curvature. Swing away from left-hander made that.
Oh, wide delivery. Didn't need to go after it. Gone. Well done, Rohit Kumar. That's the end of him. As Ishaq gets his first wicket. Well bowled again.
Yeah, and once again, he gets that swing, doesn't he? Left to right. He has that kind of action where it kind of rolls out the left-hand side of his hand, and that makes the ball curve away. That one just hung up in the air. And so it was a pretty good catch, and I think it was taken with relative ease as he just cruised back. But Rohit Kumar, he played a couple of nice shots there, hit a 6 and a 4. And, didn't hang around too long because he knew he couldn't. Rohit Kumar does become the 4th wicket to fall. Makes it 89 for 4. And it was a nice catch by Samiullah as he just judged that nicely, didn't he? Got in the right place and took it with some good technique.
But that sort of shot as well, and that happens when you're chasing 20 and over. You know, if you're setting and you're going in a good pace and you see that sort of delivery, you know, okay, it's wide, I'm going to leave it. But now you're thinking, geez, I've got to hit everything out the ground. I've got 20 and over to chase.
Yeah, you don't want to leave that and find out it was just inside the tram line, do you? I mean, you've burnt a ball. So you
True.
it kind of throws caution to the wind. Here's one of my favourite players to watch, Shantanu Vashisht, coming out here in the number 6 position. Told you, I just love watching him field down the ground. Ball slides in, he turns it round the corner, and a bit of foot fielding attempt. Well, that's Sukhbinder. He's a different kind of a cat, is the captain. And, he wasn't getting off his feet there, uses them, but uses them effectively, just a single.
Can't be shouting at the captain telling him to get down. So he gets his size 7 out there and stops the ball. Good trap.
The funny thing is, I look at all the, like a lot of these good bowlers, pretty much every bowler, when they're performing well, and look at them and go, I remember an over where you were hit for 28 plus.
Yeah.
It's going to happen at some point. It's a pretty nice pull shot, and this is going to be 4. It's going to crash into the banner. Good looking banner it is too. In the native language and English course, saying, let's play cricket. Stronger together, and the banner has to be strong. This bounces straight off the European Cricket Network side, and the result is 4 runs.
Is this Rajesh Kumar now?
Yeah, so yeah, this is Rajesh, who's out there. it's
Big wide by
off
shot.
at this. Yeah, so
Seems to be having some sort of design on his arm there that a lot of the guys are carrying out there. I think they, been watching guys like Dale Steyn and Mitchell Johnson and some of the other fast bowlers,
makes you look tougher, and therefore bowl quicker. Now this is a slower ball, it's short, it's well defended down there. And these are the stops that matter. This game's just spiralling out of hand. But I mean, what you can see though, we had a really exciting finals day last year in Romania, and you can see why. Well, these two teams, they're bringing it. They do like the pressure, they soak it up. Technicals are pretty good, the catching's been good as well.
Yes.
96 for 4 after 7. And just a reminder, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll get to see Cluj, the defending champions, for the first time. We know all about Cluj. Look, I don't think they'll have Taranjit Singh. I guess we'll have to see in the morning, but they're led by Arun Kumar. They've got some pretty good players. And yeah, we saw them bow out on finals day back at the group stages. I think it was Group C they were playing in the ECL, but we'll see them for the first time since that elimination. They're taking on Banyasa in the morning. ACCB, you're watching out there right now. They'll be playing Booker S Gladiators and United. They'll have the day off tomorrow. Join us again, 6 a.m. GMT, 8 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 a.m. in India.
Ahmed Arfan off the long run, slings it wide and just gets slapped through the cover boundary for a single.
Sounded like that bat broke. Just going off the sound. Maybe not, but it didn't sound great. Just remember tomorrow that Mohammed Moyes and Manmeet Kohli, they took 2 wickets off their last 2 balls, so they might have a little hat-trick asterisk.
Nice.
If they can take one tomorrow with their first. This one's probably a wide.
Very consistent calling by the umpires, honestly, brilliant.
I know we've talked a lot about the umpiring, of course, it's great having you here, but when there's that consistency, the players know what to expect, and so there's a lot less kind of carry on, a lot 100%. Less kind of arms out, and a lot less kind of inquiries about it. Makes the umpire's job easier.
Shot.
Yeah, it's hit pretty well. This will take some stopping, and Manan
well
will.
Done.
And now, with a good throw, might have trouble.
Oh, it doesn't look like he's collected the ball properly there.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if this flicks the stumps or not. I don't think so. Watching the bail fall off, that bowler had a bit of a look. And when it comes in, watch this. I think the umpire's pretty satisfied, didn't? Yeah, it's missed by a long way.
But I think going back to the umpiring, hold on one second. Arfan's in.
That's the hit well.
Ground.
Oh, he almost gets there, doesn't he?
Run past it.
Well, it's almost like trying to catch a train, but literally catch a train, because that's how fast it was moving. As he kind of gets it almost within arm's reach. Yeah, it just beats him for pace, 4 runs. Yeah, but you're talking about the umpiring and the fact that, when there's consistency, I'm not trying to eliminate umpire judgment. I'm just saying, if you have a line there, let's use the line.
But you just want the players' respect. And when you're consistent, then, respect is everything. Then you get it.
100's up. And this one is going to be out. And yeah, it was taken pretty casually. And that's a pretty nice bit of catching out there. I think that might be Mohamed Ishaq down there who takes it. He looked like he had time to maybe read a book, and he just waves everyone away saying, well, what's the big deal? It's one of the longer boundaries on the ground. He takes it, looks a bit bored, bowls it back in. Maybe a little hint that he'd like a second over. And so it will be another wicket to fall. The score is 104 for 5. Well, hello to Taranjit Singh in the chat, asking how was our day. Well, our day was great, Taran. I hope you had a great day yourself.
Yeah, it was a good day so far. Everything's been good. I'm always happy when the weather's out, when the weather's good. Smiling. And as we see the wind picking up and a couple of pieces of paper flying around getting collected.
Yeah, and that wind is pretty much behind the bowler. That makes it tougher to hit down the ground. Yeah. It can pick up at times. So Arfan gets a wicket. Arfan Mohammed.
Yeah, like I was saying, when the umpires are getting respect and the players are respecting each other, respect is a massive part of this game. So everybody's winning.
Yeah, well said. Chipped up.
You're going to need more than these twos.
They might get to. Wow, that hits. I think he's gone. And, yeah, well backed up. Yeah, I mean, I still think if you're not going to get the target, you still need to try and get as many as possible, because net run rate could be important later in the week.
As the umpire calls a short run there. But look how the momentum's changed now. Their first 5 overs was pretty good.
Yeah.
And now their last couple of overs has been pretty bad.
Yeah, 74 at the halfway.
Oh, big swing by Khalil. I think like we spoke to him when he was bowling, to keep his head still. That's a great piece of advice now while he's batting, just to keep his head still as the umpire calls over, with the score being 106 for 5 after 8 overs. So with 2 overs to go, United need another 60 runs off 12 balls to win this game. So basically, if the next 2 balls don't go out the ground, they will not win this game.
You're pretty sure by then, aren't you? But I mean, still, it's been a highly entertaining game, and they had a real crack at it. I mean, it wasn't a case that they're not in the same class as sometimes when you see scores this high, you think maybe there's no chance. Certainly with Sathis in there. We're going to give it a shake, and now the stumps are going to be shaken, and that's Ishak. Well, he dropped a little hint, didn't he, that he might want a second over, and well, he certainly makes the most of it. He has a wicket to start the ninth, 105 for 6.
Mohamed Ishak's bowling beautifully at the moment. Again, proving the point that in T10 cricket you don't need that much pace. All you need is line and length, accuracy, hit the top of the stumps, lovely little bit of shape, top of leg. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's good stuff. And he's certainly enjoying his time out. Remember, he was kind of used sparingly last year, but when he did come in, he does a good job. So just showing once again the depth in this ACCB bowling lineup.
Also, it must be quite easy, well, not quite easy, but you're bowling with a lot of confidence at the moment. You know that the opposition really need to hit every one of your balls out of the ground. So you can just run in and hit your areas. And like I said, what I've learned of the T10 cricket is that if you can hold your nerve as a bowler, you're even more important than the batters that can come in and smash you out the ground, because you know you're going to get hit, like you said. You're going to go for that over that goes for 25, 28. But when you get hit out the ground, how do you respond? Do you just buckle and just start bowling in the arc? Do you bowl wide, full tosses? Or do you just stick to your guns, stay calm and aware, and just try and hit the top of the stumps at a good pace?
Yeah, well, we say, like, you know, bat for show, bowl for dough in these games. So this will be a little edge, and got picked up down there. I mean, ordinarily you'd say, okay, 105 for 6. Sure, they've probably thrown away a few extra wickets because of the target. I mean, they could have quite easily posted something in the 130, 140 mark here, I'd say, which would take some winning. Good toss to win. I often think, bat first, bat with that freedom.
Yep.
Yeah, it didn't really work out the first game for ACB, but certainly second has been good. And this one is a little edge. It's going to be another one. Wow, Ishak's having a day out here, isn't he? He's got 3 for 12 now. He's held a catch as well. Well, he could be in line for man of the match honours if it wasn't for a man called Abdul Azif, that I think has got it sewn up, but he's enjoying his Monday afternoon. Opening day in Romania, and United 106 for 7.
Again, if you look at the length of this delivery, another one of those deliveries that's probably going to go and hit the top of the stumps, and he's got the neck. Really top bowling. Not much of a follow-through from Ishak, but he's not bowling at the greatest pace, and which for me is a better advantage in this format, because there's less likely for a big edge to be going for 4 or 6. And honestly, impressed me. It's really impressed me how Mohamed Ishak has bowled these last 2 overs. He's been calm. He's stuck to what he's good at, and the batsmen just have had no answer.
He looks like he's enjoying it, and not many bowlers would say that in this game, as we're going to see Kaini Mujahid coming into bats. Number 9, so nice to see him out there. Yeah, Taran's asking me in the chat, did I enjoy Azif's batting? Well, we both did.
Wow.
Tyrone Peters here with me, and you know, at one stage he's won 5 off 12, and Tyrone was talking the R word, and I said, well, just hold on a second, because this guy's got another gear, wait till you see it. And then he pretty much shattered the gearbox, as we saw 120 runs coming off the second half of the innings. Now an over and a half to go. Ishak probably wants another. Don't get one here. I think Mujahid's happy just to get a run. He's off the mark.
Asif hitting 13 sixes and 1 4 in his innings of, what was it, 92?
92 off 31.
That's incredible.
And the last 87 came off 19 balls.
That's incredible. It could be some sort of record.
Yeah, I mean, if he got 100 from there, it would have been absolutely nuts. So yeah, 87 off 19 balls. That's basically a strike rate of 458.
That's incredible.
So over 4.5 runs per ball.
That's incredible. Well bowled again. They go for the appeal. They're not going to trick.
Ishak had to be convinced by his keeper to go through with the appeal. It's never that convincing as an umpire. Hey, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
This is an umpiring-based question.
Yes.
And I want to know, how much does the appeal affect your decision if you are kind of sitting on the fence? I'll ask you after this ball. Ishak's last. No, it won't be, because that'll be a wide. Does that make a difference? Because you gave one out, I think, late last week where there wasn't much of an appeal. It was just the bowler that appealed, and it was out. It was plumb.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that showed me you're umpiring well. But, I mean, does the appeal sway you to an extent?
No, honestly, I'm just focused on what's going on out there. So I have a theory, and I'll tell you after this ball, as Ishak runs up to bowl. And it's smacked down the ground to long off, one of the very few that's come to long off today, just for a single. I have a theory that if you get caught in, with regards to the, as we see the score now, 108 for 7 after 9, if you get caught up with the appeal, you know, then sometimes those big appeals are going to affect you, and those small appeals won't affect you. But for me, I'm just watching the batter, I'm watching where the ball's pitching, I'm watching where he's getting hits, and I try and blank everything else out.
Yeah.
And then once I get asked the question, you know, you have to give the answer. So last week, just the bowler went up, and everybody else didn't even say anything. And eventually, I just looked and I was like, "Well, that's out," you know. So I had to give it.
And it was out. I mean, that's why it showed me that you're in good umpiring form. And how about how you concentrate? Because as a wicket keeper, I remember listening to Rod Marsh talking about switching on and switching off, and because it's hard to concentrate the whole time you're out there. Do you kind of consciously trigger yourself to switch on at any point? Just wait for this ball as the captain comes in for the last over.
Smart move by the captain when they need 57 or 6.
Get some cheapies in the last over.
Definitely switch off for a period of time when I'm walking to my mark at the square leg, as well as a lot of the time at square leg between balls. There's a lot of things that I don't like to, that I love to think about, but I don't want to talk about on air. And then as soon as the guy runs into bowl, I focus on the delivery and switch back on again. But it's all about the breathing, Vin.
It's all about the breathing. That's what my mother said about me. She was in labour for 37 hours. Anyway, this one is going to get past the fielder. And it's Saidullah. And once again, he has to try and catch a speeding bullet. And it gets through. As, he's trying to strangle the wicket here at Sukhminder. But he does get hit to the boundary. That's a pretty nice shot. It's
definitely a bowler definitely a bowler's shot, you know. Smashing it or hacking it across the line.
Yeah.
But still getting 4, very effective.
Mujahid, he'll be happy to have a boundary to his name. Once more, goes offside this time. Probably just get the one here. Brings Aftab Kayani. Well, he'd like at least one revenge strike because he bowled
1 over for 29, wasn't it?
1 over for 29. And
hectic.
he got one to try and stop the bleeding after the previous ones went for 20 and 24. He was the worst of the lot. He went for 29.
As he walks across, big wide, and it looks like the keeper missed the stumping.
Yeah, I mean, probably was. I mean, Kayani stepped back. I don't know if he would have been stepping back in time.
Ooh.
I think if you take that, you probably get the stumping. It'll be re-bowled.
Oh, unlucky.
Yeah, good fielding by the stumps. Looks like Bender's after it though. He's showing a bit of pace there.
Oh, he wants 2.
They want 2.
Madness.
The stumps are down. He doesn't trust anyone. And I think he gets back at the end. He's a real character, Sukhbinder. Have a look at this, son. I mean, you could throw it here and knock the stumps over. That would count as breaking the stumps. We had one of these earlier.
Yeah.
He gets home, and just for fun, he just says, that's one way to do it.
But Kayani's no John T. Rhodes. How's he going to get back for 2?
That's true. And this is out. So there's the wicket. Sukhbinder wanted one, and he gets one.
The skipper gets his cheapie.
And Mujahid is going to have to go. Did hit a boundary. Well, he picked up the stumps at one end, and he knocked them over at the other. So with 1 ball to go in the day, United, they're going to fall short in this chase. It's 117 for 8.
And I think the skipper's the one that's been handing out the sleeves, the tattoo sleeves, because he seems to be donning one on each arm as he runs up and spins one, hits top of a leg stump. Well bowled.
Yeah, it was a nice bit of bowling.
Be talking about that all night with the guys.
I'm sure he will.
Telling them how it ripped from outside off to the top of leg. As Gayani comes in, 88.
Yeah, 88.
One of my favourite numbers.
Let's see
if he can come and smash the last one out the ground and just prove to his captain that he should be moved up the order.
Maybe. It's going another run. No. We'll just get to face the last ball of the day. Let's see what he can do with it. So, take your guard. Always helps to look like you know what you're doing.
Yep.
All right. So here we go. Now's your moment, Gayan. Last ball of day 1.
Oh, big shot. Given not out.
And he thinks it was going down the leg side, so Gayan won't get a run. That's worth a second look. He's going wide of the crease here. And I think it's a pretty good decision because it does just kind of drift a bit left to right. But nonetheless, it will be a win for ACCB, and they get their first points of the tournament. They batted United essentially out of the game. 165 to 117 the final in match 4. Stick around, we've got highlights coming up and also a peek towards tomorrow's games. But look, in the end, they split the points. And I think considering some of the talent we saw from both sides, it's probably a fair result that these two teams walk away with 2 points each after opening day.
Now, brilliant to see these two teams on display today. Both convincing wins. First by United, then second one by ACCB. And some really impressive batting that I saw, as well as from the ACCB guys. A couple of good bowlers towards the end there. The second innings showing some good patience, and as well as some good skill and holding their nerve, especially when Satheesan was going hard at them. It was really unbelievable to see how they just stayed calm. And once they got to Satheesan, the game seemed to turn on its head. Rohit Kumar threatened with a 6 first ball, and then after that the wheels sort of came off and the ACCB guys just took control of the game.
Yeah, they sure did. But still, game played in good spirits, as you'd expect. I mean, these players know each other pretty well, and they were itching to get out there, weren't they, on opening day? Let's have a look at some of the highlights from the second innings. And it was a massive target, wasn't it? In fact, 966 would have been the highest successful chase. And look, with Satheesan there, you couldn't count them out of it. He had a really good day. Ends up racking up 129 runs after day one.
Unbelievable to watch some of the Ramesh Satheesan's shots. And it was so exciting while he was out there. But once Satheesan was gone, it looked like the whole momentum of the innings changed. That was unbelievable
That
shot.
was a ridiculous one-hander.
Really.
And then Satheesan, he wasn't too happy with some of the calls first innings. He was the beneficiary of that one.
Great
but then,
catch.
Yeah, when he went to go Harmanan, who he's a bit of a sneaky fielder. He doesn't miss too many.
Yes.
And he's pretty quick over the ground. He's got a good pair of hands and good catching again here. That was Samiula, who came to the party to hold on to that one. Yeah, and Kaka, he got a lucky one early. It all went to Kaka a bit later on. As he goes here, bit of the old blue tack in the finger job for the fielder. And that was the start of an interesting afternoon for him. And this one was well taken as well. So they did hold their catches as well. I mean, you always back them to defend a score like 165. ACCB, I mean, they've had good results in previous ECS tournaments we've had here. Certainly they've got the tools to be a force and probably go all the way, as do United.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much of them, but really looked like they're a well-balanced side. They're not just relying on one guy, although Asif just did dominate unbelievably.
Yeah.
Ishak was brilliant with the ball.
Ishak was great, wasn't he? And he was just really enjoying himself. When it comes down to it, that's what it's all about. As we see Mujahid, he got one away in the last over. Sukhminder, he said, well, I brought myself on in the 10th to get a wicket. And well, he certainly did. And in the end, fairly comfortable victory. The margin, 48 runs. And yeah, who would have thought after 5 overs of the first innings when ACCB were 45 that they would score 120 in the second half and then defend it. Look, 117, not a bad score. It's about an average score, I think. Satheesan, he was a bit of a one-man band, wasn't he, for United today, the national skipper. 59 off 22. And yeah, he looked pretty good while he was out there. 4 sixes, 9 fours, but no one else hit a 6. And until very late on, and Rohit Kumar was able to get one, but see that's a fairly comfortable margin of victory with the bowling. Well, you're expecting a bit of damage considering, but Samiula with 2 wickets was expensive. It's the magical over for Rajneesh Ghai. But how about Ishak? 3 for 15 plus a catch. On any other day, you'd probably say he'd be player of the match material. But I think with Abdul Asif, who also only conceded 16 in the power play of his 2 overs, I think there's no doubt he'll be the player of the match here in match 4.
Unbelievable to watch Abdul Asif play his game today. Definitely my man of the match, and I'm sure everybody will agree with that. His 90 was the difference between both teams, and brilliant bowling as well. Only game for an 8 and over.
Yeah, so, well, Tyrone, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here as we see the summary. 165 to 117. Abdul Asif, 92 of 31, including 13 maximals. Well, 13 unlucky for some. He looked like he'd be a bit unlucky early when he crawled to 5 off 12 balls. And he went absolutely crazy.
Berserk.
And, well, it was excellent to watch. And look, Rajneesh Ghai, shout out to him as well. He was there as well. 35 off 25. He had a pretty good day with the bat. I think with the bowling, Ghai is going to be better as the week goes on. I think he probably hasn't had a lot of bowling so far this season. Well, it's been a great day. We've really enjoyed having your company here on the European Cricket Network. To everyone, all the local organising committee here, we're very thankful to everyone from Cricket Romania. We haven't seen too many bears coming out yet. We know they're a big risk. I just think Mohammed Moyes, he's a bear. I call him the bear because he looks like he could strangle a game anytime. He had claws out this morning. Wasn't enough to get the Gladiators over the line for a win. We didn't see Pavel with the bat or the ball yet. Matter of time till we see him injected. And of course, we will see them again tomorrow. It gives us a chance to actually look at what's coming your way tomorrow tomorrow on the European Cricket Network. We've got Banyasa versus Cluj. First time we'll see the defending champions Cluj. They're also ECL representative, double ECL representatives for Romania. So it's always great to see them make the journey up to the capital. And then ACCB taking on the Gladiators. Well, maybe that's a chance to see Pavel, who had a really good game against ACCB last year. And look, ACCB, look, you look at and you think they're a cut above the Gladiators, but last year, ACCB set the Gladiators 140 to win, and the Gladiators had been nowhere near that kind of score, and they knocked it off. And that's the kind of team they are. Gladiators, they're a team that think they can win from nowhere.
And that's the type of cricket that T10 is. You can never write off any team. As soon as you think they're down and out, anything can happen. Like we said, that one big over or that one good over with the ball, and everything turns on its head.
Yeah, look, a big thank you, like I said, to all the local organisers, to all the Blue Crew as well, and big thank you to Rico. I know he's been working hard over in the area there, and Tyrone's given you the ability to come here. And it's been great to have you on the mic finally. Thanks to you, Tyrone. How did you enjoy your first full game commentating?
Yeah, it was amazing. Anything with you, Vin, is always fun. I love spending time with you, and especially now on the mics. So thanks for the opportunity, and I hope to get more.
Oh, thanks so much. Well, look, it's very kind words of you to say. We're going to enjoy our night here in Bucharest. Well, here's Rico as well, as we get into the last.
Come on, Rick.
And this is, I knew it was going to be a good sign because he's wearing the ACCB colours, right? So as soon as he went over there, ACCB's fortunes changed. So yeah, Rico will be here tomorrow. Tyrone will be here tomorrow as well. I'll be here tomorrow, and we'll all be here tomorrow. Thanks again to our crew, Spring Productions, to Williams. Very good first day. I know he's really enjoyed up in the tower, especially when it got pretty windy. And well, Rico's about to try and nail something on me, so I'm just going to know where he is. So we told people to stop walking around.
It almost took my eye.
Yeah, that's a law. Anyway, that'll feel like it'll be used in evidence one day in the lawsuit. But look, for now, from everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, we hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Please join us tomorrow, 6 a.m. GMT, 8 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 in India, and 12 o'clock in Bangladesh. Big shout out to our Bangladesh viewers. Hope you have a great evening. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu, along with Rico Full and Tyrone Peters, and everyone in Romania. We'll see you tomorrow. Some more great weather and great cricket on the horizon. See you then for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night.